Hey hey. Welcome back to Gringotts Hub. We've got something fire today. What if Harry used the Potter-Black-Gryffindor-Merlin rings to strip every Wizengamot member of their magic at once? Likes and subs keep us going. Alright, story time. Chapter 1, The summons. The letter arrived on a Tuesday, which Harry had always thought was the most bureaucratic day of the week. It came by Ministry Owl, not the friendly tawny sort, but one of the official grey ones with the wax-sealed leg band and a kind of expression that suggested it had delivered terrible news before and had made peace with its role in the process. It dropped the envelope on Harry's toast, regarded him with what he could only describe as administrative sympathy, and left without waiting for a reply. Harry picked up the envelope. The seal was purple. Not the warm burgundy of a Hogwarts letter or the deep red of something from Gringotts. This was the particular shade of purple that the Ministry of Magic had chosen for itself sometime in the 15th century, apparently to convey both authority and mild indigestion. He read it twice. The second time, he read it more slowly, the way you do when the first reading tells you something bad and you want to give the words a chance to mean something different. They didn't. Mr. Harry James Potter is hereby summoned to appear before the full Wizengamot of Magical Britain on Thursday, the 14th of August, at 9 o'clock in the morning, courtroom 10, level 10, Ministry of Magic, to answer charges of. He set it down. Picked up his tea. Drank half of it while staring at the far wall of number 4 Privet Drive, which was the same magnolia white it had always been and offered no particular wisdom. Then he picked the letter back up and finished reading it. Charges of deliberate and malicious use of dark magic against Muggle-born persons, to wit, the attack upon the family of one Marcus Webb, age 34, his wife Caroline Webb, age 31, and their daughter Sophie Webb, age 7, at their home in Wiltshire on the evening of August 9. The prosecution will seek the permanent binding of Mr. Potter's magical ability under Statute 94 of the Code of Wizarding Law. Harry put the letter down again. Permanent binding. Not suspension. Not a fine. Permanent. The attack had happened 4 days ago. He had been at the Burrow on August 9. He had eaten Mrs. Weasley's shepherd's pie and lost 3 consecutive games of chess to Ron and fallen asleep on the garden bench at 9:30 while the gnomes threw things at each other in the dark. He had not been in Wiltshire. He had not attacked anyone. None of that seemed to matter very much to the ministry. He went to the window. The garden at Privet Drive was dead in the August heat, the Dursleys were in Spain, which was the one genuinely useful thing they'd ever done for him, and the street was quiet in the way that streets are quiet when everyone is at work and pretending they don't have neighbors. Somewhere down the road a lawnmower droned. A car went past with the windows down, music leaking out of it, something cheerful and tinny and completely at odds with the specific quality of the morning. Harry turned away from the window and went to find his trunk. He old Hermione first, then the Burrow. Hermione's reply came back in 40 minutes, which told him she'd been awake and working already, because Hermione's fastest response time in a genuine emergency was 35 minutes and she was apparently 5 minutes off her personal best. The letter was 3 pages long, single-spaced, and opened with the line, "Harry, do not do anything until you've read this entire letter. I mean it. Don't even put the kettle on." He put the kettle on, then sat down and read it. She had already pulled the relevant statutes. Statute 94 was obscure, deliberately, she suspected, and had been used exactly 4 times in recorded history, always against people with no political connections and no one willing to stand in court for them. The standard of evidence required was, on paper, substantial. In practice, the Wizengamot could decide whatever it liked, because the Wizengamot was also the judge, the jury, and the body that wrote the statutes in the first place. The conflict of interest was so fundamental that Hermione had apparently underlined the relevant section 3 times and added a margin note that said "This is insane" in increasingly large letters. The bottom of the second page said, "I've been doing research on your inheritances. There's something I need to show you in person. Come to the Burrow. Today if you can. This is important, Harry, and I don't just mean the trial." Ron's letter was shorter. It said, "Mate. Mum is furious. Not at you. Just furious in your general direction. Dad's gone to the ministry to ask questions. Fred and George are talking about doing something and won't tell anyone what. Come over. Also, Hermione looks like she hasn't slept and keeps muttering about rings. Harry stared at that last word for a moment. Then he grabbed his wand, his trunk's most essential contents stuffed into a smaller bag, and went to the fireplace. The burrow was organized chaos in the particular way it always managed when something was genuinely wrong, which was different from its ordinary chaos in that Mrs. Weasley's cooking had taken on a slightly aggressive quality and Mr. Weasley was speaking in his careful, measured voice that meant he was either very angry or very worried and had decided that remaining calm was the most useful thing he could do. Harry came through the flue to find Hermione at the kitchen table with 4 books open and a scroll of parchment that had unrolled off the edge and was pooled on the floor, and Ron standing behind her eating a biscuit and reading over her shoulder with the expression of someone who has accepted that he will not understand most of what he's reading but intends to be present and supportive regardless. Hermione looked up. There were shadows under her eyes that hadn't been there a week ago. You read the letter, she said. Which one, yours or the ministry's? Both, obviously. Yes. Harry dropped into the chair across from her. Tell me about the rings. She pushed one of the books toward him, an old one, the leather spine cracked and the title barely legible, something about hereditary magical instruments and the ancient houses. How much do you know about what you inherited from Sirius? His estate. Grimmauld Place. Some money. He paused. A ring, actually. I found it in the box from Gringotts but I hadn't looked into it properly yet. Hermione made a sound that was not quite a word but conveyed considerable feeling. Harry, that ring is a seat. It's the Black family's Wizengamot seat. When you wear it, you are legally and magically Lord Black. That comes with voting rights, ancient privileges, and, this is the part one couldn't believe when I found it, a formal right of challenge that hasn't been invoked since 1783. What kind of challenge? The right to formally contest the legal standing of a proceeding in progress. Any proceeding. Including a Wizengamot trial. She tapped the page. If the accused is also a sitting lord of an ancient and most noble house, the proceeding cannot begin until his formal objections are heard and ruled upon. By law. Old law, the kind they never bother to repeal because they assumed no one would ever be in that position. Ron swallowed his biscuit. So they can't just bulldoze you. They can try, Harry said. What about the other ring? You mentioned rings, plural. Hermione took a breath. She closed one book and opened another, this one smaller and bound in something that looked almost like it was trying not to be noticed. Before I show you this, your Potter ring. You found that too. Gringotts sent it with the Black estate documents. I have them both. Put them on. Harry pulled them from his jacket pocket. He'd been carrying them since the ministry letter arrived, which he hadn't told anyone. They'd been sitting in his palm through the flute journey, smooth and cool, and he hadn't been able to explain why he hadn't wanted to put them down. The Potter ring was gold, simply worked, with a small crest, a stag, naturally, and a stone that was a deep, ordinary amber. The Black ring was heavier, darker metal that he thought might actually be enchanted silver rather than any mundane alloy, and the crest was the Black family coat of arms, ornate and slightly grim. He put them on. The right hand for Potter, the left for Black, which was the traditional arrangement and something he simply knew without being able to say how. Something shifted. It wasn't dramatic, no flash of light, no thunderclap. It was more like a sound he hadn't noticed had been missing suddenly being present. A low, steady hum at the very edge of his awareness. Like a bass note coming up through the floor. Hermione was watching him carefully. You feel it? Yes. Good. That means the blood recognition worked. She turned the small book around. Now look at this. The page she'd found showed a ring, and something about the illustration made Harry's breath catch, because the ring in the drawing was familiar in the way that certain things are familiar before you understand why, the way a melody can feel like a memory even when you've never heard it. It was different from the other two, older looking, somehow, drawn in ink that had gone brown with age, and the stone was described in the text beside it as impossible to name in color, shifting, like light through very old glass. "That's a Gryffindor family heirloom," Hermione said quietly. "Specifically, it's listed in 3 separate sources as the Eudicium ring. The Judgment Ring." She looked at him. "Harry, Godric Gryffindor was descended from Merlin's bloodline through a maternal line that historians lost track of sometime in the 11th century. This ring was made by Merlin himself. It passed to Gryffindor, then down through his line, and at some point, she tapped the page, it was blood-sealed. Meaning only someone with the right convergent ancestry could even touch it without being burned. And you think Peveril line? Potter line. Gryffindor had a daughter who married into the early Peveril family. It's been documented but no one ever followed the thread forward." She met his eyes. "Harry, you are the heir of Gryffindor. Through blood, through magic, through the specific convergence that Merlin apparently designed. The ring is at Gringotts. The goblins have been holding it under a blood seal for 600 years because nobody with the right ancestry ever came to claim it." The kitchen was very quiet. Outside, a gnome hit the fence and swore. Ron spoke first. "So what does the ring do?" Hermione glanced at him, then back at Harry. "It judges. That's the only word the sources use consistently. It was built for a specific scenario, a moment when magical Britain's governance became so corrupt that ordinary law could not address it. Merlin was apparently, she almost smiled, somewhat pessimistic about institutional longevity. He built a failsafe into the bloodline itself. The ring can assess every magic user present in a place of magical law and, if the bearer has sufficient will and authority, act on that assessment." "Act how?" Harry said. "Strip their magic." She said it plainly. "Temporarily or permanently, depending on the depth of corruption. Not arbitrarily, it uses Merlin's own criteria, which are sealed into the ring and cannot be modified. The bearer activates it but doesn't control the outcome. The ring judges." "You're just." She searched for the word. "The hand," Harry said. "Yes." He looked down at the 2 rings on his fingers. Then he looked at the drawing in the book. "How do I get it from Gringotts?" "I already wrote to them this morning." She pulled out a folded parchment. "I sent it before I wrote to you, actually. The response came an hour ago." She handed it to him. Harry read it. It was short, very formal, and signed by someone called Senior Account Manager Ironclaw. "Mr. Potter. The item you seek has awaited its rightful bearer for 612 years. Bring your blood. Bring the other rings. Come before Thursday." Wednesday morning, Harry arrived at Gringotts at 8 o'clock, and Hermione arrived at 8:02 because she had been there since 7:30 doing preliminary research in the lobby archive and had simply been waiting around the corner to appear less anxious. Ron was there too, leaning against the white marble steps with his hands in his pockets, squinting in the morning sun. He straightened when he saw Harry. "Right," he said. "Let's go get the ancient all-powerful judgment ring from the goblins." Normal Wednesday. "Thank you both," Harry said, "for being here." "Oh, don't," Ron said. "You'll make it weird." The inside of Gringotts was cool and sharp-smelling, brass and old stone and something metallic beneath it that Harry had always associated with the building itself, as if the bank had a scent the way old libraries do, a smell that meant weight and age and things that matter. The goblin at the main desk looked at Harry, looked at the rings on his hands, and something shifted in his expression that was not warmth, exactly, but was a species of respect. "Lord Potter-Black," the goblin said. "Ironclaw is expecting you." They were taken not through the main cart tunnels but through a door Harry had never noticed before, behind the left-hand rank of desks, down a corridor lined with carved stonework that was older than anything upstairs, and into a chamber that was clearly not primarily a banking room. It was circular, lit by something other than flame, a cool, diffuse light from the stone itself, and in the center was a plinth about waist height on which sat a small locked box. Ironclaw was shorter than Harry had expected and older than he could properly calculate, and his eyes were the particular amber brown of very old wood. He looked at Harry the way Harry had sometimes been looked at by professors who had lived long enough to see patterns, not with awe, but with a kind of grave recognition. "The blood seal requires your right hand," Ironclaw said. "Both rings active. Press your palm to the lock." Harry stepped forward. The room was very still. He was aware of Hermione and Ron behind him, and of the quality of quiet in the chamber, which was the quiet of something that had been waiting for a very long time and knew that patience was simply a form of certainty. He pressed his palm to the lock. The pain was brief and real, not a cut, exactly, more like a deep vibration that resonated through the bones of his hand, and then the box opened. The ring inside looked, in the real light of the room, almost exactly like the illustration except for one thing: the stone moved. Not physically, it didn't change shape, but the color in it shifted as Harry watched, cycling through things that weren't quite colors, suggestions of colors, the way you sometimes see green in a black stone only when the light catches it. It was the most beautiful object Harry had ever seen and the most old thing he had ever been in the presence of, and he had grown up under a staircase which gave him a certain baseline familiarity with feeling small. He picked it up. No burning. The metal settled against his fingers like something coming home after a very long journey, and he put it on the middle finger of his right hand, between the Potter ring and the empty space at the center, and the hum he'd been aware of since the burrow expanded into something he could feel in his chest. The 3 rings on his hands were not warm. They were awake. Ironclaw looked at him. "The debt of waiting is paid," the goblin said, and it sounded like a formal completion of something. "The Wizengamot has no power over you that you do not grant them, Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor. I suggest you remember that tomorrow." "I will," Harry said. "Good." Ironclaw turned away in the manner of someone who has done the significant thing and is now returning to regular business. "Your family vaults have also been updated to reflect your full inheritance status. The Potter archive is now accessible. You'll want it, I imagine, given current circumstances." A pause. "We at Gringotts have a long memory, Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor. We have watched this ministry for some time. We are pleased the moment has arrived." Harry looked at him. "What moment?" Ironclaw's expression didn't change. But something in his ancient amber eyes did. "The one that makes things change," he said simply. They came out of Gringotts into the mid-morning bustle of Diagon Alley and stood in the sun for a moment, Hermione with her arms folded and her research brain clearly spinning at high speed, Ron shading his eyes and looking at Harry with a careful expression. "So," Ron said. "Tomorrow." "Tomorrow," Harry agreed. "You're going in there with 3 ancient magical rings, 2 of which make you a lord of the Wizengamot with rights they haven't invoked since before my gran was born, and one of which was made by actual Merlin and can take people's magic away. That's about the size of it." Ron nodded slowly. "And you're not scared?" Harry considered the question seriously, the way it deserved. He looked down at his hands, the ring sitting there, quiet and present, the Gryffindor-Merlin ring still doing its shifting light thing in the corner of his vision when he moved his hand. He thought about the trial tomorrow. The fabricated charges. The room full of people who had already decided the outcome and arranged the furniture of the law to support their conclusion. He thought about the Webbs, Marcus, Caroline, Sophie, whose family had been attacked so that someone could use them as a prop in a proceeding against him. Whoever had done that to a 7-year-old girl and her parents, Harry intended to make sure had very good reason to regret it. "No," he said. "I'm not scared." "Are you angry?" Hermione asked. "Yes," he said. "But not the kind that makes you stupid. The other kind." She looked at him for a moment with that particular look she got when she was revising her model of a situation. "Good," she said. "That's the kind we need." They went to the leaky cauldron and sat in a corner booth, and Hermione spread her notes across the table, and they worked for 3 hours, going through statutes and rights and the specific procedural mechanisms that Harry would need, and Ron went to the counter twice and came back with food and drinks and kept asking clarifying questions that turned out, each time, to be sharper than they sounded. It was nearly 2 in the afternoon when Hermione looked up from her notes and said, in a very different voice, "Harry, what are you going to do if they try to take the rings before the trial starts? They might claim they're dark objects. Confiscation of potentially dark items prior to." "They can't," Harry said. "The black ring is a Wizengamot seat. Confiscating it would be legally equivalent to imprisoning a sitting lord to prevent him voting. The statute against that is from 1347 and has never been repealed because no one ever thought anyone would be stupid enough to try." He paused. "The Potter ring is a blood-sealed family instrument. They'd need a full blood magic tribunal to contest it, which takes 6 months minimum. And the Gryffindor ring," he looked at it. "Try to take something Merlin made from the person it recognized as rightful heir and see what happens." Hermione stared at him. "When did you become an expert in old Wizengamot law?" "About 2 hours ago," Harry said, nodding at her notes. "You're a very good teacher." She went slightly pink and looked back at her parchment. Ron caught Harry's eye and said nothing, but his expression said a great deal. That night, back at the burrow, Harry sat in the garden after everyone had gone to bed. The gnomes were quieter than usual. They had a sensitivity to certain kinds of magic that the Weasleys had always attributed to their general unpleasantness, making them alert to danger, and the rings apparently registered as something in whatever passed for gnomish instinct. He turned his right hand over in the moonlight and looked at the 3 rings. The Potter ring. His family. His blood. A line that had produced Fleamont and Euphemia and James, all gone now, all reduced to photographs and stories, and a grave in Godric's Hollow that he'd visited once and that had nearly broken him in ways he was still putting back together. The black ring. Sirius. Who had died because the Ministry had imprisoned him without trial, and the same people now trying to destroy Harry had been complicit in that destruction, had let it happen, had benefited from it, and had never once, not once, been made to account for it. The Gryffindor-Merlin ring. Which pulsed very slightly in the darkness, in a rhythm he was almost sure he recognized, and which looked, when no other light caught it, like a small held coal, deep and self-contained and patient. Merlin had made this. Had made it knowing that one day someone would need it. Had built a failsafe into the magic of Britain itself because he'd understood, with the clarity of someone who had watched empires and institutions from the inside, that power accumulates and corrupts, and eventually the corruption becomes the institution. And the only way to address that is not reform from within, because the within is the problem, but a reset. A judgment from outside the system, by someone the system had no authority over. Harry was 17 years old. He had survived Voldemort twice, well, more than twice, if you counted intermediate incidents. He had watched people he loved die because the world he lived in had a structural tolerance for the wrong kind of suffering. He had been told to be patient, to trust the adults, to let the right people handle it, to stay in his lane, to wait, and Sirius had died, and Cedric had died, and his parents had died, and none of that waiting had prevented any of it. He was done waiting. Tomorrow morning, at 9 o'clock, he was going to walk into courtroom 10 with these rings on his hands, and he was going to stand in front of the Wizengamot, and he was not going to defend himself. He was going to put them on trial. The garden was quiet. The moon was full and clean above the orchard. Somewhere inside, through the warm yellow windows, he could hear the particular evening sounds of the burrow, the house settling, a clock chiming softly, the faint scratch of Hermione still writing at the kitchen table long past when she should have been asleep. Harry closed his hand. The rings were warm. He had expected them to be cold. They were metal, and the night was cooling, and that was how metal worked. But they were warm, steadily and evenly, and the warmth was not uncomfortable, and it was not alarming. It was simply present. Like the weight of something you've been carrying for a long time finally redistributed across your shoulders in the way it was supposed to be carried. He had been afraid, once, of what he was. The scar, the prophecy, the fact of being chosen by a dying Voldemort's curse and thus forever marked as exceptional in a way that sometimes felt like a cage. He had spent years either running from that or leaning into it reluctantly, neither approach particularly satisfying, both of them reactive, all of it defined by other people's actions and his response to them. But these rings were different. These weren't thrust upon him. He hadn't been marked by an enemy's magic or chosen by a manipulative old man's schemes, or not only that. These had waited for his specific blood, his specific convergence of inherited magic, the exact impossible overlap of Potter and Black and Peverell and Gryffindor that had produced him. These had been waiting for him. Not the boy who lived. Not the chosen one. Harry James Potter, who was those things but was also more than them, had always been more than them, and had spent his entire life in a world determined to only see the label. Tomorrow, the Wizengamot would see the rest. He went inside, climbed the stairs to the room he shared with Ron, lay down on the too-short camp bed, and went to sleep almost immediately, which surprised him until he realized it shouldn't. He wasn't afraid. He was ready. Thursday morning arrived gray and clean, the kind of August morning that forgets it's supposed to be summer and does something quietly autumnal instead. Harry was up before 6. He showered, dressed in clean clothes he'd thought about, not robes, not ministry formal wear, just dark trousers and a good shirt and his jacket, because he wasn't the ministry's subject and he wasn't going to dress like one, and came downstairs to find Mrs. Weasley already at the stove and Hermione already at the table and both of them pretending with varying degrees of success to be calm. Mrs. Weasley made him eat a full breakfast without comment on the rings, which he appreciated, though he caught her looking at them twice with an expression he couldn't quite read, something between worry and something older and fiercer that he thought might be pride, though he wasn't sure he'd earned it yet. Hermione had a leather folder of notes and statutes. Ron had his wand out and was doing something with it that he claimed was warming up his casting arm but was actually, Harry thought, just fidgeting. "I should come," Ron said. "You should stay," Harry said. "I need someone I trust in contact with the outside. If things go sideways in there, I need you to know what's happened." Ron opened his mouth, closed it, looked at Hermione, who nodded. "Fine," he said. "But I'm right by the flue." Arthur came down at 7:30, still in his dressing gown, and shook Harry's hand with both of his in a way that said everything he wasn't saying out loud. "The ministry isn't one thing," he said quietly. "Remember that. There are good people in there. They've been very quiet for a long time, but they're there." "I know," Harry said. "Amelia Bones." Arthur nodded. "Among others. Don't burn it all down if you don't have to." Harry smiled at him. "No promises," he said, and Arthur laughed, surprised, and it broke something in the morning's tension that needed breaking. At 8:15, Harry and Hermione stepped into the flue. At 8:22, they walked into the Ministry of Magic's main atrium, and the golden fountain was there, the fountain of magical brethren, the witch and wizard and centaur and goblin and house elf all gilded and arranged in their careful hierarchy, and Harry walked past it without looking at it. He already knew what he thought about it. The lifts took them down. Level 10. The Department of Mysteries corridor, the black doors, and then the turn toward courtroom 10, which was at the end of a corridor that felt like it had been designed to make you feel small, high ceilings, cold stone, the specific architectural language of authority that says you are here to be judged, not to participate. 2 Aurors were outside the courtroom doors. They straightened when Harry approached. "Wands," said the nearer one. Harry stopped. Looked at the Auror. The man was doing his job, he knew, routine security, standard procedure. But standard procedure said the accused surrendered their wand. And Harry was not, as of this morning, simply the accused. He held up his right hand. The 3 rings caught the corridor's cold light. "Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor," Harry said, and his voice in the stone corridor was perfectly level. "Presenting for formal Wizengamot session, not as a surrendered defendant but as a seated lord of 2 ancient houses. Under statute," he glanced at Hermione. "Statute 7, Section 4 of the Charter of Wizengamot Rights, 1432, Hermione said promptly. A seated lord cannot be required to surrender his wand prior to session. It's considered equivalent to requiring a member to disarm before taking their seat. The Aurors looked at each other. The closer one looked at the rings more carefully, and something crossed his face, recognition, maybe, or the particular expression of a man who knows the rules well enough to know when the rules have just outmaneuvered him. "I'll need to check with," he started. "No," Harry said pleasantly. "You won't. The statute is clear. If you'd like to physically prevent me from entering, that would constitute obstruction of a Wizengamot lord, which is a criminal offense under the same charter. I'm happy to wait while you find someone who wants to commit one." A pause. A very specific, loaded pause. The Aurors stepped aside. Harry walked to the courtroom doors, pushed them open, and stepped inside. Courtroom 10 was everything he'd seen in Dumbledore's Pensieve and worse for being real. It was a great circular chamber, the stone walls old and dark and absorbing light rather than reflecting it, tiered benches rising in a ring around the central floor where a single chair stood, heavy, high-backed, fitted with chains that moved of their own accord. The chains were the detail he found most revealing. They were permanent. Built in. They were not a precaution against a specific dangerous prisoner, they were the default. They were saying something about how the room understood the relationship between itself and whoever stood in it. The Wizengamot was already largely assembled, witches and wizards in their plum-colored robes filing into the tiered benches, settling, shuffling parchment, murmuring to each other. Cornelius Fudge sat at the high bench in the center, minister's robes immaculate, and something changed in his expression when Harry walked through the doors that was too quick to properly read. Beside him, Percy Weasley sat with his notepad, a detail Harry filed away without dwelling on. Lucius Malfoy was in the upper tier, white blonde hair, grey robes, the polished exterior of a man completely in control of his environment. He watched Harry enter with the measured attention of someone assessing a variable they had not previously accounted for. And there, at the left end of the high bench, slightly apart from Fudge in the physical way that people are apart when they disagree about everything but are not yet formally opposed, sat Amelia Bones. Her monocle caught the light. Her expression was professionally neutral, but her eyes tracked to Harry's hands and stayed there for a moment before returning to her notes. Harry walked to the center of the floor. He did not sit in the chair. He stood beside it, hands at his sides, and looked up at the assembled Wizengamot. Hermione had taken a seat in the visitors' gallery, accessible, permitted, deliberately chosen. She had her notes open. She was very still. Fudge cleared his throat. He had the voice of a man who used it frequently for pronouncements and had confused volume with authority. "Mr. Potter. Please be seated so that we may, Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor," Harry said. Fudge blinked. "I beg your pardon. My correct title. For the record." Harry held up his right hand, turning it slightly so the rings were visible to the full chamber. "I am Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor, seated lord of two ancient and most noble houses, and heir of a third line of sufficient magical precedence to require formal acknowledgement by this body before any proceedings can begin. I invoke my right of formal identification under Statute 7 of the Charter of Wizengamot Rights." The murmuring that had been a background texture to the room went sharp and specific. Several members leaned forward. Malfoy's expression did not change at all, which Harry noted, because the absence of reaction was itself a response. It meant Malfoy had prepared for something, though perhaps not exactly this. Fudge looked at Percy. Percy had gone a slightly unusual color and was consulting his notes with frantic discretion. "Mr. Potter, Lord Potter, this is highly irregular." "Yes," Harry agreed. "I expect quite a lot about today will be." He looked around the chamber, unhurried, meeting eyes where eyes were willing to be met. "I'm not going to sit in the chair, by the way. The chains are for defendants. I'm not a defendant." He turned his gaze back to Fudge. "I'm a lord of this court. And I have a great deal to say." The room was not fully quiet. It was making the specific noise of a large assembly of people recalibrating in real time, a collective resorting of assumptions that produced a sound like a tide changing. Harry stood in the middle of it, 3 rings warm on his fingers, the Gryffindor-Merlin ring doing its slow color shift in the corner of his eye, and felt something settle into place in himself that he had been waiting for without knowing he was waiting. He was exactly where he was supposed to be. Chapter 2, The Judgment declared. The chains on the chair moved. Harry hadn't touched it. He was standing 3 feet away, arms loose at his sides, watching Fudge try to locate a statute that would let him force Harry to sit down. But the chains moved anyway, rising slightly, extending toward him the way a dog extends its nose toward an unfamiliar smell. Testing. Sensing. Then they went still. In the tiered benches, nobody spoke. Several members of the Wizengamot were looking at the chair with expressions ranging from unease to outright alarm, because those chains had never, in living memory, in recorded history, in the institutional knowledge of everyone present, reached for someone and then stopped. They were designed to bind. They bound everyone. That was the point of them. Harry looked at the chains once, dispassionately, and looked away. "Minister Fudge," he said. "I'll give you 5 minutes to locate whatever procedural objection you're searching for. After that, I'll begin, and we can address objections as they arise." Fudge's face had cycled through several colors and settled on a deep, mottled puce that was not flattering. He was a man who derived his authority almost entirely from the assumption that authority was his, that his position was its own argument, that the room would behave because rooms always had. He had almost certainly not spent 1 minute of preparation on the possibility that this trial would begin with the accused refusing to be accused. "This proceeding," Fudge said, and his voice had the strained quality of someone projecting confidence from a position of genuine uncertainty, "has been convened under the authority of the full Wizengamot, and the defendant will, Lord," said a voice from the left of the high bench. Fudge turned. Amelia Bones had not raised her voice. She rarely needed to. She had the kind of presence that made raising your voice seem like poor technique. "The correct form of address has been invoked under statute and must be observed for the record," she said. "Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor." She turned her monocled gaze to Harry, and something in it was absolutely unreadable, not warm, not hostile, simply sharp in the way that honest attention is sharp. "The claim of title requires formal recognition before proceedings can continue. Madam Clerk." The clerk, a small, nervous witch at the recorder's table below the high bench, was already rustling parchment. The Black family seat is recorded as active, under the name Sirius Orion Black, with the notation bequeathed, blood sealed, pending claim. The Potter family seat is recorded as, she hesitated. Also pending claim. Both seats are listed as inactive, awaiting heir. Under Section 3, Hermione said clearly from the gallery, inactive seats become immediately active upon the arrival of the blood-recognized heir at any Wizengamot session. The recognition is automatic and requires no further vote. Every head in the gallery-facing section of the chamber turned. Fudge looked up with an expression that suggested he had forgotten Hermione was there and would have preferred to continue forgetting. "Who is Hermione Granger?" Harry said. "Acting in the capacity of legal research consultant to Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor. She has the right to provide reference citations during formal identification proceedings. That's Clause 7, Subsection 9. He glanced at her. "Of the Charter of Wizengamot Rights," she confirmed crisply. Fudge looked at Percy. Percy looked at his notes. His notes, for once, did not appear to have an answer. In the upper tiers, Lucius Malfoy had been still this whole time with the quality of stillness that is not relaxation but its opposite, complete and deliberate control. Now he leaned toward the witch beside him, a narrow-faced woman named Eugenia Selwyn, whom Harry recognized from one of Hermione's briefing notes as a consistent vote on Fudge's side of everything, and said something in a murmur that didn't carry. Selwyn raised her hand. "Minister. I move that the session be suspended briefly to verify the claimed titles." "The titles are already verified," Harry said, not loudly. He didn't need to be loud. The acoustics of Courtroom 10 were designed to carry every word spoken from the central floor, which was one of those architectural decisions that had presumably been intended to make defendants feel exposed and was now serving a rather different purpose. Gringotts confirmed the blood recognition on both seats yesterday morning. I have the documentation. He produced a folded parchment from his jacket. The Goblin Nation's magical verification is recognized under the Treaty of 1752 as having full legal standing in Wizengamot proceedings. If someone would like to challenge Gringotts' authentication process, they're welcome to take that up with the goblins directly. No one moved to challenge Gringotts' authentication process. The clerk, who had the expression of a woman watching a situation evolve far beyond her usual job description, made a careful note. The seats of Potter and Black are hereby recorded as active, with Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor as recognized holder. Thank you, Harry said. Fudge looked like a man whose plan had been drawn on paper that was now wet. He collected himself visibly, straightened his lime green bowler, which he wasn't wearing because he was in formal session robes, which meant he straightened his robes instead and it had less of the intended effect. The court acknowledges the claimed titles, he said, with the tone of someone conceding a small point while planning to win the larger argument. However, the formal charges against, I'd like to make a statement, Harry said. You'll have opportunity to speak in your own, now. Harry looked up at Fudge with an attention that was not aggressive and not deferential and was something more unsettling than either, which was simply direct. Before the charges are read. As Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor, invoking the ancient right of preamble. Section 12 of the Wizengamot Procedures Act, 1601, Hermione said from the gallery. A seated lord may address the court on matters of personal and familial standing before formal charges are introduced. The right is not subject to ministerial discretion. Fudge's jaw tightened. He knew he was outmaneuvered, and knowing it made it worse, because he had come in here expecting a frightened teenager and was facing something else entirely and had no script for this situation. He looked, just briefly, to the upper tiers, and Harry followed the glance. Malfoy gave the faintest, almost imperceptible nod. Let him speak. Harry read it without difficulty. Let him have his statement. It changes nothing about the outcome. Fudge looked back at Harry. The court will hear the statement. 5 minutes. However long it takes, Harry said pleasantly. But I'll be brief. He turned, slowly, to face the full chamber. 83 members of the Wizengamot looked back at him from their tiered benches, some hostile, some carefully neutral, some with the particular expression of people who had been on the wrong side of a proceeding before and were experiencing uncomfortable recognition. A few were leaning forward. One or two, in the higher tiers where the less senior members sat, were watching him with an intensity that suggested they were paying attention for reasons more complicated than procedural interest. Harry let the silence sit for just a moment. Not for effect, he genuinely needed a moment to organize what he wanted to say into the right order, because there was a right order and it mattered. On the evening of August 9th, he said, Marcus and Caroline Webb and their daughter Sophie were attacked in their home in Wiltshire. The attack used dark magic. Sophie Webb is 7 years old. He paused. I want that name on the record, because this chamber will spend the next several hours discussing that attack as if it were primarily about me, and I want it noted clearly that it is primarily about a 7-year-old girl and her parents. They are the victims. Not this court. Not this proceeding. Them. The quality of attention in the room had changed. Harry wasn't entirely sure when it had happened, somewhere between the chains recoiling and now, but the chamber had shifted from the register of a ritual proceeding to something more genuine, more uncertain, as if the room were revising its understanding of the situation it was participating in. I was at the Burrow on August 9th, Harry continued. There are 6 witnesses who can attest to that. The attack on the Webbs was carried out by someone using magic that was deliberately styled to implicate me, and that someone did this because they needed me here, in this court, facing charges serious enough to justify binding my magic permanently. He looked up at the high bench. I'd like to know why. Not why someone wanted to frame me, I have some theories about that. I want to know why this court was willing to call a full Wizengamot session on the basis of evidence that any competent investigation would have dismantled within 48 hours. I want to know who decided to skip the investigation. In the gallery, he was aware of Hermione writing. Not frantically, steadily, methodically, the way she wrote things she intended to use. I came here today, Harry said, prepared to answer those questions myself. To put the evidence on this floor and let this court examine it. I came here prepared to trust that a body of 83 magical lawmakers could distinguish between a fabricated accusation and the truth. He stopped. And then I spent yesterday afternoon reading through the records of the last 40 Wizengamot sessions. He reached into his jacket and produced a second, thicker sheaf of parchment. He didn't wave it around. He just held it. 17 prosecutions under Statute 94 in the past 12 years. All 17 directed at Muggle-born or half-blood witches and wizards. All 17 resulting in permanent magical binding. All 17 rushed through without independent investigation. All 17 supported by the same 6 votes, regardless of the evidence, regardless of the facts, regardless of whether the people making those votes ever met the defendants. He set the parchment on the floor in front of the chair and stepped back from it. It's on the record. The names are there. Feel free to check. Selwyn was on her feet. Minister, this is a flagrant abuse of preamble time to what? Harry asked. To present documented fact. To conduct a politically motivated attack on members of this court. I haven't named anyone yet, Harry said mildly. I've cited the voting record. Which is public. Would you like me to start naming people? Selwyn sat down. Fudge was gripping his bench with both hands. Lord Potter, he said, and even now the title came out slightly strangled. The purpose of this session is to address the specific charges before us. The purpose of this session, Harry said, as called, was to strip my magic. I know that. Everyone in this room knows that. The charges are the mechanism, they're not the point. He let that sit. The question is whether this court intends to allow itself to be used as a mechanism, or whether it intends to function as what it claims to be. He looked at Amelia Bones. A court of magical law. Bones' expression remained professionally unreadable. But she was still paying attention in that sharp, unblinking way. She hadn't looked away since Harry had started speaking. I'll sit down now, Harry said. And I'll let the charges be read. Because I want them on the record. All of them. He moved, not toward the chain chair, but toward one of the witness benches at the side of the central floor, the ones reserved for witnesses and consultants rather than defendants, and he sat there and folded his hands in his lap and waited. No one moved to redirect him to the chair. The chains hung still. The charges were read by a man named Williamson, a senior prosecutor with the expression of someone who had prepared thoroughly and was now experiencing the specific frustration of realizing his preparation was for a different proceeding than the one he was in. He read them clearly and correctly. The attack on the webs, the use of dark magic, the evidence, which he specified as a witness statement and 2 magical signature analyses. Harry listened and kept his expression neutral, which was easy, because he had read the summary of the evidence already and knew exactly what it was. When Williamson finished, Harry said, I'd like to see the magical signature analyses. The actual documents, not the summary. Williamson blinked. The court has reviewed, I'm requesting the primary documents under the Right of Evidence Access, Charter Section 19. Harry looked at Hermione. Section 19, subsection 2, she supplied. A defendant or their legal representative has the right to examine all primary evidence before it is formally entered into the record. The documents were produced after 15 minutes of whispered consultation, a delay that told Harry they had not expected to need the originals. The copies were different in several ways from the originals, not dramatically, not crudely, but different in the specific way that copies produced after the fact rather than from the originals tend to be different. Small inconsistencies. Minor details that don't quite match. Harry looked at the originals for 2 minutes. Then he looked up. "These have been modified," he said. The chamber's noise spiked and then went sharp with quiet. The original signatures, Harry turned the documents to face the chamber, though most people were too far to read the detail, show a magical residue profile that's been altered in the copies. The alterations are subtle. You'd need to know what you were looking for, or you'd need to put the original and the copy side by side. He set them down. Someone prepared the copies assuming the originals would never be requested, because in 17 previous cases under Statute 94, no one ever requested them. Williamson had gone pale. Harry believed, watching him, that Williamson hadn't known. He'd been handed evidence and told it was sound. That was its own problem, a different kind of problem than deliberate fabrication, but it wasn't the problem Harry was addressing right now. "I want an independent analysis," Harry said. "A full forensic magical examination of both documents, conducted by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's evidence team, not the prosecution's office." He turned to Amelia Bones. "Director Bones. I'm formally requesting that under Article 4 of the Evidence Standards Act." Everyone looked at Bones. She looked at the documents. Then at Harry. Something had shifted in her face, the professional neutrality was still there, but beneath it something else had risen, something that had the quality of a decision being made. "The request is legitimate," she said. "Minister, I concur that independent analysis is warranted." Fudge stared at her. "Amelia, the evidence has been called into question by the defendant's examination of primary documents," she said. "Article 4 is clear. If we proceed without independent analysis and the modification is later confirmed, every element of this proceeding becomes challengeable." She met his eyes. "Unless we want that." The "unless we want that" was not rhetorical. It landed in the room like a stone in still water and the ripples went in every direction. Fudge looked at Malfoy. Malfoy looked at Harry. Harry looked at Malfoy and smiled, not warmly, not triumphantly, just the particular smile of someone who has placed a piece on the board that his opponent is only now realizing has been there all along. "The request is granted," Fudge said, and managed to make it sound like a magnanimous concession rather than an inevitable capitulation. "The session will recess for independent analysis." He brought his gavel down. "We reconvene in 1 hour." Everyone began to stand, to move, to fill the chamber with the noise of 100 conversations happening simultaneously and carefully. Harry stood, pocketed the original documents, no one tried to stop him, and walked toward the exit. He had gone about 10 feet when a voice behind him said, quietly, "Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor." He turned. Amelia Bones had come down from the high bench. She stopped a careful distance away and looked at him with the expression of a woman choosing her words with precision. "The rings you're wearing," she said. "The third one." "Yes," Harry said. "I know what family that ring comes from," she said. "I know what it's supposed to be able to do. I've read the same obscure books your friend has, possibly more of them." Her voice was even and low. "Are you actually going to use it?" Harry looked at her for a moment. "That depends," he said, "on what happens next." Bones nodded slowly. It was not the nod of agreement but the nod of someone processing information and placing it carefully into its correct context. "I see." She paused. "For what it's worth, Sophie Webb's family has been interviewed. The attack's residue has been professionally analyzed by my department. A beat. The magical signature doesn't match your profile at any frequency. It doesn't even come close." "I know," Harry said. "The prosecution knows too," she said. "That analysis was completed 48 hours ago. It was not shared with the court." She held his gaze. "Some of us have been very quiet for a long time, Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor, because we thought we were protecting the institution. Waiting for a better moment." Something in her face went brittle and then resolute. "I'd like to know, before this day is over, whether there's still an institution worth protecting." She turned and walked back toward the bench. Harry watched her go. Then he found Hermione at his shoulder, materializing from the gallery crowd with her folder clutched to her chest and her eyes very bright. Did she just, yes, Harry said. So she's an ally. Conditional, careful, and doing her own math. But yes. He started walking. How much time do we have? The independent analysis will take the full hour if they do it properly. She was matching his stride. Harry. The modifications to the signature documents. Did you actually spot those on the original, or, I spotted them? In 2 minutes. They were there. I was looking for them. He pushed through the courtroom door into the corridor. Someone made the copies in a hurry and didn't account for the fact that the originals would be available. That's sloppy. It tells us either they were rushed or they were confident the originals would never be requested. Arrogance, Hermione said. Or habit, Harry said. Which is worse? Outside the courtroom, standing in the corridor with his arms folded and a face that suggested he had been waiting approximately as patiently as a person could wait while being deeply alarmed, was Remus Lupin. Harry stopped. Remus. Lupin crossed the corridor in 3 strides and gripped Harry's shoulder. He looked tired in a way that was more than physical, the specific exhaustion of someone who has been worried in the particular way that caring about someone produces, relentless and wearing. Arthur flued me this morning. I've been out here for an hour. He looked at Harry's hands. His eyes stopped on the 3rd ring and stayed there. Good Lord. Harry, is that actually, yes? Lupin let out a long breath that seemed to take some of his composure with it and leave something more genuine in its place. Dumbledore is going to, I know, Harry said. Have you spoken to him? He didn't reach out, Harry said evenly. So no. Lupin was quiet for a moment. He was doing that thing he did sometimes, the thing where he had something to say and was deciding how much of it was useful to say. He knew about the ring. The Gryffindor-Merlin ring. He's known about the convergence since before your parents died. He said it carefully, watching Harry's face. I don't know how much he knows about what you're planning. Let him wonder, Harry said. Lupin studied him. Something in his expression completed itself, settled into a recognition that had been building since he'd seen the rings, since he'd looked at Harry's face, since he'd taken the measure of who was standing in front of him. You're different, he said, and it wasn't an accusation or a worry. It was an observation made with a specific kind of love. Not what he stopped. Started again. James would have been loudest in the room by now. I'm not loud, Harry said. No. Lupin's hand was still on his shoulder. You're something else. Something more, he stopped again, with the expression of a man who has reached the edge of what words can do. He squeezed Harry's shoulder once and let go. I came to stand in that corridor. In case you needed someone to stand in it. That's all. Thank you, Harry said, and meant it entirely. Hermione, who had been giving them a tactful amount of eye contact during this exchange, came forward. We should use the hour. There are 3 items I want Harry to formally table in the second half of the session, and the procedural language needs to be exact. They found an empty consultation room, there was one at the end of the corridor, unlocked, meant for legal representatives meeting with defendants, and sat around a small table and worked through it. Hermione laid out the exact language of each motion Harry would need to table after the recess. Lupin listened and occasionally clarified a point of wizarding legal history that Hermione's muggle-born perspective had missed. Harry sat with his hands flat on the table and the rings on his fingers and felt, beneath the urgency and the quick mechanical work of preparation, something building in the room. Not tension exactly. Something more like weather. The particular pressure of a moment before something inevitable. The Gryffindor-Merlin ring was warmer than the other 2. It had been since he'd walked into the courtroom. He hadn't mentioned it. 40 minutes into the recess, there was a knock at the consultation room door. Harry said, "Come in," and the door opened and Draco Malfoy stepped inside. He looked, Harry thought, like someone who had decided to do a difficult thing and was committed to doing it before he thought better of it. His face had the particular set of someone performing composure over something more complicated. He looked at Harry, then at Hermione, then at Lupin, and then back at Harry. "Potter," he said. "Malfoy," Harry said. A pause. Draco glanced at the rings on Harry's hands. His jaw tightened. "My father doesn't know I'm here." "I assumed," Harry said. Draco stopped. "Tried again. The evidence was fabricated. I know that because I overheard the conversation where it was arranged." He said it quickly, the words precise and delivered with the controlled urgency of someone diffusing something rather than simply speaking. "I'm not going to tell you who else was involved because my family," he stopped again. "I'll tell you the signature profile the real attacker used. The one that got swapped out in the copy documents. That's as much as sit down," Harry said. Draco sat, in the way that someone sits when they expected an argument and getting calm instead has knocked them slightly off balance. "Tell me the signature profile," Harry said. "I'll work out the rest myself." Draco told him. It took 3 sentences. Harry wrote nothing down, he just listened, and when Draco finished, Harry nodded once. "Why?" Hermione asked. She wasn't hostile, she was genuinely asking. Draco looked at the table. "Sophie Webb is 7 years old," he said. "I heard her name in the conversation." A pause that was doing a lot of work. There's a girl in my year at school. Millicent. He stopped. "It doesn't matter." "It does," Harry said. "But you don't have to explain it right now." Draco looked up at him, and there was a fractional moment of something genuine between them, not friendship, not yet, but the specific recognition of 2 people who have been in opposition for years and are, in one unexpected room, on the same side of a line. "What are you going to do?" Draco asked. "With the rings." "What they were made to do," Harry said. Draco's face processed that. "My father thinks he can contain whatever you're planning. He's been maneuvering since last night." Another pause. "He's very good at it. He's been doing it a long time." "I know," Harry said. "But he's been maneuvering inside the system. That's his whole advantage, he knows every lever, every exception, every favor owed and debt held." Harry looked at the rings. "The problem, for him, is that I'm not operating inside the system anymore." Draco was quiet. Then he stood, straightening his robes, reassembling his composure into something more public-facing. He moved toward the door. "Malfoy," Harry said. He stopped. "The information you gave me, I won't put your name on it. Whatever happens today." Draco's back was to the room. He was still for a moment. "Don't make promises about what comes after," he said, and left. The door closed. Hermione looked at Harry. "Did Draco Malfoy just, yes? And you're going to, yes?" He pushed back his chair. "We've got 20 minutes. Tell me about the third motion." The Wizengamot reconvened at 11 o'clock. The independent analysis had confirmed the modification of the signature documents. Williamson announced it in the flat, controlled voice of a man whose professional neutrality was doing real work. The chamber received the news with a noise that started as surprise and resolved into something grimmer. The cover had been thin, apparently. Magical forensics had found the alteration in under 40 minutes and had written a report that Williamson characterized as unambiguous. Fudge tried to pivot. Harry had expected him to. This was where the script would shift from prosecution to alternative explanation, some framing in which the modified documents were a separate matter from the guilt of the accused, a bureaucratic error rather than a deliberate fabrication. He didn't let Fudge get there. "Minister," Harry said, from his position at the witness bench. "I'd like to table 3 formal motions." Fudge opened his mouth. "Under my rights as a seated lord of 2 ancient houses," Harry continued, "motions tabled by a sitting member cannot be procedurally denied. They can be voted down, but they must be heard. He turned to Madam Clerk. For the record, please. The clerk nodded, quill poised. Motion 1, Harry said. A formal investigation into the construction of the fabricated evidence in this case, with focus on identifying who commissioned it and who within this court was aware of the fabrication prior to today's session. The chamber noise went sharp. Motion 2. An audit of all 17 Statute 94 prosecutions in the past 12 years, examining whether each was supported by accurate evidence or whether similar fabrication patterns are present. Now the noise was something else, louder, more mixed, the sound of a room dividing in real time. Motion 3. Harry let a breath out, very quietly. A formal examination of the voting records of this court against the financial and political interests of its members, to determine whether any member has used their Wizengamot seat to benefit personally from the prosecution or persecution of individuals on the basis of blood status. The chamber erupted. It was not a clean eruption, it was not unanimous outrage or unanimous support. It was the specific noise of 83 people having completely different reactions simultaneously, a chaotic polyphony of alarm, anger, protest, and in at least one corner of the upper tiers, something that sounded like it might be relief. Fudge's gavel came down 3 times. 4. He was shouting for order with the specific panic of a man who has realized that order, as a concept, has already departed the building and is not coming back at the sound of a small wooden hammer. These motions are outrageous, that was Selwyn. The statute is clear, that was Bones, calm and cutting through the noise. Lord Potter is out of order, Fudge. He's not, actually, said a voice Harry didn't immediately place, a heavy-set wizard in the 3rd tier, someone he didn't know, whose name Hermione would look up inside of 4 minutes. The Lord's rights are the Lord's rights. You can't dismiss tabled motions. That's not how this works. Here, said someone else, and it was not said loudly but it carried. Malfoy was on his feet. Harry looked at him. Malfoy looked back, and in that exchange a great deal was communicated very quickly. Malfoy was shifting, recalculating, the position he'd walked in with this morning already being revised into something more defensive. He had expected to manage this. He had not expected Harry to table motions that put the entire court's conduct under investigation. Harry had not expected Malfoy to manage it either. He had expected exactly this. The motions are tabled, Harry said, over the noise. He said it clearly, without raising his voice, and the acoustics of the chamber did their work. They are on the record. They will be heard and voted upon at the next formal session. He stood. He moved back to the center of the floor, not to the defendant's position, but to the center, where the acoustics were best and where the visual geometry of the circular room meant that every member could see him without turning. He held up his right hand. The Gryffindor-Merlin ring caught the light. And the chamber went quiet. Not gradually, all at once, the way certain sounds produce immediate silence in animals by instinct. The ring was doing something. Not dramatically, it wasn't glowing or sparking or announcing itself with any theatrical display. But the color shift in the stone had become, Harry was aware, visible to people beyond arm's reach. It was moving more actively than it had been, cycling through its impossible not-quite colors with a rhythm that was unmistakably purposeful. People were staring at it. Not all of them. But enough. Those who knew their magical history enough to recognize the description, even without ever having seen the real thing. I want to be very clear about what I have on my hand, Harry said. His voice was steady. He felt completely, disconcertingly calm. And what it can do. And why I am choosing, right now, to explain it rather than use it. He turned his hand, slowly. This is the Eudicium ring. The Judgment Ring. Made by Merlin. Given to Godric Gryffindor. Passed through 6 centuries of sealed inheritance to the person with the right bloodline to use it. A pause. That person is me. The goblins confirmed it. The ring confirmed it. The fact that I'm standing here and not on fire is confirmation enough. Not a sound from the benches. This ring can do one thing, Harry said. It can judge every person in a place of magical law, this courtroom, these benches, against criteria Merlin built into it. Criteria that assess whether a person has used magical authority in ways that corrupt the law itself. Bribery. Fabrication of evidence. Deliberate misuse of legal power against innocent people. The kind of corruption that, as Merlin apparently understood, tends to become institutional if left long enough. He lowered his hand. If the judgment is made and someone is found to have crossed that threshold, not by me, by the ring, by criteria I don't control and cannot modify, they lose their magic. How much and for how long depends on what the ring finds. He looked around the chamber, meeting eyes, not flinching from any of them. Temporarily or permanently. The ring decides. The silence in courtroom 10 was enormous and specific. It was the silence of people understanding, all at once, what kind of morning they were actually in. I'm not going to use it right now, Harry said. Not today. Because I believe that some of the people in this room deserve to know what they're facing before they face it. Because I want to believe, that given the choice between accountability and catastrophe, some of you will choose accountability. He paused. But I want to be extremely clear about one thing. He let the pause settle. If the three motions I've tabled are not heard and fairly considered. If the investigation into the fabricated evidence is buried. If this court uses its authority to protect the people who attacked a 7-year-old girl to frame an innocent person. He looked up at Fudge. Then I will come back here. And I will use it. Fudge was white. Not pale, white, in the way of someone whose blood has received alarming news from the brain and is relocating. Malfoy was not white. Malfoy was the color of someone who had realized they had significantly miscalculated and was in the process of deciding what to do about that with a speed and precision that Harry genuinely respected even now. Amelia Bones was looking at Harry with an expression he hadn't seen on her face before. It took him a moment to identify it. It was the expression of someone who has been waiting, for a very long time, for someone to say the thing that needed to be said out loud. It looked like relief. This session, Harry said, is concluded from my side. I have no further defense to mount, because there is nothing to defend against except a fabrication that has now been confirmed in your own independent analysis. The charges should be formally withdrawn. I expect they will be. He looked at Fudge one more time. Good morning, Minister. Then he turned and walked toward the doors. Nobody tried to stop him. The chains on the defendant's chair hung perfectly still in the air behind him, and the Gryffindor-Merlin ring pulsed once, warm and steady and satisfied, in the way that old things are satisfied when they have finally been put to their correct use. Harry pushed the courtroom doors open and walked into the corridor, and behind him, in the chamber he'd just turned inside out, 83 members of the Wizengamot began the loudest conversation they'd had in years. Chapter 3, The night the pieces moved. The ministry atrium was different at noon than it was at 9 in the morning. At 9, it had the purposeful hum of an institution beginning its workday, witches and wizards moving with the specific energy of people who have places to be and forms to file. At noon it had something else, clusters of people standing too close together, speaking too quietly, with the body language of people who have heard something and are deciding what it means for them personally. Harry walked through it and felt the conversations shift as he passed. Not stop, shift, the way a stream adjusts around a stone. People looked at him with the particular quality of attention reserved for things that have become significant before you fully understand why. He kept walking. Hermione was at his shoulder, folder pressed to her chest, her mind visibly moving at speed. He could tell by the quality of her silence, which was not the comfortable silence of someone at rest but the dense, working silence of someone organizing what had just happened into something actionable. Lupin walked on his other side, quieter, watchful, occasionally glancing at people in the crowd with the attentiveness of someone reading a room for threat rather than information. They made the lift without incident. 3rd floor, then out through a side entrance onto a quiet Muggle street, a deliberate choice, because the main ministry entrance would have people waiting with questions Harry wasn't ready to answer yet. Outside, the August sun had finally remembered its job. The street was a London Tuesday at noon street, pigeons and sandwich wrappers and a bus going past with an advert for something completely ordinary. The contrast with the last 3 hours was almost funny. Almost. Harry stopped on the pavement and looked up at the sky for a moment, just breathing. "Right," he said. "Hermione. What did we actually accomplish?" She didn't need to think about it, she'd already organized it. "The charges are unsustainable now. They'll be formally withdrawn within 24 hours because proceeding on fabricated evidence, after that evidence has been confirmed fabricated in open session, would be legally catastrophic for everyone involved. The 3 motions are on the record and cannot be expunged." "Anne," she paused. "You told them about the ring." "Yes." "You gave them a warning instead of just using it." "Yes." She was quiet for a moment. Not the working silence, the other kind, the one she used when she was deciding whether she agreed with something. "Why?" Harry turned away from the sky. "Because I need to know who chooses the wrong thing when they've been told exactly what the wrong thing will cost them. Anyone who buries those motions after today isn't confused or pressured or going along with the crowd. They're choosing. Deliberately. With full information." He looked at her. "That matters. For what comes next?" Lupin made a sound that wasn't quite a word but contained the shape of an observation. "You're building a record of conscious choice," he said. "Yes. Dumbledore does that," Lupin said, not as a criticism, not as a compliment. "Just placing it." "Different reasons," Harry said. "He builds records to justify decisions he's already made. I'm building one so that when the ring acts, everyone understands it's not arbitrary." He started walking. "We need to get back to the burrow. I need to look at the Potter archive. And someone needs to find out who actually attacked the Webb family." "The signature profile Malfoy gave you," Hermione said, keeping pace. "I have it." Harry tapped his temple. "I recognized it. I just need the archive to confirm." Hermione stopped walking. Harry stopped too, turned, and found her looking at him with an expression she rarely wore, not concern exactly, but a very specific form of attention she reserved for moments when she thought something important was being held back. "You recognized it," she said. "From where?" A pause. "Privet Drive," Harry said. "The summer before second year. Someone cast magic in my house to get me expelled. The ministry letter came in 20 minutes. He watched her face process that. Same signature pattern in the Webb residue profile that Malfoy described. Not identical, they're not stupid, but the same underlying structure. The way you can recognize someone's handwriting even when they're trying to disguise it." Hermione stared at him. "That was Dobby," she said. "Dobby did the hover charm that summer." "I know what Dobby did," Harry said. "And I know what the magical signature of a house elf's charm looks like, because I've been in proximity to enough of them. The Webb attack wasn't Dobby and it wasn't any house elf." He paused. "Someone used a glamoured signature. A very good glamour. But it broke down at the edges, the way glamours do under forensic analysis, and what's underneath it isn't random. It's familiar." Lupin was very still. "Whose is it?" "I don't know yet. That's what the archive is for." Harry turned and kept walking. "But whoever it is has been doing this for years. The same person, or the same group using a shared technique, has been manufacturing magical evidence for Statute 94 prosecutions since at least 1993. He didn't say it with particular heat. He said it the way you state a fact that you intend to do something about. 12 years. 17 cases. 17 people who lost their magic because of it." The street was quiet around them. A pigeon landed nearby, regarded them with a pigeon's comprehensive indifference, and departed. "We should move," Hermione said, and her voice had gone very level in the way it did when she was angry and choosing precision over expression. "Lupin, are you coming to the burrow?" "Yes," Lupin said. "And then I need to make a call." "Dumbledore," Harry said. "Harry, I know," Harry said. "He has to be in the conversation. I'm not trying to exclude him." He paused. "But the conversation happens on my terms. Not his." The burrow was waiting for them with the particular energy of a house full of people who have been receiving news in installments and are processing each one while waiting for the next. Ron met them in the garden. He'd been out there since 11, pacing, which he stopped doing with visible effort when they came through the gate. "Well," he said. "We're fine," Harry said. "The charges will be dropped." Ron exhaled. Fred and George watched the whole thing on the Wizarding wireless. It was being broadcast. Apparently someone in the public gallery charmed a sonorous and aimed it at the door, and the WWN picked it up. "The whole country heard it, mate." Harry stopped. He hadn't considered that. He turned to Hermione. "I didn't arrange that," she said. "I don't know who did." "Doesn't matter," Harry said, after a moment. "Good, actually. Harder to bury what everyone's already heard." He went inside. Mrs. Weasley was at the stove with the expression of a woman who has been cooking through anxiety for several hours and has reached a state that transcended both. She turned when Harry came in, looked at him for a long moment with those sharp, warm eyes that seemed to weigh things the way scales weigh things, directly and honestly, and then she crossed the kitchen and hugged him, briefly and fiercely, the way she hugged people when she was relieved rather than comforting. "Sit," she said. "Eat something. You've been running on adrenaline since 7 this morning." Harry sat. She put a plate in front of him and he ate, not because he was particularly hungry but because Mrs. Weasley was right, and he'd learned over the years that she was usually right about the simple physical things even when he was too focused on the complicated magical ones. Fred and George materialized from upstairs with the synchronized energy of people who have been waiting impatiently and have decided that patience has run its course. They were both grinning, which on the Weasley twins carried a range of meanings. This one was the grin of genuine delight in a situation rather than mischief. "Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor," Fred said, with a bow that was 3% reverence and 97% taking the mickey. "Don't," Harry said. "The whole country," George said, dropping into a chair. "Literally the whole wizarding country heard you tell the Wizengamot you could take their magic. The WWN has been fielding letters for 2 hours." "What kind of letters?" Hermione asked, sitting across from Harry. George considered. "Roughly 40% is this legal, 30% about time, 20% who does he think he is, and 10% what does this mean for my investments?" "That last 10%, Fred said, are the most honest responses, really." Arthur came in from the other direction. He'd apparently been in his shed, which was where he went to think when the kitchen was too full of other people thinking. His robes were slightly dusty, which happened when he sat on the workbench. He looked at Harry and said, simply, "Good." "I thought you told me not to burn it all down," Harry said. "I told you not to burn it all down if you didn't have to," Arthur corrected, with the precision of a man who had been very deliberate about his phrasing. "Burning the fabricated evidence in open session is not burning it down. That's cleaning." Lupin had gone to the sitting room with a piece of parchment and his own thoughts. Harry ate through 2/3 of his plate, watched the kitchen fill with the particular organized warmth of the Weasley family processing something together, and felt, underneath the work still remaining, something solid. He was not alone in this. He had chosen well in who he'd brought into it, and they were choosing well in how they were responding. That was not small. Hermione had laid her notes out on the cleared end of the table and was writing with focused intensity. Ron sat across from her, reading over the statutes she'd referenced in court and making occasional comments that she occasionally absorbed and occasionally dismissed, and the rhythm of them working together had the ease of long familiarity. Harry watched them for a moment, then said, "Hermione." She looked up. "Thank you," he said. "For yesterday. For all of it." You've been running harder than anyone on this and I haven't, don't, she said, in almost exactly the same tone he'd used with Fred. But her face was different when she said it, not deflecting, exactly, but slightly undone. You'd do the same. I know, he said. Still. Ron looked between them with an expression of someone choosing not to say something, which was a rare and effortful exercise for him. He turned back to his statute. Lupin reappeared at the kitchen door at 2:30 with the expression of a man who has had a difficult conversation and is now required to relay it. Dumbledore would like to speak with you, he said to Harry. Tonight. He suggested Grimmauld Place. Harry set down his tea. What does he know? About the trial? Everything, the WWN coverage is extensive. About the ring, Lupin paused. More than he's told you. Considerably more. Right. Harry stood. Tell him 8 o'clock. Grimmauld Place. He suggested, 8 o'clock, Harry said. My house. My time. Lupin looked at him with that expression again, the one that was recalibrating, adding data points. I'll tell him, he said. Hermione had been listening carefully in the way she listened to things she was going to have opinions about later. I want to be there, she said. I know, Harry said. You will be. Ron should come too, she said. Ron looked up from his statute with the expression of someone returning from a great distance. Obviously, he said. I was already assuming I was coming. They arrived at Grimmauld Place at 10 to 8 to find it already inhabited. Creature met them at the door with the specific body language of a house elf who has received instruction to be gracious and is managing it through gritted teeth. The house itself was as Harry always found it, cold in the bones even in August, the portraits muttering, the dark wood absorbing light with its usual appetite. Dumbledore was already there, in the drawing room, standing at the window with his back to the door. He turned when they came in. Harry looked at him across the room. It had been, he realized, several months since they'd properly looked at each other, lessons, yes, and the occasional conversation, but not looked, in the way where you're actually taking the measure of the situation rather than navigating it. Dumbledore looked the same. Of course he did. That was part of the problem. Harry, Dumbledore said. You had a most extraordinary morning. Yes, Harry said. He moved to a chair and sat, and Hermione and Ron took the sofa, and Lupin, who had come separately and was already there, standing near the fireplace, remained where he was. I have some questions. Dumbledore settled into the chair across from him and folded his hands. He was doing the thing, the gentle authority, the orchestrated warmth. Harry had always found it comforting before. Tonight it felt like watching technique. You knew about the ring, Harry said. Not an accusation. Just a placed fact. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. In anyone else that pause would be evasion, in Dumbledore it was impossible to be certain. I knew of it, he said carefully. I knew of the convergence in your bloodline that made the ring accessible to you. I suspected the goblins still held it. He looked at Harry's hands. I did not know for certain that you'd claimed it until this morning. But you knew what it was. Yes. And you didn't tell me. Dumbledore met his eyes. No. I did not. Why? Another pause. Dumbledore seemed, for once, to be genuinely weighing what to say rather than composing it, which meant something, because Harry had developed, over 6 years, a reasonable instinct for the difference. Because I was afraid, Dumbledore said, of what you might do with it before you were ready. Before you thought I was ready, Harry said. Yes. Those two things are different, and the difference is fair criticism. Something in Ron shifted on the sofa, a small physical expression of surprise, because Dumbledore acknowledging a direct criticism as fair was not entirely precedent in their experience. I'm going to tell you what I've found in the archive, Harry said. And then you're going to tell me what you know that I don't. All of it. Not the version of it you think is useful for me to have. All of it. That seems fair, Dumbledore said, and there was something in his voice that Harry had never heard there before, a fracture, very slight, in the immense professional composure. Something that might be genuine contrition if you gave it room to be. Though I should tell you first, the ring itself speaks to me. Not in words. But I can feel it in this room. It has been building to something for a very long time, and you are the first person in its entire history to carry all three of the rings it was designed to work in concert with. You knew about the Potter and Black rings as well, Harry said. I knew your father's ring would pass to you. I arranged, through certain channels, for the Black ring to be included in Sirius's will properly. There was some legal ambiguity about whether. He stopped, looking at Harry's face. I thought I was helping. You thought you were managing, Harry said. Dumbledore held his gaze. Yes. You're right. I thought I was managing. The fire crackled. Outside, London went about its business with complete indifference. Somewhere upstairs, a portrait muttered something incomprehensible. Harry leaned forward. The fabricated evidence in the Statute 94 cases, he said. The signature pattern. I need you to tell me if you recognize it. Dumbledore went very still. From where? I'll show you. Harry described it, the underlying structure beneath the glamour, the edge pattern he'd noticed in the web residue profile, the specific quality of how it broke down under forensic analysis. He watched Dumbledore's face with the attention he'd given the signature documents in court, looking for what was there rather than what was presented. What was there was recognition. And under the recognition, something that was either guilt or grief and was possibly both. That technique, Dumbledore said slowly, is associated with a group within the Ministry that predates Voldemort's rise. They called themselves the Preservers. Pure-blood supremacists, but of a subtler variety than the Death Eaters, their method was legal rather than violent. They used the courts. They used Statute 94 and others like it, quietly, systematically, to remove magical ability from Muggle-born witches and wizards who had become prominent enough to threaten the existing order. He paused. They never disbanded. They went quiet after Voldemort fell because the political climate shifted, but they maintained their membership and their techniques. I believe several of them sit on the Wizengamot. Who leads them now? Harry asked. Dumbledore looked at him. I have a strong suspicion. I do not have proof. Who do you suspect? I cannot say with certainty. Who do you suspect? Harry said, more quietly, and it was the quiet that carried the weight. I'm not going to prosecute them on your suspicion. I'm going to investigate. But I need a direction. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then, Algernon Crouch. No relation to Bartemius. He is the head of the Wizengamot's Records and Procedures Committee, a position of considerable structural power that attracts very little public attention. He has held it for 19 years. A pause. He was present at all 17 Statute 94 prosecutions in a procedural capacity. He would have had access to the evidence. Harry sat with that for a moment. Crouch, he said. Records and procedures. The least glamorous, most powerful position in any institution, Hermione said from the sofa, and something in her voice was very dark. Yes, Dumbledore said, looking at her with what seemed like genuine appreciation. Right. Harry sat back. I need access to the full Potter archive. Not just the sections Gringotts flagged. The historical documents. The founding-era material. There is also a Gryffindor archive, Dumbledore said, and now his voice had shifted into something careful and deliberate. Not at Gringotts. At Hogwarts. I have been, keeping it. Under the grounds, in a chamber adjacent to the original Foundation rooms. I should have told you about it some time ago. He paused. I'll take you there. Tomorrow, if you like. Harry looked at him for a long moment. Why didn't you tell me? I told myself it was because the time wasn't right, Dumbledore said. If I am honest with myself, and this evening seems to require it, I think I was afraid that what you'd find there would accelerate things beyond my ability to guide. You wanted to guide it, Harry said. I have always wanted to guide it, Dumbledore said, and for once the admission came without softening. It is a flaw. I know it is a flaw. I have known it is a flaw for a long time and corrected for it imperfectly. He looked at Harry with those pale blue eyes that had always seemed to see more than was comfortable. You are not me, Harry. You have never been me. Tonight, in this room, I think I am finally understanding the difference in the way I should have understood it years ago. Ron made a sound that was almost inaudible. Harry didn't look at him. Tomorrow, Harry said. The Gryffindor Archive. 7 in the morning. I'll be there, Dumbledore said. They left Grimmauld Place at 9:30, and the night air was warm and the street lamps had come on and the three of them walked for a while before thinking about operating because the night needed space in it. Ron spoke first, which was usually how it worked, Ron, who processed things at a pace that looked like casualness and was actually just a different rhythm. He's scared, Ron said. Dumbledore. I've never seen him scared before. Not of me, Harry said. No, Ron agreed. Of what happens if he's not in the middle of it? If it goes somewhere he didn't plan for. He shoved his hands in his pockets. That's different, I think. Hermione had been walking with her arms folded, which was the physical position she assumed when she was having an argument with herself. She'd been in it since they'd left the house. Harry waited. He kept the archive, she said. He's kept it for how long? The foundation rooms at Hogwarts are at least 900 years old. He's been sitting on a Gryffindor archive for, she stopped. Harry, what if the archive has legal documentation? Not just history. What if it has the actual founding instruments? The original Wizengamot charter? The documents that predate every statute they've been using against you? That's what I'm expecting, Harry said. She stopped walking entirely. You were already thinking this. Since Ironclaw told me the archive existed, Harry said. It fits. Merlin didn't just make a ring. He made a ring and he built an archive and he wrote the founding instruments of magical Britain. If the ring is the judicial power, the archive is the legal justification. He turned to look at her. The Wizengamot has been operating as if its authority is foundational. Self-generating. As if it was always there and always had the right to do what it does. He paused. What if it didn't? What if the founding documents say something different about what the Wizengamot was actually for? What it was permitted to do? Hermione stared at him. Something was happening in her eyes, the specific light that appeared when she encountered an idea that reorganized other ideas around it. If the founding instruments limit the Wizengamot's authority in ways they've exceeded, she said slowly, then 17 prosecutions under Statute 94 aren't just corrupt. They're constitutionally void. Entirely. Everyone who lost their magic would have a legal basis for restoration, Harry said. Not just the Webbs. Not just the people prosecuted in the last 12 years. Potentially everyone the preservers have targeted going back to when the technique was first developed. Ron had gone very quiet in the way he went quiet when the stakes became enormous and his brain was catching up to the size of them. How far back? Hermione said. I don't know yet, Harry said. Tomorrow. She turned and walked, and her pace was different now, purposeful in a new direction, the energy of someone who has found the correct problem and is already developing the methodology to address it. Ron fell in beside her. Harry walked behind them for a moment, watching his two oldest friends in the lamplight, the ease of how they moved together, the trust that was so fundamental it had become part of the architecture of how they navigated the world. He felt the rings on his fingers, all three of them, the weight and warmth of them in the evening air. The Gryffindor-Merlin ring was quieter now than it had been in the courtroom, but it was not absent. It was the warmth of something watching. Waiting. Patient in the way that Merlin had presumably built patience into it, because a thing designed to wait 6 centuries for the right person understands patience at a cellular level. I know, Harry thought at it, which was not a thing he'd ever done before and which felt, slightly, like the first step in a conversation. The ring pulsed once. He woke at 2 in the morning, not from a dream but from a certainty, the specific quality of waking that means something has completed itself in the background while you were asleep. He sat up in the camp bed in Ron's room, in the dark, and stared at the ceiling. The signature pattern. The preservers. Algernon Crouch. And beneath that, not unconnected, the question of who had decided that this was the moment to frame Harry. Not 6 months ago, not after the Triwizard Tournament, not after the graveyard. Now. Why now? Because of the rings. Someone knew he'd claimed the rings. Someone knew what the Gryffindor-Merlin ring could do, or suspected, or had been warned. And they'd decided that a permanent magical binding, executed quickly, before Harry could understand what he had, was the safest way to neutralize the threat. That meant someone had been watching. Someone had intelligence about Harry's activities, about his visit to Gringotts, or his correspondence with Hermione, or both. Someone close enough to the information to know it was urgent and powerful enough to arrange a framing at very short notice. Harry thought about that for a while in the dark. The answer that emerged was not Lucius Malfoy. Malfoy would have been told, not have arranged it himself. He would have received information from someone with the specific kind of access that required proximity, not just influence. Someone inside the order, possibly. Or someone adjacent to it. Someone who knew about the inheritance proceedings. Harry didn't want to think that. But not wanting to think something had never been a good reason to stop thinking it. He went to the small desk, found parchment, and wrote 3 names as a starting point: Algernon Crouch. The inner ring of the preservers. Whoever fed them information about the rings in the past 4 days. Then he wrote a 4th thing. Not a name, a question. What does the archive say about the original purpose of the Wizengamot? He looked at it for a moment. Then he added, what did Merlin know about the moment the ring would be needed? He put the quill down. Outside, the night was warm and quiet, the street below Grimmauld Place empty in the comfortable London 2 o'clock in the morning way, when the city is briefly and temporarily calm. He heard a soft knock at the door. Come in, he said. Hermione opened the door. She was still dressed, which meant she hadn't been to bed at all, and was carrying a book Harry had not seen before, smaller than the ones she'd had at the Burrow, older, the cover a dark green that had gone almost black with age. She looked at the parchment on his desk, then at him. I couldn't sleep either, she said. What have you got? She came in, leaving the door ajar with the automatic carefulness of a 17-year-old in someone else's house at 2 in the morning, and sat in the chair by the window. She held up the book. It was in the Grimmauld Place library. Which I've been going through since we got back, because I needed something to do with my hands. She opened it to a marked page. It's a Black family legal compendium from 1601. But it references an earlier document. She tapped the page. Harry, the original Wizengamot was not a governing body. He turned fully toward her. It was an advisory council, she said. Created by Merlin specifically to advise the magical lords of Britain on matters of law, not to make law, and certainly not to adjudicate individual cases. The judicial function was vested separately, in a position called the First Judge, appointed by unanimous consent of the founding houses. She looked up. The Wizengamot gave itself judicial power sometime in the late 13th century. Through a series of procedural expansions that were technically legal under their own rules but completely contrary to the founding instruments. A pause. Which means every judicial proceeding they've conducted for 700 years has been operating on borrowed authority. Harry stared at her. She stared back. 700 years, he said. Give or take, she said. The knight sat around them. The book in Hermione's hands was very old and very calm about its contents, in the way that old books are calm about things that have been true for a long time and are simply waiting to be noticed. Tomorrow, Harry said. The archive. Tomorrow, she agreed. Neither of them moved for a moment. The lamplight in the room was warm and the night outside was dark, and somewhere in the building the old house creaked the way old houses do, settling into itself, and the 3 rings on Harry's right hand were warm in the low light. "Harry," Hermione said, in a different voice. "The quieter one." "Yeah. What happens after? If this works? If the ring judges, and the corrupt members lose their magic, and the founding documents say what I think they say, and the whole 700-year structure gets called into question?" She looked at him. Not with fear, with the specific gravity of someone who needs to understand the architecture of what's being built, not just the demolition. "What does it look like after?" "I don't know exactly," he said honestly. "But it starts with the right people in the right seats. And laws that mean what they say." He paused. "And nobody ever losing their magic because they annoyed someone powerful." She was quiet. The book was still open in her lap. "Amelia Bones," she said. "The heavy-set wizard who spoke up in the 3rd tier. Lupin. Arthur. People who've been waiting." "Yes," Harry said. "Waiting for the system to be worth working inside again." He looked at the rings. "That's the point of all of this. Not to have power. To give it back to the right people." He half smiled. "I know that sounds, no," she said firmly. "It doesn't." She looked at him with an expression he'd been noticing over the past 2 days, appearing in small moments between the work and the urgency, something that was not the familiar Hermione of Hogwarts hallways and library tables, but something older and more considered. "It sounds like someone who has always been handed other people's problems and has finally decided to solve the right one." The lamp between them made the room small and warm and separate from everything outside. "I should let you sleep," she said. "You should sleep too," he said. She stood, and closed the book, and moved to the door. She stopped there for a moment with her hand on the frame, not quite turning back, her profile against the dim corridor light. "For what it's worth," she said, "I was in that courtroom today watching you and I was," she stopped. Chose the honest word instead of the safe one. "Proud. I was very proud. And a little terrified. But mostly proud." She went before he could answer, which was probably deliberate. Harry sat in the lamp-warm room for a while after that, the night quiet around him, the 3 rings on his fingers and the parchment on the desk, and the question of what 7 centuries of institutional overreach looked like when it finally met its reckoning. Outside, in the early hours of a London morning, the world continued without knowing what Thursday had started. The Wizarding Wireless had broadcast it, letters were piling up in the WWN mailroom, people across magical Britain were having conversations in kitchens and pubs and parlours about what the boy with the ancient rings had said in courtroom 10. And in Wiltshire, in a clean room in St. Mungo's, Sophie Webb was asleep, recovering, with her parents in chairs on either side of her bed. She was 7 years old, and she was the reason Harry had gone into that room this morning, and she was the reason he was going to go back. He blew out the lamp and lay down in the dark and went to sleep almost immediately. He was done waiting. Tomorrow, the archive. Then the second session. Then the reckoning. Chapter 4, Blood and Archive. Hogwarts at 7 in the morning in August was a different creature entirely from the school Harry knew. The term hadn't started, wouldn't start for 3 more weeks, and the castle had settled into a quality of quiet that it never quite achieved during the year, when 500 students and their accumulated noise and energy pressed against the walls from the inside. Now it breathed differently. The staircases were still. The portraits dozed. Morning light came through the eastern windows at long angles and lay across the stone floors in warm bars, and the whole enormous building had the particular quality of a place that knows what it is, independent of whether anyone is watching. Harry had always liked Hogwarts in the early morning. He'd rarely seen it like this. Dumbledore met them at the main entrance, Harry, Hermione, and Ron, who had insisted on coming with the simple logic of someone who has decided that being left behind is not something he's interested in, and led them inside without preamble. He looked, Harry thought, different than he had at Grimmauld Place last night. Not diminished, something more complicated. Like a man who has made a decision overnight and is inhabiting it with a mixture of relief and the particular weight of decisions that should have been made earlier. They didn't take the main staircase. Dumbledore led them down, through a sequence of corridors Harry had never been in, each one older than the last in the way that the deeper parts of Hogwarts were older, the stone darker, the carvings more worn, the architectural language shifting from medieval school to something that predated it by several centuries. Past the kitchens, past the lower storerooms, through a door that wasn't on the Marauder's map because it wasn't visible until Dumbledore pressed his palm against what looked like plain wall and something in the stone responded. The foundation level, Dumbledore said, as the door revealed itself and opened. The original structure of what became Hogwarts. Before the school existed, this was a place of working, a location the founders chose because of the convergence of ley lines beneath it. He stepped through. Gryffindor built his archive here because the magical stability meant preservation without active enchantment. The archive has simply existed, maintained by the earth itself, for 900 years. They followed him down a final staircase, wide, worn, the stone underfoot polished by centuries of footsteps, and into a chamber that opened around them with a feeling like coming up from water. It was not large. Harry had somehow expected large, because everything connected to the rings and their history seemed to operate at a scale that made normal dimensions feel insufficient. The chamber was roughly circular, perhaps 40 feet across, with walls of dressed stone and a ceiling lost in shadow. There were no windows. The light came from the walls themselves, the same cool, diffuse light Harry had seen in the Gringotts chamber where he'd claimed the ring, as if both places drew on the same source, the Earth's own deep luminescence. In the center of the room was a table. Not a dramatic table, not carved from one piece of ancient oak or inlaid with magical symbols. Just a working table, wide and solid, the surface scarred with centuries of use in the way that working surfaces always are. Around it were shelves, running floor to ceiling on 3 walls, packed with documents in varying states of age. Scrolls and bound volumes and loose parchment held in place by simple flat stones. Some of the oldest were in sealed glass tubes. And on the table, as if someone had placed it recently, was a single document. Harry walked to it without being directed. He was aware of Dumbledore hanging back slightly, of Hermione moving to the shelves immediately and beginning to read spines and sealed labels with quiet, focused intensity, of Ron standing near the entrance and taking in the room with the attentive stillness he used when he was outside his expertise but intended to be useful anyway. The document on the table was not what Harry had expected. He had expected age. Brittleness. The fragility of something 9 centuries old. Instead the parchment was firm, the ink clear, preserved not artificially but by the same quality of the room that had kept everything here intact. The hand was not archaic in any way that prevented reading. It was clear, swift, deliberately legible, the writing of someone who intended to be understood by whoever eventually came here. At the top, in letters slightly larger than the rest, to the heir who finally comes. Harry sat down and read. He read for nearly an hour. Hermione came to look over his shoulder after the first 10 minutes and stayed, occasionally moving away to find a specific reference document on the shelves and returning with it. Ron pulled up a chair and read sections as Harry finished them, occasionally making sounds that were not quite words but communicated position, surprise, anger, recognition. Dumbledore stood near the wall and said nothing. This was, Harry noted, the most useful thing he had done in this particular situation. The document was not a letter in any conventional sense. It was a legal and historical record, written in the voice of Merlin himself, a voice that was, against all of Harry's expectations, completely direct, occasionally dry, and entirely lacking in the oracular mysticism that centuries of representation had layered onto his name. The first section confirmed what Hermione had found in the Black Family Compendium. The Wizengamot had been an advisory body. Not a court, not a governing legislature, not an executive authority, an advisory council to the 5 founding houses of magical Britain, with the specific role of recommending law to the lords, not enacting it. The judicial function had been deliberately separated, given to a different body entirely, because Merlin had understood something about concentrated power that was stated in the document with the bluntness of someone who has watched it go wrong. Those who make the law and those who judge its application must never be the same people. I have seen this truth ignored 3 times in my life. Each time, the result was the same. Power accretes. The line between recommendation and command blurs first in practice, then in memory, then in record. Within 2 generations, no one alive can remember the difference, and the institution believes it has always been what it currently is. Harry read that paragraph twice. The second section dealt with the statute structure, specifically, which powers the Wizengamot had been granted and which it had arrogated to itself over time. The document was specific, legal, and exhaustive. Hermione found the relevant supporting documents on the shelves with an efficiency that suggested she had been mentally organizing this archive since she'd read the Black Family Compendium last night. 7 specific powers had been taken rather than granted. The most consequential were the judicial powers, the authority to try individuals, to strip magical ability, to issue and enforce binding sentences. These had never been within the Wizengamot's founding remit. They had been procedurally appropriated in 1287, in 1344, in 1421, each time through mechanisms that appeared legal on the surface because they were operating within the Wizengamot's own rules, and the Wizengamot was the body that interpreted its own rules. The circular logic was not subtle, once you saw it. 720 years, Hermione said quietly, looking at the 1287 document she'd retrieved from the shelves. The first power grab was 1287. Not a grab, Harry said, reading the relevant Merlin passage. That's what he says here. He anticipated it. He writes, Harry found the line. It will not happen through malice, at first. The first expansions of power are almost always made by well-meaning people who believe the circumstances justify the exception. The malice comes later, when the exception has become the rule and the rule has become the institution. By that point, the people exercising the power cannot be distinguished, from the inside, from the people who were supposed to exercise it. They believe themselves legitimate because they have occupied the role long enough that legitimacy feels intrinsic. The room was quiet for a moment. He knew, Ron said. He wrote all this knowing. He built a ring that could function specifically when the corruption reached a certain threshold, Harry said. He was not optimistic about institutions. He was a realist, Hermione said, in a tone that carried a specific kind of admiration. Harry turned to the 3rd section, which was what he'd been working toward. It was titled, in Merlin's swift clear hand, On the Function of Eudicium and the Rights of the Heir. He read it slowly, though he was tempted to read it fast. This section mattered in the way that a few pages sometimes contain everything relevant, and hurrying through them is the one mistake you can't take back. The ring's judgment function was described in full. The criteria were explicit, not vague moral categories but specific legal and magical thresholds. The deliberate fabrication of evidence in a legal proceeding. The use of a magical office to cause magical harm to an innocent person. The sustained misuse of legal authority for personal enrichment or the maintenance of unjust power structures. Not imperfect judgment, not mistakes, not corruption of motive but correctness of action. The ring did not judge character, it judged acts. Specific, documentable acts that crossed specific, defined thresholds. It's more precise than I thought, Hermione said, reading over his shoulder. I expected something more, intuitive. More mystical. Merlin was a lawyer, Harry said. She made a sound of pure appreciation. The judgment function had 2 levels, the document confirmed. Temporary severance, removal of magical ability for a period proportional to the severity and duration of the corrupt acts, ranging from months to decades. And permanent binding, reserved for the most severe cases, deliberate sustained fabrication resulting in the permanent harm of innocent people, specifically the magical stripping of individuals through corrupt proceedings. The ring applied its own sentence. The bearer activated the function, but the outcomes were determined by the ring's assessment of each individual present in the designated space of magical law. The bearer could not modify, reduce, or exempt anyone from the judgment. They could only choose whether to initiate it. There's a limitation, Harry said, reaching the bottom of the section. The ring can only be used in a genuine space of magical law, a place designated by legitimate authority for the purpose of magical adjudication. A courtroom. And it can only be used by someone who holds sufficient blood authority to be recognized by the room itself as having standing to call judgment. Which you have, Hermione said. Lord of 2 ancient houses, heir of a founding line. Yes. He turned the page. The final section was shorter, more personal in tone, the legal precision giving way to something more direct. To whoever reads this, I am sorry it was necessary. I have spent my life trying to build something that would not require you. I failed, which I should have anticipated, because most of what I built was built on the assumption that people are better than they are, when the evidence suggests they are exactly as good as the incentives they face. I have tried, in the ring and in these instruments, to correct for my optimism. I hope I have given you enough. Use the ring when the moment is clear. The moment will be clear. You will know it because every other option will have been tried and found wanting. Trust that knowledge. It was built into the inheritance alongside everything else. I am sorry about the weight of it. I carried similar weight, once. It does not get lighter. But it does become more familiar. Merlin, son of Ambrosius. Harry set the last page down. The room was very quiet. Ron was looking at the document with the expression of someone who has been handed something enormous and is deciding how to hold it. Hermione was very still beside Harry in the way she went still when she was absorbing something that mattered. Dumbledore, from his position near the wall, spoke for the first time since they'd entered. The founding instruments, he said. Combined with the evidence of the 17 prosecutions and the verified fabrication, it makes a case, Harry. A complete constitutional case. Not just against the specific Wizengamot members who participated in the corrupt proceedings, but against the authority of the institution to have conducted judicial proceedings at all. I know, Harry said. What you're describing, Dumbledore said carefully, is not simply the exposure of corruption within the Wizengamot. It is the potential invalidation of 7 centuries of legal activity. Not all of it, Hermione said crisply. Legislative activity, actual lawmaking, the advisory function the Wizengamot was authorized to perform, that's fine. It's the judicial overreach that's constitutionally void. The prosecutions, the sentencing, the binding of magical ability. All of that has to be reviewed. The scope of that review, Dumbledore said, would be enormous. Yes, Harry said. He pushed back from the table and stood. I know. He turned to face Dumbledore fully. You said the moment would come when every other option had been tried and found wanting. Merlin said it too, in different words. I went into that courtroom yesterday prepared to give the system a chance to correct itself. I tabled motions through legitimate process. I gave them advance notice of what the ring can do. He paused. I'm going to give the motions the 2 days they need to be formally confirmed on the record. And then I'm going to find out who the preservers are, specifically, with evidence rather than suspicion. He looked at Dumbledore. And then I'm going to call a second session. And this time I won't be making a declaration. Dumbledore held his gaze. There was, in his expression, something Harry had never seen there in 6 years, something that was not the weight of a man carrying a plan, but the quality of a man who has finally, genuinely, let go of one. What do you need from me? Harry considered. The names. Everyone you suspect of preserver membership with reasoning you're willing to explain. Not just Crouch. He paused. And I need you to understand, really understand, that I'm not asking your permission. I'm asking for information. I know, Dumbledore said, and said it simply, without the usual layering. You won't get an argument from me. Good. Harry turned to Hermione. We need to copy the founding instruments. All of them. Multiple copies, stored in multiple locations. I already started identifying the most critical ones, she said, which was not surprising. Ron, Harry said. On it, Ron said, standing, moving to the shelves. What am I looking for? Anything dated between 1200 and 1350, that's the first wave of power expansion. Everything Merlin authored directly. And anything referencing the preservers or their precursor organizations. Ron began pulling documents with the methodical efficiency he brought to things when the situation was clear enough that he could throw himself at it fully. Hermione was already charming parchment with a careful copying spell, preserving the originals while creating authenticated duplicates. The room filled with the quiet, purposeful sound of work being done well. Harry picked up the founding document again and looked at Merlin's final passage. The moment will be clear. You will know it. He put it down and went to help with the copying. They worked through the morning and into the early afternoon, and by 2 o'clock they had authenticated copies of 63 documents, organized by Hermione into a logical sequence that built the constitutional argument from its foundations outward. She'd written an index while she worked, cross-referencing each document to its legal relevance, and the index alone was 11 pages. This, she said, looking at the organized stack, is a legal case. An actual, complete legal case. Not just for the Ring's judgment, for a constitutional review of the Wizengamot's entire judicial history. File it where? Ron asked. That's the problem, she said. Normally you'd file it with the Wizengamot itself, or with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, but both of those report to the Minister, who files with the International Confederation of Wizards, Harry said. Their oversight charter includes a provision for constitutional disputes within member nations. Britain ratified it in 1899. He looked at Hermione. Article 17. Independent review of national magical governance systems when requested by a citizen with documented standing. She stared at him. I read through your notes while you were sleeping on the train, he said. I was on the train for 40 minutes. You're a fast reader. So am I, when it matters. She looked at him for a second with that expression he'd been noticing, the one that wasn't quite the expression he was used to from her. Then she turned back to the documents with a slight increase in the color of her face that she clearly intended to attribute to the work. Ron, who had noticed and was saying absolutely nothing, became very focused on aligning a stack of parchment. Article 17, Hermione said. Right. Yes. That bypasses the Ministry entirely. The review would be conducted by an independent panel of international magical jurists, and during a review period, the investigated body's judicial powers are automatically suspended pending determination. She paused, thinking rapidly. Which means if we file before the second session, the Wizengamot can't legally conduct judicial proceedings at all during the review period. It also means the second session isn't a judicial proceeding, Harry said. It's a legislative session. Which puts it back in the Wizengamot's authorized remit. And you would attend as a sitting lord, she said, following the logic, not as a defendant. And the ring wouldn't be used in place of legal process, Harry said. It would be used in addition to it. After the constitutional case has been filed, after independent review has been requested, after every legitimate process has been initiated. He paused. The ring doesn't replace the law. It enforces it, at the level where the law itself can't reach the violation. Hermione was quiet for a moment, and the quality of her quiet was the one she had when everything had aligned into coherence. This is watertight, she said. Harry, this is actually, if it works, there is no legitimate counterargument. You've used their own system, their own statutes, a body of law predating all of them, and an internationally recognized oversight mechanism. By the time you walk into that second session, there is nothing they can say that doesn't implicate them further. That's the point, Harry said. They began packing the documents carefully, and Dumbledore helped in a way that was quiet and practical and entirely unlike his usual mode, which made it feel more genuine. At one point, while they were working, he said to Harry, without looking up from the document he was carefully rolling, I spoke to Minerva this morning. Before you arrived. I told her about the archive and what I expected you to find here. A pause. She said, and I am quoting directly, because she was quite emphatic, "It's about time someone used it." Harry smiled. "Tell her thank you." "I expect she'll tell you herself," Dumbledore said. They returned to Grimmauld Place in the late afternoon, and the house was waiting for them with the documents they'd copied and the sense that things were moving faster now, not frantic but purposeful, the specific pace of something rolling downhill that has found the right grade. Neville was there. He was sitting at the kitchen table when they came through the floor, and he looked up when they arrived with an expression that said he'd been waiting for the right amount of time to have become slightly anxious about it. He was taller than Harry remembered from the end of term, which was only 6 weeks ago, but Neville had been getting taller in a way that kept catching people off guard. He had his wand on the table in front of him and his hands folded, and his face had the set of someone who has thought very carefully about something and arrived. "Neville," Harry said. "I heard it on the wireless," Neville said. "Yesterday. All of it." He paused. "My gran heard it too." She didn't say anything for about 5 minutes, which is a long time for her, and then she said, his voice shifted slightly, a careful impression, "That boy has finally stopped being polite about it." Ron made a sound that was half laugh, half something more complicated. "She's right," Neville said, and his voice had come back to his own register, which was quieter than his gran's but had its own specific quality, a steadiness that Harry had always associated with Neville but was more pronounced now, more deliberately inhabited. "I want to help. Not be kept safe. Not be on the edges. Actually help." He looked at Harry. "You know why this matters to me." "Your parents," Harry said. "My parents were targeted by Death Eaters," Neville said. "But the system that let that happen, that let the people who did it walk free, that kept them in Wizengamot seats, that protected them from consequence, that's the same system you're taking apart." He met Harry's eyes. "I've been waiting for this since I was 10 years old, visiting St. Mungo's on Christmas, and not knowing what to do with the—" He stopped. Something moved across his face that was not grief exactly, because grief is what you feel when the wound is fresh. This was older and more complicated, the feeling of a wound that has been managed for a long time. "I want to be in the room," he said simply. "Whatever comes next." Harry looked at him for a moment, this person he'd grown up alongside, who had always been in the background of things in a way that Harry had always known was not because Neville was a background person but because circumstances and self-doubt had conspired to keep him there. "You're in," Harry said. "Sit down. We have a lot to go through." Neville's expression didn't do anything dramatic. He just nodded, picked up his wand, and moved his chair closer to the table, and that was it, no ceremony, just presence, which was exactly what the situation needed and exactly what Neville had always been good at providing. Hermione spread the copied documents across the table and they worked through dinner, which Creature produced with the specific energy of a house elf who has been given a concrete task and finds concrete tasks more emotionally manageable than ambiguous situations. The food was good, oddly, quietly good, in the way it had occasionally been when Sirius was alive and had, on better days, remembered to ask Creature for things rather than demand them. Harry didn't comment on it. Creature was Creature, and whatever his current motivation, the soup was excellent. By 7 o'clock they had organized the constitutional filing into a complete document, ready to go to the International Confederation. Hermione had written the Article 17 submission, which was 40 pages and legally precise in a way that Harry thought probably exceeded the standard of most filings the ICC received. Neville had found, in the stack of historical documents, 3 references to a precursor organization to the Preservers that predated even their first recorded activity and had a specific meeting structure that correlated, on examination, with an old and currently active wizarding social club called the Founders Circle. He'd been meticulous about it, cross-referencing dates and membership records with the patient, careful attention he gave to things when he was properly engaged. 3 current Wizengamot members are listed as Founders Circle members in the most recent directory I could find, Neville said. Crouch is one. The other 2 are, he checked his notes. Marius Thorne, who sits on the Evidence Standards Committee, and Reginald Flint, senior Wizengamot member, 12 years. Thorn is on evidence standards, Hermione said. He would have had direct access to the web signature documents. Yes, Harry said. So it's Crouch and Thorn at minimum who handled the fabrication, she said. With Flint likely providing political cover. And someone above them who initiated it, Harry said. Someone who knew about the rings early enough to arrange the attack in 4 days. He looked at the table. That's a Preserver member with access to Order intelligence or Gringotts communications. Or someone who's been watching you specifically, Neville said quietly. Everyone looked at him. I don't mean Voldemort, Neville said. Or not only. I mean, you've been watched your whole life, haven't you? By a lot of different people, for a lot of different reasons. The Preservers would have had you flagged. A boy with Potter-Black inheritance, Gryffindor bloodline, they would have known the convergence was theoretically possible. They might have been watching for the moment you claimed the rings for years. A pause. When you went to Gringotts Wednesday morning, whoever they have watching the bank would have seen the recognition ceremony. Ron had gone very still in the specific way that indicated he was connecting something. Borgin, he said. Everyone looked at him. Borgin and Burks, Ron said. Right next to Gringotts. Lucius Malfoy buys from Borgin. Borgin has, he stopped, organizing. Dad told me once that the Ministry has suspected Borgin of being an information broker for years. Not a Death Eater, not political, just someone who sells what he sees to whoever's buying. He looked at Harry. If a Preserver member needed to know the moment you claimed the Gryffindor ring, someone with eyes on Diagon Alley would do it. For days between Wednesday morning and the attack Sunday night, Harry said. Enough time to arrange if the decision was already contingent, if they already had a target family chosen, already had a plan ready to execute, and were just waiting for the trigger. Which means they've been planning this for a while, Hermione said. Possibly as soon as you inherited from Sirius and the Black Ring became theoretically available. 8 months, Harry said. Since the will was filed. The room went quiet in the specific way it went quiet when the shape of something became visible, not the shape of a plan but of an opposition, the contours of people who had been working against a specific outcome with patience and resources. It didn't frighten Harry. That was the honest truth of it. It should have been frightening, and it wasn't, and he wasn't sure if that was a function of the rings or simply that the scale of what he was in had become clear enough that there was no useful emotion between him and it. You didn't feel small in the face of something enormous if you knew you had what you needed to address it. He had what he needed. 2 days, he said. We file the Article 17 submission tomorrow morning. The ICC has a 48-hour expedited review process for constitutional matters. Hermione, you've built enough evidence into the submission that they should confirm receipt and initiate review within 24 hours. I want the second session called before the Wizengamot can bury my tabled motions or find a procedural way to suppress them. If the ICC confirms the Article 17 review, Hermione said, the Wizengamot's judicial powers are suspended automatically from that moment. They won't be able to conduct any binding judicial proceedings. That includes any attempt to proceed against you on the original charges. And when I call the second session, Harry said, I call it in my capacity as a seated lord. Not as a defendant. The session agenda is mine to set, that's the right of a presiding lord in a non-judicial legislative session. You'd be chairing the session, Neville said. Not Fudge. Yes. Neville was quiet for a moment. Then he nodded, once, with the specific weight of someone who has measured a decision and found it sound. What about security, he said. Last time you walked in there alone, essentially. If they know what's coming this time, they'll know something's coming, Harry said. They won't know exactly what. He paused. But yes. Security matters. He looked around the table. I want the people in that room for the second session to be people who are there because they've chosen to be. Not drafted, not informed after the fact. The Wizengamot members who are clean, who pass the ring's judgment, they need to know in advance that this is coming and choose to stand in that room or not. That's important. He paused. I'm not doing this to them. I'm doing it in front of them. Amelia Bones, Hermione said. I'll contact her tonight, Harry said. The heavy-set wizard who spoke up, Ron said. Neville found him, Elias Crown, 3rd tier, 12 years on the Wizengamot, Department of Magical Transportation before that. Clean record. No Founders Circle affiliation. No statute 94 votes. Add him to the list, Harry said. They went through it, names, affiliations, voting records, the architecture of who in the Wizengamot had kept their hands clean and who had not. Some were straightforward. Some required careful examination of records that didn't directly incriminate but showed patterns of absence, the specific absence of dissenting votes when dissent was warranted, the kind of complicity that is made of silence rather than action. By 9 o'clock they had a list. 31 names on the side the ring would find corrupt. 19 names on the side it would pass. 33 in the uncertain middle, people whose records were mixed, who had participated in bad decisions under the cover of institutional pressure, who had not been architects of the corruption but had not opposed it either. Harry spent the longest time on this group. The ring decides, Hermione reminded him, reading his expression. I know, he said. He stopped. You want to know what it decides for them, she said. I want it to be just, he said. Not brutal. There's a difference. She looked at him. Merlin built the criteria. You said so yourself. You trust the ring more than you trust, yes, he said. I do. He paused. I just want it noted that I thought about it. She almost smiled. Noted. They packed up at 10, and Neville went home to his grands with a specific category of expression that Harry associated with people who have been given a purpose and are going to spend the next 12 hours in it. Ron made tea and didn't talk, which was its own language. Lupin came by briefly, he'd been doing his own work that day, quietly and without advertising it, and left a list of 3 more names he'd confirmed through his own channels, and the name at the bottom was circled twice. Harry looked at it. Algernon Crouch, Chairman, Records and Procedures Committee. Confirmed Preserver. Confirmed Founders Circle. Confirmed access to the web evidence chain. And below his name, in Lupin's careful writing, known associate, see enclosed, one name I think you'll recognize. Harry unfolded the enclosed parchment and read the name. He held it for a moment. The rings were warm on his fingers, all 3 of them, steady and present, the Gryffindor-Merlin ring doing its slow color shift in the lamplight. He folded the parchment back up and put it in his jacket. Hermione looked up from across the table. Bad? Surprising, Harry said. Which is almost the same thing. He stood. I'll tell you tomorrow. Tonight I need to think about it. She accepted that with the trust of someone who has learned when to push and when to wait. She gathered her notes, and the copies of the founding documents, and the Article 17 submission that was ready to go at 9 tomorrow morning, and she took herself up to the room she was using at Grimmauld Place with the specific precision of someone concluding a workday rather than escaping from it. Harry sat at the kitchen table after everyone had gone upstairs. The lamp was low and the house was quiet and Creature had disappeared into his own routines, and the kitchen had the quality of emptiness that is restful rather than hollow. He took the folded parchment out of his jacket and opened it again. The name looked the same the second time as it had the first. He set it on the table. He looked at it for a while, turning the implications over in his mind with the methodical attention he'd been developing for this kind of thinking. Not the quick reactive thinking he'd always been good at, the slower kind, the kind that holds a thing at arm's length and turns it and examines what it connects to. The rings were warm. Outside, London was moving through its late-night rhythms. Somewhere in Wiltshire, Sophie Webb was home now. The Prophet had run a small notice about her recovery, buried in the 3rd section, which was itself information about the ministry's management of the narrative. Her parents would be home. Her ordinary life, whatever that looked like for a 7-year-old girl with magical parents in an England that still had not made up its mind about what muggle-born witches and wizards were worth. That was, in the end, the reason for all of it. Not the rings, not the founding documents, not the constitutional argument or the Article 17 submission or the chamber in Hogwarts where Merlin's letter had been waiting for him. Those were the mechanism. The reason was Sophie Webb. Was the 17 people who had lost their magic in corrupt proceedings. Was every quiet, unreported, procedurally correct act of legal violence against people who hadn't had the right bloodline or the right connections or the right seat at the table. Was his mother, and his father, and every choice they had made about what mattered. He folded the parchment and put it away. Tomorrow, the ICC filing. In 2 days, the second session. And in that session, when everything had been said and every legitimate mechanism had been invoked and the record was complete and unambiguous, the ring would do what Merlin had built it to do. The moment will be clear. You will know it. He blew out the lamp and went upstairs. He knew it. Chapter 5, Lord of the Chamber. The ICC filing went in at 9:17 on Friday morning. Hermione had been outside the International Confederation of Wizards London Liaison Office, a narrow Georgian building in Bloomsbury that looked, from the outside, like a private members' club for people who read too much, since 8:45, waiting with the organized patience of someone who had already triple-checked the document and was simply waiting for the clock to catch up. Harry arrived at 9 and she handed him the submission without comment. He looked at the top page, 41 pages including the exhibits, professionally bound, the constitutional argument laid out with the kind of precision that made you feel the ground was solid beneath you. He signed it. She took it back, went inside, and emerged 11 minutes later with a stamped receipt and the expression of someone who has just done something irreversible and is completely at peace with that. 48 hours for expedited review confirmation, she said. They acknowledged the constitutional basis immediately. The clerk looked at the founding instruments exhibit and called someone else over. 2 of them read it while I stood there. She paused. They looked fairly alarmed. Good, Harry said. Alarmed means they understand it. They walked back through Bloomsbury in the morning sun, which was doing its August job properly today, warm and clean, the city moving around them with its usual Friday energy, people heading to work with coffee and purpose. Completely ordinary. The specific ordinariness of it felt useful today rather than jarring. Have you slept? Hermione asked. Some. She looked at him sideways. The name on Lupin's list. Yes. Are you going to tell me? He had been deciding since last night how much to say and to whom and when. This was one of the places where the slow thinking had been useful, not because the answer was complicated, but because the implications needed to be organized before he spoke them. Percy Weasley, he said. Hermione stopped walking. A cyclist went past. A bus. The ordinary city, entirely indifferent. Percy, she said. He's been in Fudge's office for 2 years, Harry said. He has access to ministry correspondence. He would have seen the Gringotts notification of the blood recognition. It would have gone through standard ministry channels because the Black Seat activation triggers a formal ministerial notification under the Wizengamot Charter. He paused. Lupin confirmed Percy was at a Founders Circle dinner 8 weeks ago. Not a member, there's no record of formal membership, but present. As a guest of Crouch. Hermione was quiet for a long moment. She started walking again, slowly. Ron doesn't know. No. Arthur doesn't know. No. She pressed her lips together in the way she did when she was managing something difficult through the application of logic. How involved is he? Guest of Crouch at one dinner, that could be coincidental. Percy is exactly the kind of person Crouch would cultivate. Ministry ambitious, family estranged, looking for the right patronage. That's what I think too, Harry said. I don't think Percy orchestrated anything. I think he was useful, probably didn't even know what the information was used for. He paused. But he shared ministry correspondence with someone who used it to arrange an attack on a child. He'll need to answer for it, Hermione said. Yes. Ron is going to, she stopped. I know, Harry said. That's why I haven't told him yet. Not because I'm protecting him from it. Because I need him functional for the next 48 hours and then he can be as angry as he needs to be. She looked at him. The look had several things in it: respect, a slight grief about Percy, and something else that she moved on from before Harry could fully read it. That's cold, she said. It's practical. It's both, she said. I'm not criticizing. She was quiet for a step. You've gotten very good at this. The calculating part. Is that a problem? No, she said honestly. It's necessary. I just notice it. A pause. Make sure you stay connected to the part that isn't calculating. The part that knows Sophie Webb's name without being reminded. He looked at her. I know her name, he said quietly. I know you do, she said. I'm just saying, keep it. She didn't look at him as she said it, which made it feel more genuine rather than less. They walked in silence for a while after that. Not uncomfortable silence, the working kind, where two people are in proximity to the same problem and the quiet between them is part of the thinking. The ICC confirmation arrived at 4:30 that afternoon. It came by an owl Harry had never seen before, a formal white bird with the Confederation's seal on its leg band, carrying a document in several languages with the English version on top. He read it at the kitchen table at Grimmauld Place, Ron and Neville looking over one shoulder, Hermione over the other, Lupin standing by the window reading the expression on Harry's face rather than waiting for the document. The International Confederation of Wizards had accepted the Article 17 submission for expedited review. The review panel would be constituted within 72 hours. Pending the conclusion of the review, the judicial powers of the Wizengamot of Magical Britain were suspended effective immediately, and the body was notified to that effect by simultaneous owl. Meaning the ministry had received this letter at the same time Harry had. Meaning Fudge was reading it right now. Meaning the second session Harry had already called. He'd sent the formal Lord's notice that morning through the Wizengamot's required channels, mandating a legislative session for Sunday at 10, could not be blocked by any judicial counter-proceedings, because there were no judicial proceedings available to them anymore. Hermione made a sound that was mostly exhale. It worked, she said, in the tone of someone who believed it would work and is nonetheless somewhat staggered that it did. Of course it worked, Ron said. It was your filing. She gave him a look that was approximately 70% gratitude and 30% telling him not to be sentimental about it. Neville had read the confirmation twice. They're going to panic, he said. Yes, Harry said. Good kind of panic or bad kind? Ron asked. Both. Harry set the document down. Fudge panics inward, he'll try to find a procedural escape hatch. Malfoy panics outward, he'll start calling in favors, moving pieces, looking for someone to sacrifice to contain the damage. He paused. Crouch will do something specific. He'll try to destroy evidence. The Statute 94 files, the original web documents, anything connecting the preservers to the fabrication. He looked at Lupin. Can you get to Amelia Bones tonight? Already planned to, Lupin said. Tell her the Statute 94 files need to be secured immediately. Her department, not the Wizengamot's records office. Physical custody, not just a duplication order. He paused. Tell her why. She needs the full picture before Sunday. Lupin nodded and went to the fireplace. Harry looked at the ICC confirmation again. The formal, institutional language of it. The specific weight of an international body telling a national institution that its authority had been conditionally suspended pending investigation. 700 years, and it had taken 40 pages and a 17-year-old wizard to invoke the mechanism. He thought of Merlin's letter. I am sorry it was necessary. He folded the confirmation and put it with the other documents. What do we do for the next 40 hours? Ron asked. Prepare, Harry said. And wait. He paused. The waiting is the hardest part. I hate waiting, Ron said. I know, Harry said. Do it anyway. Saturday was organized around preparation in the way that days before significant events tend to be organized, the specific rhythm of people who know something is coming and have done everything they can do and are now in the last stretch of readiness, checking things that have already been checked and finding the checking useful regardless. Hermione spent the morning writing detailed briefing notes for Amelia Bones, a comprehensive document laying out the constitutional argument, the ring's function and legal basis, and the specific evidence against each of the 31 names on the corrupt list. She wrote it with the meticulous care she gave to things she considered important enough to get exactly right, and finished it at noon and read it back to herself and then read it to Harry and then made 3 minor corrections and declared it done. Neville had been doing something he hadn't explained fully, disappearing in the morning and returning at 2 with a quiet, satisfied expression and a folder of additional documents that turned out to be original Statute 94 case files, secured by Amelia Bones' department overnight. He'd been helping them organize the handoff. The files were damning in the specific way that documented abuse is damning, not dramatic, not spectacular, just relentless. Case after case, the same pattern, the same procedural manipulations, the same 6 signatures appearing in the same positions. 17 families, Neville said, setting the folder on the table. I went through every case. 13 of the 17 people who were stripped under Statute 94 in the past 12 years are still alive. I have current addresses for 11 of them. He looked at Harry. They should know what's happening. Harry looked at him. Neville looked back, steady and direct, with the expression of someone who has thought about this and is not asking permission but stating what should be done. Yes, Harry said. They should. I'll write to them today, Neville said. Explaining what's been filed and what Sunday might mean for the review of their cases. He paused. Not a promise. Just an explanation. Do it, Harry said. Carefully. Don't promise outcomes the ring doesn't guarantee. I know, Neville said, and sat down and started writing with the careful attention he brought to things that required care. Ron came and went throughout the day, mostly in the direction of food, which was both his natural stress response and, Harry had always suspected, a way of ensuring that everyone who was working stayed fueled. By mid-afternoon he'd made 3 batches of sandwiches and a pot of soup from ingredients that had appeared in the Grimmauld Place kitchen, which Harry thought might be creatures doing and didn't examine too closely. At 4 in the afternoon, Draco Malfoy appeared at the front door. Not through the flue. At the actual front door, which meant he'd known the address, which meant he'd been here before, or had sources who had. Harry went to answer it himself, because Creature's method of greeting unexpected visitors was not something he wanted directed at Draco right now. Draco looked like someone who had left the house having made a decision and was now standing in the outcome of it. His robes were not his usual immaculate presentation, still good, but the kind of good that comes from dressing well as a habit rather than for effect. His face had the set of someone who is not going to let you see what it costs to be here. My father knows about the ICC filing, he said, without greeting. He's been in contact with Crouch since last night. Crouch is moving files. Bones has the originals, Harry said. Something in Draco's face shifted slightly. All of them. The Statute 94 files. The web evidence chain. Yes. A beat. There are other files, Draco said. Crouch maintains a secondary archive. Not in the Wizengamot Records office, in his private office at the Ministry. Level 6, Room 17C. The Preserver's internal correspondence. Going back 40 years. He held Harry's gaze. My father doesn't know I know about it. I found out because I'm good at finding things out in that house. He paused. It contains enough to implicate everyone. Including, there are names in there that you wouldn't expect. Harry looked at him for a moment. Come in, he said. Draco stepped inside with the specific physical language of someone doing something they know is a point of no return. Harry led him to the kitchen, where Hermione looked up from her notes and Ron looked up from his soup, and both of them processed the situation with different expressions. Hermione's was quick and analytical, Ron's was slower and more complicated, because Ron had more history in his face to arrange. "Draco," Ron said. "Weasley," Draco said, and there was, in the way he said it, not the old contempt or the old performance of superiority, just the slightly stiff courtesy of someone managing a situation they haven't fully practiced. He looked around the kitchen. "I see you've made soup." "Sit down," Harry said. "Tell me about room 17C. Draco sat. He told them methodically and completely, the location, the access mechanism he'd overheard his father describe, the nature of the files and what he believed they contained based on fragments of his father's private conversations over the years. He was precise and slightly uncomfortable and did not look at Ron more than twice, which was probably both of their preferences. When he finished, Harry said, "Can the files be accessed without alerting Crouch?" "Not through normal channels," Draco said. "But the room is in an area of the Ministry that was being renovated last spring. The renovation changed the ward structure on that corridor." He paused. "I don't know if it was repaired afterward." "I can check that," Hermione said, writing. "The Ministry submits renovation ward reports to the Magical Construction Authority. They're public record." "Of course they are," Draco said, in a tone that was not quite dismissive and not quite admiring and landed somewhere unexpected. Hermione looked up and met his eyes briefly. Something passed between them that was the mutual recognition of two people who think quickly and have suddenly realized it about each other. Then both of them looked back at their respective things. Ron was watching Draco with the expression of someone who has been revising a long-held position and finding the revision less difficult than expected, which was making him slightly annoyed at himself. "Why?" he said. Draco looked at him. "Why are you doing this?" Ron said. "Not the answer you gave Harry on Thursday. The real one." Draco was quiet for a moment. He looked at the table. The quality of his silence was genuine rather than strategic, which was different from his usual register. "My father has been telling me my whole life what the world is," he said finally. "Who matters and who doesn't. What's worth protecting." He paused. "He's been wrong about enough of it that I've started wondering what else he's wrong about." He looked at Ron. "That's the honest answer. It's not heroic. It's just accumulation." Ron held his gaze for a moment. Then he pushed the soup toward him. "Have some," he said. "It's actually decent." Draco looked at the soup. Then at Ron. Then he picked up the spoon with the expression of someone crossing a small but significant bridge, and ate some soup. Harry watched all of this peripherally while thinking about room 17C. "I need those files before Sunday," he said. "I know," Hermione said. "Give me an hour on the ward reports." The hour became 2, because the Ministry's ward reports were not as clearly organized as public records were supposed to be, a fact Hermione registered as an administrative failing and Harry registered as something less innocent, but at 6 o'clock she had what she needed. The renovation corridor's ward structure had been partially repaired. A specific section adjacent to room 17C had been left incomplete, pending a second contractor visit that had been scheduled for September. "There's a gap," she said. "Roughly 6 feet of unwarded corridor outside the room's secondary entrance." "Secondary entrance," Harry said. "Maintenance access. Behind the main room. It would require navigating the 4th-floor maintenance tunnels." She looked at Harry. "I'm not going to suggest you go tonight." "No," Harry said. "Lupin is." Lupin, who had returned from Amelia Bones an hour earlier and been reading in the corner of the kitchen with the attentive quiet of a man who has been a professor and never fully stopped listening to rooms, looked up. "Am I?" "You know the Ministry tunnels from the Order's work," Harry said. "And you're the best person in this building at getting in and out of places without being noticed." Lupin considered this. Fair assessment, he said, and put down his book. He went at 8 that evening. Harry sat in the kitchen and didn't think too hard about the 45 minutes that followed, which were conducted in the specific quality of waiting that is neither calm nor panic but simply endurance. Ron reorganized the document stacks twice. Hermione read. Neville sat at the table and worked on his letters with a focused steadiness that Harry found more comforting than he'd expected. Draco had gone home, to maintain the appearance of normal Malfoy household function, which was a sentence that said a great deal about his current situation. He'd left with the contained expression of someone who has done the significant thing and is now going to live in the consequences of it, and he'd nodded to Harry at the door in a way that was the cleanest communication they'd managed in 6 years. Lupin came back at 9:15, slightly dusty, with a satisfied expression and a sealed bag. "The files," he said. "All of them. I left a word confusion charm on the room that should hold until Monday. Crouch won't know they're gone until he checks." Hermione opened the bag with the careful reverence of someone handling primary evidence and began organizing the contents with gloved hands, which she'd somehow produced from her bag, which always had what was needed. By 11 she had a summary. By midnight the summary had been added to the ICC submission as a supplementary exhibit, sent by Special Emergency Overnight Owl with a formal evidence update filing. It was the kind of thorough she got when she was genuinely angry, and it was some of the best legal work Harry had ever seen. He told her so. She looked up. "Don't make it weird," she said. "I mean it," he said. She held his gaze for a moment. "I know," she said quietly. "Thank you." Sunday morning came in on a gray sky that burned off to blue by 8, and Grimmauld Place was full by 8:30, the kitchen and sitting room occupied by everyone who was part of this and had decided that the morning of the thing required proximity. Arthur Weasley was there in his good robes, with the expression of a man who had spent a career inside an institution and was watching its reckoning with something more complicated than satisfaction. Lupin was there, quiet and present. Neville was there, reading through his notes one more time with the focused calm of someone who has prepared and knows it. Fred and George were there in a way that nobody had explicitly arranged, which was how Fred and George usually ended up in important situations. Ron was there, having spent the morning in a specific silence that Harry recognized as Ron processing something. At 9, while they were getting ready to leave, Ron pulled Harry aside in the hallway. "Percy," he said. Harry looked at him. "I know," Ron said. "I figured it out yesterday. Not the specifics, but I could see you were carrying something about it and I went through the list of people who had ministry access and the timing." He paused. "How involved is he?" "Peripheral," Harry said. "I think he was used. He didn't know what the information was for." Ron was quiet. His face was doing the work of someone managing grief and anger simultaneously, which was its own kind of discipline. He still shared ministry correspondence with Crouch. "Yes. He'll have to answer for it." "Yes." Ron nodded. It wasn't acceptance exactly, it was too fresh for that, but it was the nod of someone who has decided what they think is right and is going to hold it regardless of the personal cost. "I'm not going to tell Mum today," he said. "After." "Okay," Harry said. Ron looked at him. "You knew I'd figure it out." "Yes." "You were going to tell me when?" "After Sunday," Harry said honestly. "I needed you functional." Ron's expression did several things. Then it settled on something that was rueful and fond and a bit annoyed in equal measure. "You're lucky you're doing something important," he said, and went back to the kitchen. Harry stood in the hallway for a moment. The house was alive around him. Footsteps, voices, the fire in the sitting room, creature moving somewhere in the depths of the building. He was aware of the specific quality of the morning. The beforeness of it. He went upstairs and stood in his room for 5 minutes alone, which was what he needed. He looked out the window at the street, at the quiet ordinary London morning. He turned his right hand over in the light and looked at the 3 rings. The Gryffindor-Merlin ring was brighter today. Not shining, the color in it was more active, the impossible not-quite colors cycling with a purpose that was unmistakable. Like something that has been pointing toward a moment and has recognized that the moment is today. He thought about Merlin writing his letter in a chamber beneath Hogwarts, knowing he was writing to someone who would come centuries after him. Knowing the ring would wait. Knowing the institution would corrupt itself and the heir would eventually be necessary and would be ready. He thought about his mother and father in Godric's Hollow, and the choice they'd made, and what they'd understood about what mattered. He thought about Sophie Webb, 7 years old, in a hospital bed. He put on his jacket, checked his wand, and went downstairs. The ministry atrium was different again on a Sunday, quieter, the fountain dominating the space more than it did on busy weekdays. A few witches and wizards moved through it with the Sunday morning energy of people on essential business, but mostly it was empty in the way that institutions are empty at weekends and seem smaller for it. Harry walked through without looking at the fountain. The group with him was deliberate, Hermione and Ron, Neville, Lupin, Arthur. Not an army. Not a show of force. Just the people who should be here, for the reasons that were real. The lifts took them down. Level 10 corridor. The same cold stone, the same high ceilings, the same architectural language of authority. The two aurors outside the courtroom doors were different ones than Thursday, weekend duty, lower seniority. They looked at Harry coming down the corridor and something in their posture changed, because the word had moved through the ministry with the speed that significant things always moved, and everyone on level 10 knew what had happened on Thursday and what had been filed with the ICC on Friday and what Sunday's session was. Harry stopped at the doors. Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor, he said, presenting for the legislative session. He held up his right hand. No wand surrender required. The aurors looked at each other. The senior one, a woman with the attentive eyes of someone who has been paying careful attention to the news, stepped aside without a word. Harry pushed the doors open. The Wizengamot was already assembled. 83 members in their plum robes, filling the tiered benches, though the quality of the assembly was different from Thursday. On Thursday they had been arranged with the settled authority of a body convening to perform a familiar function. Today there was something more fractured in the room. Clusters of people sitting close together with the body language of people who had been talking before the doors opened and had stopped. Faces arranged with varying degrees of effort into expressions that did not show what they were feeling. The room was louder than Thursday even before Harry entered, which was the sound of a body that does not know what is about to happen to it. Fudge was at the high bench. He looked like Thursday's version of himself after a very bad weekend, the ministerial composure present but operating at visible cost. Beside him, Percy Weasley sat with his notepad and did not look at Harry, or at Ron, and his face was a studied neutral that was the specific expression of someone who knows something is coming and has spent 48 hours deciding not to think about it. Amelia Bones was at the left end of the high bench and she looked, for the first time since Harry had seen her, like someone no longer performing professional neutrality. She looked like herself, which was a woman who had made a decision and was sitting in it with complete steadiness. Lucius Malfoy was in his usual tier. He looked at Harry when Harry entered with the specific expression of someone who has spent 2 days recalculating and has arrived at an assessment and is inhabiting it. Not afraid. Careful. The way a very good chess player looks at a board when they have recognized that several moves ago the game took a direction they did not fully control. Algernon Crouch was in the records and procedures section, a narrow man of 60-odd with unremarkable features and a kind of face that was easy to forget, which was probably a professional asset. He was looking at Harry with a stillness that was different from Malfoy's. Malfoy was calculating. Crouch was afraid, very specifically, in the way of a man who knows the exact content of what has been filed against him and is measuring the exits. Marius Thorne, Evidence Standards Committee, was 2 seats from Crouch and had the gray-faced expression of a man who has not slept. Harry walked to the center of the floor. He did not glance at the chained chair. He stood, hands loose at his sides, and let the room look at him for a moment. Then he said, clearly and without raising his voice, "I'm calling this session to order. As Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor, presiding." Fudge opened his mouth. The Article 17 ICC review, Harry said, suspends the Wizengamot's judicial powers pending determination. This session is therefore legislative in nature, which means I chair it. Statute 7, subsection 12 of the Charter. He looked at Fudge directly. Minister, you're welcome to be present. You don't have a procedural role today. The room erupted. Not in the way of Thursday's eruption, that had been surprise. This was different, louder, with specific flavors, the voices of people who had known this was coming and were furious about it anyway, the voices of people who were frightened and expressing it as outrage, the voices of people who had been waiting for something and were not sure yet if this was it. Selwyn was on her feet. 3 other members in the upper tiers were standing. Crouch had gone very still. Harry waited. He didn't shout for order. He didn't use his wand. He stood in the center of the floor and waited, with the specific patience of someone who has the higher ground and knows it, and the patience itself was a kind of statement: this room does not frighten me, your noise does not move me, I am not in a hurry because I have already won the procedural argument and we are all aware of it. Gradually, the noise subsided. Not because anyone had asked it to, but because noise in the face of that particular quality of stillness tends to lose its purpose. Bones's voice came in during the settling, clear and precise: the presiding lord is correct on the procedural point. The Charter is unambiguous. Objections to the session's governance should be filed in writing with the ICC review panel. The room went quiet enough to work in. Thank you, Harry said. He looked around the chamber. I have 3 items on today's agenda. First, the formal presentation of evidence in the matter of the 17 Statute 94 prosecutions of the past 12 years, including the evidence of fabrication, preserver involvement, and the constitutional questions raised by the Article 17 filing. He paused. Second, the formal identification of the members of this body who participated in those prosecutions in a corrupt capacity, by name, with documented evidence. Another pause. Third, the announcement of the date and terms of the judgment session, at which the iudicium ring will be used in formal capacity. Complete silence. The judgment session, Harry said, will be held in this chamber on Tuesday. Every current member of this body is invited to attend. Those who choose not to attend will be judged in absentia under the ring's provisions, which treat absence from a called session as equivalent to presence. He looked around. I am not trying to catch anyone. The terms are clear. The evidence will be presented today so that every person in this room knows exactly what has been found and what the ring will assess. There will be no surprises on Tuesday. He reached into his jacket and produced the ICC supplementary exhibit, the file from room 17C, authenticated and organized. He set it on the floor in front of the chair. This is the preserver's internal correspondence for the past 40 years, he said. Filed with the ICC as supplementary evidence. It has been authenticated by Gringotts Document Verification Service. He looked directly at Algernon Crouch. Every name in it is on the record. Every instruction, every payment, every proceeding that was arranged. Crouch's face had gone the color of paper. The evidence will now be presented, Harry said. Hermione. She came down from the gallery, not hurried, not dramatic, just purposeful, and took a position at the evidence table and opened her folder, and she began. She presented for 40 minutes. She was extraordinary at it, clear, precise, completely unintimidated by the chamber, building the constitutional case from its foundations with the same logic she'd used in the document and translating it from legal language into something that every person in the room could follow. She referenced documents, cross-cited evidence, connected the preserver's activity to specific proceedings and specific votes with a specificity that was not theatrical but was absolutely devastating. Halfway through, Thorne tried to interrupt. Sit down, Harry said, not loudly. Thorne sat down. Twice, members of the upper tiers began speaking over her. She's not finished, Harry said. Wait. They waited. When Hermione concluded, citing the ICC filing, the constitutional finding, and the supplementary evidence from room 17C, the chamber was the quietest Harry had heard it. Not the silence of shock this time, or the silence of performed attention. The silence of a room that has just had something laid in front of it that it cannot look away from and cannot argue with. Amelia Bones spoke first, into that silence. I have reviewed the evidence presented. I concur with the constitutional findings. I concur with the identification of corrupt conduct. She paused. I support the judgment session on Tuesday. Elias Crown, the heavy-set third-tier member Ron had identified, stood. Seconded, he said simply. 2 more members stood and said the same, one after the other. Lucius Malfoy had not spoken. He was sitting with the absolute controlled stillness of a man making real-time calculations, and Harry could see, watching him, the precise moment when the calculation completed and Malfoy understood, fully, that there was no move available to him. That the evidence was too complete, the ICC process too far advanced, the procedural ground too thoroughly claimed. Malfoy looked at Harry. Harry looked back. And then Lucius Malfoy did something Harry had not expected. He stood. He straightened his robes. He looked at Harry across the chamber with an expression that was stripped of performance, no contempt, no calculation, just a man who has looked at a board and seen that it is done, and he sat back down without speaking. It was, Harry thought, the most honest thing Lucius Malfoy had ever done in his presence. Then the 3 curses happened. They came from the upper tiers, quick, barely aimed, not unforgivables but dark enough to mean real harm. 2 targeted Harry. 1 targeted Hermione. Harry moved before the first one reached him, not thinking about it, his wand already drawn in the half-second between the casting sound and the arrival, shield charm, broad, catching all 3, the rebounding force scattering harmlessly into the upper air of the chamber. He looked up. 3 members in the upper tier, on their feet. Names he'd had on the list. Younger than Crouch, less senior, the kind of members who did what they were told and had told themselves for years that following instructions absolved them of the instructions' consequences. Aurors, Harry said. The chamber's door opened and 4 Aurors came in. Bones had arranged them before the session, as Harry had asked her to. They moved to the upper tiers with the purposeful speed of people doing a job they'd been briefed for. Harry turned back to the chamber. The judgment session is Tuesday at 9, he said, as the 3 members were removed in a noise of protest that nobody else in the room moved to support. I suggest everyone uses the next 48 hours well. He looked at the chamber one more time, the faces in it, the ones he'd be looking at again on Tuesday, the ones that were afraid and the ones that were resolute and the one in the upper tier that was Crouch, gone very small, understanding with the complete and final clarity of someone who has no moves left what Tuesday was going to mean for him. Harry picked up his document from the floor, turned, and walked out of the courtroom. Behind him, the Wizengamot of magical Britain sat in the evidence of its own history, and the 2 days between now and judgment stretched before it, and every choice still available to make before Tuesday was the only mercy Harry had offered it. He thought that was more than enough. Chapter 6, The Reckoning. Monday passed in the way that days before irreversible things tend to pass, not slowly, not quickly, but with a specific texture. Every hour felt like it contained more than the usual number of decisions, and the decisions felt more consequential, and there was underneath all of it a low, steady hum that Harry eventually recognized as the Gryffindor-Merlin ring operating at a kind of readiness he hadn't felt from it before. Like something that has been wound up and is waiting for the release. He spent the morning at Grimmauld Place reading through the final exhibit documents, not because he needed to at this point, but because the reading was itself a form of respect for the people in them. 17 cases. 17 people whose names he now knew, whose faces he'd found in the supplementary files, whose lives had been reorganized around the absence of something that had been taken from them through deliberate, documented fraud. He read each case as itself rather than as a data point. Marcus Webb's family was the most recent but not the worst in terms of duration. That was a woman named Alara Finn, Muggleborn, stripped of her magic in 1994 at 31 years old after a Statute 94 prosecution built entirely on fabricated testimony, who had spent 9 years in the Muggle world without her magic and who lived now in Edinburgh with the particular quiet of someone who has rebuilt themselves around a loss. He wrote to her. Not a formal letter, just an honest one, explaining what was happening on Tuesday, what it might mean for her case. He wrote 11 similar letters, which took 3 hours, and he wrote each one as if it was the only one. Neville had already sent his letters Saturday. 3 of the recipients had written back, and he showed Harry the responses. One was a man named David Okafor, 44, who had been stripped at 36 and who wrote in a handwriting that was very controlled and very precise and said, in part, I stopped believing anyone would look at it. Not out of despair, exactly. More out of understanding that the people who should look were also the people who had done it. I'm glad to be wrong. Harry read that 3 times. Hermione spent Monday at the ICC liaison office in Bloomsbury, providing additional documentation to the review panel and answering their procedural questions with the detailed command of someone who had anticipated every question and prepared for it. She came back at 5 with the expression of someone who has been doing difficult work for 8 hours and is satisfied with all of it and exhausted by some of it, and she sat at the kitchen table and drank tea and said, they confirmed the review timeline. The panel will observe Tuesday's session. 2 of their members will be present in the chamber. Good, Harry said. It also means it's formally on the international record, she said. Whatever happens Tuesday, the Ring's judgment, the outcomes, it goes into the Confederation's permanent legal archive. Britain can't suppress it or revise it after the fact. That was always the point, Harry said. She looked at him. Are you ready? He considered the question the way he'd considered it in the Burrow Garden with Ron, but now the answer had a different quality. It wasn't the absence of fear. It was something more inhabited than that. Yes, he said, and meant it in every register. She nodded, once, with the clean simplicity of someone who believes you. The night was quiet. The house settled around them and people moved through it, and eventually it was just Harry and Hermione in the kitchen, which had happened often enough by now that it had its own established quality, the lamp on the table, the last tea of the day, the particular quality of the late-night silence between 2 people who have been working on the same important thing and have said most of what there is to say about it. After Tuesday, Hermione said, looking at her cup. What does your life look like? Harry had been thinking about this in the background for days, the way you think about things that are waiting on the other side of a large event. Quieter, he said. I hope. Will it be, though? You'll be Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor of a restructured Wizengamot. People will want, I know what people will want, he said. I know what they'll try to make me into. And? I'm not interested in being in charge, he said. I'm interested in making sure the right people are. There's a difference. He paused. Bones should lead the restructured body. She's been inside it long enough to know how it works and has been honest enough to know how it should. Crown has the procedural knowledge. There are 6 or 7 others who can build something worth having if the framework is right. And the framework comes from Merlin's founding documents, she said. Restored to what they were meant to be, he said. Advisory function with proper separation of the judicial branch. ICC oversight for a transitional period. He looked at the rings on his hand. The ring's done its work after Tuesday. I don't carry this forward as power. I carry it forward as responsibility. In the sense of being responsible to the people it was done for. Hermione was quiet for a moment, turning her cup. David Okafor, she said. Yes, he said. And Alara Finn. And the others. The ring may restore them, she said carefully. If the judgment is what we expect and the constitutional finding invalidates the proceedings, the ICC review could mandate restoration of their magic. That's what I'm building toward, Harry said. Tuesday is the reckoning. What comes after has to be the repair. She looked at him across the table with an expression that had been building for days and tonight, in this kitchen, in this low-lamp quiet, had arrived at something complete. When I was 11, she said, and I met you on the Hogwarts Express, you were this messy-haired boy who didn't know about Neville's toad. I didn't think you were anything in particular except someone who hadn't done their reading. Harry almost smiled. And then the troll, she said. And I thought, oh, there it is. There's the thing he is. But even then I didn't know it was this. She paused. Whatever this is. This person who reads cases until 3 in the morning and writes personal letters to 11 strangers and thinks about repair before he's even finished the reckoning. Hermione, I'm not making it into something, she said quickly. I'm just saying it. Because someone should, and I'm the person who wants to. The kitchen was very quiet. The lamp made the room small and warm and separate from Tuesday. I know, Harry said, after a moment. I see you too, you know. Have for a long time. She looked at her cup. The color in her face was higher than the lamplight accounted for. Right, she said. Well. She stood, gathering her notes with the practical energy of someone concluding a conversation before it moved somewhere she hadn't decided about yet. Get some sleep. Tomorrow is enormous. Hermione. She paused. Thank you, he said. For the last week and for the last 6 years and for all of it. She held his gaze for a moment, and whatever was in her expression was honest and warm and unguarded in a way he'd remember. Get some sleep, Harry, she said softly, and went upstairs. He sat alone for a few minutes in the lamp-warm kitchen. The rings were steady on his fingers. Outside, London moved through its Monday night. He went to sleep at 11 and didn't dream at all. Tuesday arrived without ceremony, which was appropriate. Harry was up at 6. He dressed carefully, not formally, not performing anything, just the clean dark clothes that felt like himself rather than a costume. He came down to find Neville already in the kitchen, both hands around a cup of tea, looking out the window with the focused stillness of someone who is not waiting to begin but has already begun internally. They nodded at each other and that was sufficient. By 7 the kitchen was full. Mrs. Weasley had apparently decided that being at Grimmauld Place this morning was not optional and had arrived via Flo at 6:40 with a covered dish of something that smelled extraordinary and the expression of someone who intended to feed people and was not entertaining counter-arguments. Arthur was with her. Ron sat at the table with his own tea, quieter than usual but with a steadiness that had been settling into him since Sunday. Fred and George were there with the unusual quality of being completely serious about something, which happened rarely and landed with weight when it did. Lupin sat by the window reading, which was just Lupin, and it was comforting. Dumbledore arrived at 7:30. He came through the flue and stood in the kitchen doorway with an expression Harry had been watching him work toward for a week, not the performing headmaster, not the orchestrating mentor, just a very old and genuinely extraordinary man who had made significant mistakes and was not sure what to do with the relationship between those mistakes and the thing that was about to happen because of and despite them. Harry looked at him from across the kitchen. Morning, Professor. Good morning, Harry. A pause. How do you feel? Ready, Harry said. Dumbledore nodded. He moved to pour himself tea and sat at the table and was simply present, which was the correct choice, and Harry was glad he'd made it. Hermione came down at 7:45 with her notes and her folder and her specific morning of energy, precise and quick and warm beneath the precision. She sat beside Harry and went over the final points, which were not things either of them didn't already know but which were worth saying aloud once more because the act of saying them was itself a form of readiness. At 8:30, Harry stood. Right, he said. The kitchen was looking at him. Not with ceremony, with the simple, genuine attention of people who are in the most important thing they've been in and know it. He looked back at all of them. Mrs. Weasley, Arthur, Ron, Fred and George, Neville, Lupin, Dumbledore, Hermione. The specific irreplaceable weight of these people in his life, in this moment. Let's go, he said. The Ministry atrium on a Tuesday morning in August had its usual weekday energy, but it was different today and everyone in it knew why. The Wizarding Wireless had been running coverage since 7. The atrium had more people in it than a normal Tuesday, witches and wizards who had come specifically, who stood in clusters around the fountain and near the lifts with the particular energy of people who want to witness something. They parted for Harry in the way that crowds part for something that has a direction. He walked through without stopping. His group came behind him, not a procession, just people moving together, and the distinction mattered. In the lift going down, someone from the Ministry's Department of Magical Creatures, a young witch Harry didn't know, clutching her files and clearly here for ordinary Tuesday work, looked at the rings on his hand and then looked at his face and said, very quietly, "Good luck," and looked immediately back at her files. "Thank you," Harry said. Level 10. The corridor. The doors. The aurors outside today were the same woman who'd stood aside on Sunday and a male colleague Harry hadn't seen before. Both of them stepped aside before Harry reached them. He pushed the doors open. The chamber was full. Every seat occupied, 81 members present, 2 absent, which he noted. All 81 in their plum robes, the full formal assembly. The ICC observers were in the gallery, 2 witches in the Confederation's midnight blue robes, sitting with professional attentiveness and small recording instruments. The wizarding wireless was there too, not a physical presence, but he could see the small enchanted transmission device that someone had authorized, mounted in the gallery's upper tier, and the fact of it mattered because it meant that whatever happened in this room would be heard in real time across magical Britain. The chamber was quieter than he'd ever heard it. Not the quiet of people being quiet, the quiet of people who have used up most of their words in the last 48 hours and have arrived at the place where words were not the primary currency anymore. Fudge was at the high bench, but something had changed in his bearing since Sunday. He had the quality of a man who has been doing a great deal of thinking and has arrived somewhere uncomfortable and is not sure what to do with the arrival. He looked older than he had on Thursday. Not physically older, just less armored. Amelia Bones was at her position with the absolute steadiness of someone who has made her choices and is inhabiting them completely. She met Harry's eyes when he came in, and the look between them was brief and sufficient. Crouch was in his seat. He had the gray-faced, slightly hollow look of a man who has not slept properly since Friday and knows exactly what this morning means. Thorn beside him was similar. Flint in the upper tier had the expression of someone who has made peace with an outcome and is simply waiting for it. Malfoy was there. Of course Malfoy was there. He sat in his usual position with the controlled poise of someone who has decided that bearing witness to something inevitable with dignity is the only available option and has committed to it. In the gallery, above and behind the chamber members, Harry could see additional faces, people who had come to watch. Ministry officials, journalists, and in the far corner, quiet and separate, 3 people Harry hadn't expected, Elara Finn, David Okafor, and a third person he recognized from the case files as William Park, stripped of his magic in 1997 at 42, living in Cardiff. Neville's letters had brought them here. Harry looked at them for a moment. Then he walked to the center of the floor and stood. "This session is called for the purpose of judgment," he said. Presiding, Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor, in the capacity of bearer of the Iudicium ring. For the record, the constitutional basis has been filed with the ICC, the founding instruments have been authenticated, and the evidence presented Sunday has been submitted to the International Review Panel. He looked around the chamber. Everyone present was given 48 hours notice of what today is. Everyone present has chosen to be here. He let that sit. "The ring judges acts, not character," he said. "I want that understood, because I think it matters. Merlin didn't build a ring to punish people for being bad people. He built it to address specific abuses of magical authority, fabrication of evidence in magical proceedings, deliberate misuse of legal power to cause magical harm to innocent people, sustained corruption of the judicial function for personal or political benefit." He paused. "Those are the criteria. They are documented in the founding instruments. They are not vague and they are not subject to my interpretation. I am the hand. The ring is the judge." The chamber was extraordinarily still. "I'm going to activate the ring now," Harry said. "The assessment takes time. The ring will evaluate every person in this room who currently holds or has held Wizengamot authority. The outcomes will manifest individually and will be visible. I'm asking everyone to remain seated and calm. He paused. Not because I'm worried about what the ring will find. Because the people who are about to lose something deserve to lose it with dignity, and the people who aren't deserve to witness it with dignity. He raised his right hand. The 3 rings were warm, all 3, the warmth he'd felt since the Burrow Garden weeks ago but amplified now, joined, the 3 separate notes becoming one chord. The Gryffindor-Merlin ring's color was fully alive, cycling through its impossible spectrum with a speed and clarity it had never shown before, and the light it cast was not bright but was everywhere, spreading from his hand like something being released rather than projected, settling into the stone of the room itself, into the air, into the specific quality of the space that had been designated as a place of magical law for 7 centuries. He felt the ring reach. That was the only word for it. He felt it extend outward through the chamber the way you feel temperature when you open a door, a wave of assessment, precise and complete, touching every magical signature in the room simultaneously and measuring each against something he couldn't directly perceive but could feel operating, the way you can feel a mathematical calculation completing even without seeing the working. Ancient and exact and completely disinterested. Merlin's criteria, applied with 7 centuries of accumulated purpose. It took 4 minutes. Harry stood with his hand raised and his eyes open and felt the ring do what it had been made to do, and in those 4 minutes the chamber was the most absolutely still place he had ever been in, because every person in it felt what he felt, not the criteria, not the assessment, not the working of the ring's judgment, but the simple, enormous, undeniable fact of something genuinely old and genuinely powerful doing something real. The wizarding wireless was transmitting. Across magical Britain, at kitchen tables and in sitting rooms and behind shop counters and in ministry offices and in pubs and in the gardens of magical families and in the tidy muggle homes of people who had once been magical and had been told they weren't anymore, it was going out live, the sound of the chamber, the quality of the silence, the low sustained harmonic that was the ring at full activation and that carried through every wireless set in the country. The outcomes began. They were not simultaneous. They came one at a time, assessed individually, manifested in the specific way that each person's judgment was individual rather than collective. The first was in the upper tiers, a member Harry had on his list, a man named Osborne, who had voted on 14 of the 17 Statute 94 cases and whose preserver membership was documented. He made a sound, not a cry, something more involuntary than that, a sharp exhale, and then he went very still and the color of him changed in a way that was difficult to describe, a slight dimming, or reduction, the way a room looks when a secondary light source goes out. His magic was gone. Temporary or permanent, Harry didn't know yet, the ring would settle that in its own time. But in the moment it was simply visible, and the visibility of it was part of the reckoning, because the thing that was being taken had been used as a weapon and the taking of it was consequently public. Thorn was next. He gripped the arms of his bench with both hands and made no sound at all, which was a different kind of testament to the same outcome. Then 3 more in the upper tiers, one after another, the ring working through its assessment in an order Harry didn't control and didn't try to. Crouch. Harry was watching when it happened. Algernon Crouch, Records and Procedures, 19 years on the Wizengamot, architect of 17 fraudulent prosecutions, the man who had made himself invisible by making his work invisible, Crouch felt the judgment and his face did something Harry had not expected. He wept. Not loudly. Not dramatically. Just a sudden, unwilled welling that he didn't have the composure to contain, and the tears were not fear and they were not grief about what he was losing. Harry watched carefully, because the expression underneath them mattered, and what was underneath them was something that looked, with horrible clarity, like relief. Like someone who has been carrying a knowledge of what they've done for years and has been waiting, without knowing they were waiting, for the weight of it to be addressed. The ring took his magic, and from the quality of the dimming, more complete, more absolute than the others, Harry understood this was permanent. Crouch sat back in his seat with the specific quality of a man put down, and wept quietly, and nobody around him moved. Flint. 2 members in the second tier whose names Harry hadn't been fully certain of and whose judgment confirmed the evidence. 6 members in the third tier, the ones who had been doing Crouch's instructed work at the procedural level, the ones who had moved the fabricated documents through their correct channels with the specific moral vacancy of people who had decided that following instructions was not the same as making choices. 31 in total. Every name on the list, and 2 names that weren't, members Harry had put in the uncertain middle whose records of mixed compliance had crossed the ring's threshold in ways that the evidence had suggested but not confirmed. 33. And then, between the 31st and 32nd outcomes, something Harry had not anticipated. The ring paused. He felt it, a distinct cessation of its outward reach, a gathering back, and then a new direction, and when the assessment resumed it was focused on a single point in the chamber with a specificity that was different from everything before it. Not methodical. Deliberate. Harry looked. Lucius Malfoy. The ring held for a long moment on Lucius Malfoy, and Harry held with it, because something was happening in the assessment that was more complex than the others, more layered, a longer history, a deeper record of acts that crossed and recrossed the threshold over decades, the specific accumulated weight of a man who had made himself powerful through the precise application of legal and political corruption at every level, who had never held the pen that signed the fabricated documents but had funded the pens and directed the hands and ensured the outcomes through 2 decades of careful, intelligent, completely deliberate work. Malfoy felt it. Harry saw him feel it. The ring's assessment was not invisible to the person being assessed, and Malfoy's face went through something that was uncharacteristic in its rawness. Not fear. Not relief like Crouch. Something more complicated. The expression of a man who has always known, at the level below the rationalizations, what he is, and is now standing in the complete exposure of it. He looked at Harry across the chamber. Harry looked back. The ring finished its assessment. Lucius Malfoy's magic dimmed, substantially, completely, but with the specific quality of the ring's temporary judgment rather than its permanent one. Not forever. A decade, Harry thought, from the intensity of the dimming. Long enough to matter. Long enough for consequence to have weight without having finality. Malfoy sat in it. He didn't weep like Crouch. He sat in it with the specific dignity of a man who had always known this was the possible outcome of his choices and had made the choices anyway and was now inhabiting the consequence with the only attribute he had left to him, which was composure. It was not nothing. The ring completed its assessment and the warmth in Harry's hand settled back to its baseline, present, steady, satisfied in the deep way that things are satisfied when they have fulfilled their purpose. He lowered his hand. The chamber was silent. 33 members in their seats, diminished. 50 members in their seats, unchanged, and the specific quality of the unchanged was itself significant. The ring had found them clean, and the cleanness was now on the record as clearly as the corruption was. In the gallery, Elara Finn had both hands pressed to her mouth. David Okafor was looking at the chamber floor with his eyes very bright. William Park was crying without any apparent attempt to stop, the clean, involuntary tears of someone who has been told, finally and completely, that the thing that was done to them was real and wrong and acknowledged. Harry looked up at them. Then he looked at Fudge. Fudge had not been assessed. The ring had skimmed over him and moved on, which told Harry what he'd suspected. Fudge was not a preserver, not a fabricator, not a deliberate architect of corrupt proceedings. He was something more ordinary and in its way more damning. A man who had known enough to be complicit and had chosen not to know more, who had protected the institution from scrutiny because the institution's authority was his authority and its protection was his protection, who had watched things happen and asked no questions because not asking was easier than the answers. The ring had not found that sufficient to cross the threshold. Harry thought about that for a moment. Then he spoke. "Minister Fudge," he said. Fudge looked at him. He looked, for the first time in Harry's experience of him, completely small, not diminished by the ring, but by everything else. By the 48 hours of accumulating reality. By the session, the evidence, the ICC observers, the 33 empty magical signatures in the seats around him, the wireless transmitting, the gallery full of witnesses. By the simple, complete, undeniable visibility of what had been done in his ministry on his watch. "The ring didn't judge you," Harry said. "I want you to understand what that means and what it doesn't mean." He held Fudge's gaze. "It means you didn't cross the specific threshold Merlin built. It doesn't mean you're innocent. It means your corruption was of a different kind, the kind that lets things happen rather than makes them happen." He paused. "That kind of corruption doesn't answer to Merlin's ring. It answers to the people you're supposed to represent. And I think you understand that your time as minister is done. Not because I'm removing you. Because you looked at what just happened in this room and you know that the things you protected, that you let be protected, that you chose not to examine, they led here. And here is what they led to." Fudge didn't speak. His face had a quality that Harry thought might eventually become something useful, the specific expression of genuine confrontation with genuine consequence, but it wasn't there yet. It was still mostly just the expression of a man who is lost. "I'd suggest you resign by the end of the week," Harry said. "Not as a threat. As advice. The ICC review will be extensive and the findings will be public and the specific pattern of ministerial non-action will be in the record. A voluntary resignation now is better, for you and for the transition, than what comes otherwise." Fudge looked at him for a long moment. Then he looked at his hands on the bench in front of him. Then he nodded, once, in the manner of a man who has finally been given permission to stop pretending, and it looked like relief of a kind. Harry turned back to the chamber. "The judgment session is concluded," he said. "The ring's outcomes are final and will be filed with the ICC as part of the constitutional record. The affected members' magical abilities will be assessed by the Confederation's medical team over the coming week to document the specific terms, duration and conditions of each outcome." He looked at the ICC observers. "The International Review Panel will have everything they need." One of the observers stood and gave a formal nod. "The Confederation acknowledges the proceedings. The Article 17 Review Panel will convene within 48 hours to assess constitutional remedy, including the matter of the invalidated Statute 94 prosecutions." Harry looked at the gallery. "At Alara Finn, at David Okafor, at William Park. That includes your cases," he said to them directly, and watched the impact of those 4 words land, simple, direct, not a promise about the specific outcome but an acknowledgement of the specific reality, and sometimes those are different things and sometimes they are the same thing and this was the same thing. Then the doors of the courtroom opened. Not urgently, they simply opened, and people began to move, and the specific frozen quality of the chamber began to thaw into the complex noise of a large group of people processing something enormous. Some members of the Wizengamot stayed seated. Several moved to the aisles and spoke to each other in low voices. The ICC observers were making notes. An Auror team that Bones had stationed outside came in quietly and moved to the vicinity of the 33 affected members, not to arrest them but to manage the process, to ensure the transition was orderly, to be present for whatever the next hour required. Amelia Bones came down from the high bench and crossed the floor. She stopped in front of Harry. "Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor," she said, and there was in her voice something Harry thought he'd recognize for a long time afterward, the specific quality of a good person who has been waiting a very long time to be able to do the right thing in the right direction. "What happens next?" "That's yours to build," Harry said. She looked at him carefully. "Not yours." "I'll be involved," he said. "But the architecture needs to come from someone who built their career inside it and knows which walls are load-bearing." He paused. "You know this institution. I know what it's supposed to be. Between us, we should be able to get somewhere close." She was quiet for a moment. The chamber was moving and settling around them, the 50 clean members filtering toward the exits or staying and talking, the affected 33 sitting or beginning to move with the specific careful movements of people who are discovering what diminished magic feels like in real time. "There will be opposition to the restructuring," Bones said. "Yes," Harry said. "Not everyone in this room is happy about today. Some of the unaffected members will spend the next month arguing that the ring overstepped, that the constitutional basis is contested, that the ICC has no jurisdiction. Let them argue, Harry said. The record is complete. The process was transparent. It was broadcast live. He paused. The argument will happen. That's fine. Arguments are better than the alternative. Bones almost smiled. Yes. They are. She paused. I'll call a working group by the end of the week. Crown, Dawlish from legal, a few others. I'd like you there. Tell me when, Harry said. She nodded, looked at the chamber one more time with the expression of someone taking stock of what they're going to have to work with and finding it workable, and went back to the high bench. Harry stood in the center of the floor for a moment longer. Ron appeared at his shoulder from the direction of the gallery. He'd been there during the session, watching, with the expression of someone who needed to see it happen rather than hear about it. He stood beside Harry in the way he'd always stood beside him, which was without announcement and without condition, and looked at the chamber in its current state of reckoning and aftermath. You all right? Ron asked. Yes, Harry said. Ron was quiet for a moment. Percy's out there, he said, with the specific weight of someone who has spent 2 days preparing to say something. In the corridor. He came, I think. He's been out there for an hour. Harry looked at him. He came, Ron said again, and what he was saying was not just a statement about location. Go to him, Harry said. Ron looked at Harry. His face had the complicated expression of someone managing grief and anger and love in simultaneous presence, which was an expression that could only be produced by a Weasley in relation to another Weasley. Come with me, he said. Harry walked out of the courtroom with Ron, through the doors and into the corridor. Percy was there. He was standing against the far wall with his hands at his sides and his ministry robes on but his notepad absent, which for Percy was the equivalent of arriving without armor. He looked at Harry and then at Ron and his face did something unguarded and real, and he said, I didn't know what it was for. The correspondence. I didn't know about the webs, I didn't know about any of, I thought it was ministerial networking, I thought Crouch was offering me, he stopped. That's not an excuse. No, Ron said. It's not. Percy looked at his brother. I know, he said simply. I know. The corridor was quiet between them. Down at the far end, the courtroom doors were open and the sounds of the chamber's aftermath filtered through, voices, movement, the particular audio texture of something significant settling into its aftermath. Ron took a breath. Then, with the specific body language of someone doing something that costs them and doing it anyway, he stepped toward his brother, and what happened next was not a hug exactly, it was more like two people standing close enough to confirm that the other person was real, which was its own version of the same thing. Harry watched, and then looked away, because some moments are not for witnesses. He walked a little way down the corridor and leaned against the wall and looked at the ceiling of level 10, Ministry of Magic, Old Stone, high above him, lit by the cold ministry lighting that had never quite achieved the quality of actual warmth. The rings on his fingers were quiet. All three of them, quieter than they'd been since Wednesday, not absent, not gone, just resting. The specific quality of things that have done their work. Neville appeared around the corner from the direction of the stairs. He'd taken a different route, as he sometimes did when he needed to move through something physically before he could speak about it. He saw Harry and came to stand beside him against the wall. The gallery erupted after you left, he said. Not badly, not in a bad way. More like, people couldn't stay quiet. The three of them. Ilara Finn. She asked the ICC observer about the timeline for case review. Right there, in the gallery, before the session had properly concluded. He paused. The observer answered her. Harry looked at him. She was thorough, Neville said. The observer. She answered every question. She had the documentation ready. He paused, and in the quiet something moved through his face, not grief, not quite, but the older thing he described in the kitchen. The weight of a long time that has finally arrived at something. My parents, he said, not loudly. The people who did that to them are in Azkaban. Different situation. But the system that let them walk free for 2 years first. That protected them. That looked the other way. He stopped. Today felt like something for that. Not the same thing. But adjacent to it. Yes, Harry said. Neville looked at the ceiling. Thank you, he said. For letting me be part of it. You were always part of it, Harry said. You were part of it before you knew you were. Neville almost smiled, which on Neville was a specific and genuine thing. Gran is going to say she knew all along, he said. She probably did, Harry said. They stood in the corridor for another minute, the two of them against the wall, the distant sounds of the chamber and the closer sound of Ron and Percy finding their way back to each other, and the building around them old and cold and present, and the 3 rings warm and quiet on Harry's fingers. Hermione found him there at last. She came through a door at the far end of the corridor, folder under her arm, with the specific expression of someone who has been talking to ICC observers and has gathered more information than she'd expected to need for the immediate future and is already organizing it. She saw him and Neville against the wall and walked toward them. She looked at Harry with the clear, warm directness that had been building in her for days and had arrived somewhere settled. It worked, she said. Yes, he said. All of it, she said. The whole architecture. Exactly as it was supposed to. Yes, he said. She looked at him for a moment longer than the situation strictly required, and what was in her expression was something that wasn't going anywhere and didn't need to be named right now, and he looked back at her with something that was the same. Right, she said. I've got 3 hours of follow-up with the ICC panel and then I think we should eat something that isn't made of urgency. She paused. Come find me after. I will, he said. She went, with her folder and her notes and her tremendous, specific, irreplaceable competence, and Harry watched her go, and the corridor was quiet. Down at the far end, the courtroom doors were still open. Inside, the Wizengamot of magical Britain sat in the evidence of 7 centuries of drift and 30 years of corruption, and 33 of its members were learning what the world felt like without the power they had misused, and 50 clean members were facing the work of building something better, and in the gallery the wizarding wireless transmission device was broadcasting it all to every kitchen and sitting room in Britain, every household where magical families were listening to the specific quality of a Tuesday morning that had changed what Tuesday morning would mean from now on. Harry pushed off the wall. He had things to do. The work of repair was starting, and it was going to be long and technical and far less dramatic than today had been, and he was going to be in the middle of it without apology. But right now, for just a few more minutes, he stood in the corridor and let the morning be what it was. The rings were warm. Chapter 7. The architecture of after the weeks after the judgment had a different texture than Harry had expected. He'd imagined aftermath as a single thing, a period of resolution, clear-edged, the way the end of a storm is clear-edged. Instead it was more like the gradual re-establishment of weather patterns after the storm. Some days were straightforward. Some were not. The work of building something in place of what had been dismantled was, it turned out, nothing like the work of dismantling it, and required entirely different muscles. The first week was mostly institutional logistics, Bones convening her working group, the ICC panel beginning its formal review, the ministry trying to function with 33 fewer Wizengamot members and the knowledge that its ministerial leadership was in transition. Fudge had handed in his resignation on Wednesday, 24 hours after the judgment session, in a letter that was short and surprisingly honest, 2 paragraphs acknowledging that he had failed the public trust, no attempts at self-justification, no maneuvering for a graceful exit narrative. Someone had advised him well, or he'd simply been too tired to do otherwise. The resignation letter was reported on the Wizarding Wireless and in the Prophet, and the coverage was not cruel. Harry found that interesting. The public, given the full broadcast of Tuesday's session, had apparently done their own math about Fudge, that here was a man who had let things happen through cowardice rather than malice, and that the distinction was real even if it didn't absolve him. He was departing as a cautionary figure rather than a villain, which was the most accurate characterization available. Bones was named acting minister pending a formal appointment process. She accepted it with the specific manner of someone who has been managing a larger brief than her official title anyway and is simply having the paperwork catch up to the reality. Harry was in the working group. He'd told Bones he would be, and he was, sitting at a long table in a ministry conference room on level 2 every other morning with Bones, Elias Crown, a quietly sharp woman from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement named Augusta Park, no relation to William, and 3 Wizengamot members whose clean records the ring had confirmed and who had, in the 48 hours after the judgment, demonstrated that they understood what confirmation meant in terms of responsibility. The work was the kind that doesn't make for good storytelling. It was procedural, meticulous, and absolutely necessary. The constitutional restoration of the Wizengamot to its founding function, advisory body rather than judicial authority, required the drafting of a new charter that accurately reflected the original Merlin documents while accounting for 9 centuries of institutional development that wasn't entirely bad. The judicial function didn't disappear, it was correctly separated into an independent body with its own appointment process, its own accountability structure, its own clear remit. Hermione was at every session. She had, somewhere in the 10 days after the judgment, become indispensable to the working group in a way that had required no formal appointment and no announcement. She had simply shown up with notes, answered questions that stumped the institutional lawyers, anticipated problems 3 steps ahead of where the group was currently standing, and made herself so foundationally useful that removing her would have been like removing a wall from a building currently under construction. Bones had looked at her across the table on day 4 and said, "Miss Granger, I'm going to need you officially rather than incidentally. Can your Hogwarts schedule accommodate that?" Hermione had looked at Harry with an expression that was approximately equal parts excitement and careful management of expectations. Then she'd looked at Bones. "I'll make it work," she'd said. "She'll make it work," Harry had confirmed. Obviously, Ron had said, from his position at the end of the table where he'd been making himself useful in the specific way Ron made himself useful in rooms full of complicated information, by asking the questions that were too basic for the experts to have remembered to ask, and which turned out to be the right questions. 10 days after the judgment, the ICC panel released its preliminary findings. Harry read them at the kitchen table at Grimmauld Place, which had become the de facto base of operations partly because it was Harry's house and partly because it had the correct combination of space and privacy in Creature's Soup, which had become a working group institution in its own right. The preliminary findings were 70 pages and written in the ICC's formal register, which was the most precise legal language Harry had encountered and also the most satisfying, because precision in legal language meant the conclusions were specific and the specificity was protective. The key finding was what he'd been building toward: the 17 Statute 94 prosecutions of the past 12 years were constitutionally void. The Wizengamot had operated without judicial authority in conducting those proceedings. The prosecutions had no legal standing. The magical bindings imposed through those proceedings were therefore imposed without lawful authority and were subject to mandatory reversal pending the Confederation's medical assessment of each case. Mandatory reversal. Not possible reversal. Not reversal pending further review. Mandatory. Harry set the document down. He picked up a quill and wrote to Alara Finn, to David Okafor, to William Park, to the 8 other surviving cases whose letters he'd sent from Grimmauld Place 2 weeks ago. He wrote to each of them as a person rather than as a category of case, because that had always been the point and he wasn't going to let the institutional language make him forget it. He was finishing the last letter when Hermione came into the kitchen and sat across from him with her own copy of the ICC findings and an expression that was bright with something she was keeping professional for the moment. "You've read it," she said. "Yes." "The mandatory reversal provision," she said. "Yes." She pressed her lips together in the way she did when she was managing an emotion that was larger than the room required. "It worked," she said, "for the second time since Tuesday, but this time it meant something more specific, not the judgment, not the session, but the whole architecture. The ICC filing, the founding documents, the constitutional argument, the sequence she'd helped build and that had just produced something real and specific for 11 people who had been told the wrong thing by an institution that should never have had the power to tell them anything. It worked, Harry said. She looked at his letters on the table. Then at him. You wrote to all of them. Yes. She was quiet for a moment. Then she stood, moved around the table, and sat in the chair beside him rather than across from him, which she'd been doing more often in the past 10 days in a way that neither of them had commented on and both of them had noticed. She put her hand on the table between them. Not on his hand, beside it. Close enough to be a statement. He looked at it. Then he put his hand over hers. They sat like that for a moment, the kitchen quiet around them, the ICC document on the table and the letters in front of Harry and the morning coming through the window at its usual late August angle. Hermione, he said. When this is, he stopped. Tried again. When the restructuring is done and the review panel is finished and the Statute 94 restorations are processed and I am not running at this pace anymore, yes, she said, before he finished. He looked at her. To whatever you were going to ask, she said, meeting his eyes with the clear, direct warmth that she'd been carrying for weeks and had finally stopped managing. Yes. He smiled, genuinely, in a way that felt like himself rather than the public-facing version of himself. I hadn't finished the question. I know what the question was, she said. You usually do, he said. She squeezed his hand once. Then she stood, picked up her copy of the ICC findings, and said, I'm meeting Bones at 9. Are you coming? Give me 20 minutes, he said. She went, with the particular energy she had when the work was going well and she was going toward more of it, and Harry sat in the kitchen with his hands still warm from hers and finished his letters. The Weasley situation resolved itself over the course of 2 weeks in the organic, complicated way that family situations always resolve, not cleanly, not in one conversation, but through a series of encounters that gradually shifted the weight of things. Percy had given a written statement to the ICC panel about his contact with Crouch and the nature of the correspondence he'd shared. The statement was complete and honest and had clearly been written without legal counsel attempting to minimize anything, which Harry thought was the most significant indicator of where Percy currently was in his own reckoning. The ICC had accepted it as cooperation rather than culpability, given the documented evidence that Percy had been used rather than complicit in the full sense. He'd submitted his resignation from the ministry on Thursday. Not because he was required to, but because he'd apparently decided he couldn't continue working in an institution he'd served badly through a combination of ambition and willful blindness, and that the resignation was the honest thing to do. He'd told Arthur before he sent it. Arthur had told Harry about that conversation with the particular expression he wore when things were too large for summary, the expression that meant something important had happened and he was holding it carefully rather than immediately processing it aloud. Ron had said very little about Percy to anyone except Hermione, in private, for about a week. Then one Sunday he'd old Percy and asked if he wanted to come to the Burrow for dinner. Percy had come. The dinner had been awkward in specific places and genuine in others, and Mrs. Weasley had made enough food for 3 times the number of people present, which was her language for significant occasions. Harry had been there. He'd watched Percy across the dinner table with the specific attention of someone who is reassessing, and what he'd found was someone in the process of the same thing, reassessing himself, the choices he'd made, what he was now that the structures he'd built his identity around had collapsed. Percy Weasley without the ministry and without Fudge's patronage was a person who was starting over, which was uncomfortable and real and, Harry thought, probably the best thing that had ever happened to him. He'd said as much to Ron later. Ron had been quiet for a moment. Then, don't tell him that. Obviously not, Harry said. Good. A pause. He's going to be okay, though. Isn't he? Yes, Harry said. I think he is. Dumbledore came to Grimmauld Place on a Thursday evening, 3 weeks after the judgment. Harry had known he was coming, they'd arranged it, which was already different from most of the conversations they'd had over the years, which had been arranged by Dumbledore on Dumbledore's terms. He came in through the flue, and Creature brought tea that Dumbledore accepted with the genuine appreciation he always had for small comforts, and they sat in the sitting room with the fire going because the evenings had started to carry the first edge of autumn. "The Hogwarts governors have been in contact," Dumbledore said. "About the restructuring's implications for the school. Several members of the board held Wizengamot seats that are now vacant. They'd like clarification on governance implications." "The school's governance wasn't part of the Wizengamot's founding mandate," Harry said. "It shouldn't have been in their authority structure at all. Hogwarts governance should be independent, board of governors elected by the school's foundational families, not appointed through Wizengamot connections." Dumbledore considered this. "That will require a separate instrument." "I know. Bones has it on the agenda for next month's working group." Harry paused. "The school should be independent. That's not a secondary thing." "No," Dumbledore agreed. "It is not." He looked at his tea. Then at Harry. "I've been thinking, these past weeks, about what I got wrong." "You don't need to, I'd like to say it," Dumbledore said, with the specific quality of someone who has earned the right to say what they want to say without being managed. "Not as confession. More as accounting." Harry nodded. "I convinced myself," Dumbledore said, "over many years, that managing the situation was the same as addressing it. That keeping you safe until the moment came was stewardship. I told myself the withholding was protective." He looked at the fire. "What it was, if I am honest, was control. I did not want the situation to be outside my management. Because situations outside my management are frightening to me in a way I have never quite overcome." He paused. "I watched you walk into that courtroom on Thursday morning with 3 rings and a constitutional case, and I thought, he didn't need me to manage it. He needed me to trust him. I never quite did that." The fire moved. Outside, the street was quiet in the early autumn evening. "You did eventually," Harry said. "The archive. That morning. You showed me what I needed without trying to direct what I did with it." "Somewhat late," Dumbledore said. "Somewhat," Harry agreed. "But not too late." Dumbledore looked at him with those old eyes that had seen a great deal and had spent years calibrating how much of what they saw to share. "You're generous," he said. "More than I've deserved." "I'm practical," Harry said. "You're the most knowledgeable magical person alive. I'd be an idiot to be so angry about the past that I lose the use of you in the present." He paused. "But yes. Also generous. My mother apparently had that quality and I seem to have inherited it." Dumbledore smiled, genuinely, in the way he occasionally smiled when something struck him as exactly right. "She did," he said. "She had it in spades, actually. And the intelligence to know when it was warranted and when it was being exploited, which is the more difficult skill." "I'm working on the second part," Harry said. "You're better at it than you think," Dumbledore said. They sat with the fire for a while after that, in the comfortable silence of two people who have finally, after a long and complicated relationship, arrived at something honest. Not resolved. Honest was different from resolved, and Harry thought honest was probably the better of the two for the specific relationship they had, which would always carry the weight of its history and was now at least carrying it truthfully. "The Voldemort situation," Dumbledore said, after a time. "I know," Harry said. "That's still there. The work you've done here doesn't change it. If anything, it changes what the world looks like when we get through it," Harry said. "That matters." He paused. "A world worth fighting for is different from a world that needs fighting for. I'd rather get to the other side of Voldemort and have something worth arriving at." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "That is," he said slowly, "the most important thing you've said in our acquaintance. And you have said several important things." "Don't get sentimental about it," Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes were bright above his half-moon spectacles in the firelight. "Perish the thought," he said. Neville came to Grimmauld Place on a Friday evening with a bottle of something from the Weasleys' garden, a cordial that Fred and George had made which was technically non-alcoholic and practically euphoric, which was their specific brand of technically compliance, and Ron was already there, and Hermione came in from the sitting room where she'd been finishing notes, and they sat around the kitchen table in the way they had been sitting around the kitchen table for 3 weeks now. It had become, Harry realized, a habit. A real one. Not the forced proximity of a crisis but the chosen proximity of people who had gone through something together and had discovered that they liked being in the same room. Neville poured. "Ilara Finn writes me," he said. "I know," Harry said. "She wrote me too. She's coming to London next week. The ICC medical assessment. I'm going to meet her," Harry said. Neville nodded. He looked at his cup. "She sounds like herself, in the letters. I don't know what I expected, that she'd sound broken, but she just sounds like herself. Practical. A bit dry." He paused. "She said she never stopped thinking of herself as magical. Even during the 9 years. That it was like, she described it as knowing a language perfectly but not being allowed to speak it." The table was quiet for a moment. "David Okafor wrote to me too," Ron said, which surprised everyone slightly, because Ron hadn't mentioned it. "He's a teacher. Muggle Primary School, in Leeds. He's been teaching there for 6 years, since he couldn't do the work he trained for." He paused. He asked if there'd be a way for him to go back to work in the magical world. Like, specifically. Not abstractly. He had a whole list of questions about the employment implications. He looked at the table. "I didn't know how to answer most of them." "Send them to me," Hermione said. "I'm building a brief for Bones on the employment and social reintegration questions. It'll be part of the reparations framework." "There's a reparations framework?" Harry asked. "There will be," Hermione said. "I'm writing it." "Obviously," Ron said. "Don't say, obviously, like, I meant it well," Ron said. "You always do," she said, which was not the same as agreement but was close enough. Fred leaned in from the end of the table. He'd been there quietly for 10 minutes, which was unusual for Fred, and the quiet had the quality of someone thinking rather than waiting. "Can I ask something?" he said. "Yes," Harry said. "The ring," Fred said. "The Gryffindor-Merlin ring. What do you do with it now? It's done its thing. Do you just wear it forever? Put it in a box? It seems wrong to just put it in a box." Harry looked at the ring. It was quieter than it had been, settled, post-judgment, the color still doing its slow shift in certain lights but with less urgency than before. "I've been thinking about that," he said. "Merlin built it for a specific scenario. I don't think the scenario comes back in the same form. So it's done." Fred said. "It was always going to be done," Harry said. "It was made for one use. A safeguard. You build a safeguard hoping you never need it, and when you do need it, you use it, and then it's done." He paused. "I think it stays with the air because that's how it was made. But its active work is finished." "What about the Potter and Black rings?" George asked. "Those are different," Harry said. "Those are ongoing. The seat on the Wizengamot. The family responsibilities." He looked at them. "The black seat is particularly significant now, with the restructuring. A seat on an advisory body that actually does what it's supposed to do is worth having." "Bet Sirius would have hated that," Ron said. "In the best possible way. Him being a responsible Wizengamot member. He would have complained about it constantly and been excellent at it," Harry said. "Yeah," Ron said softly. "Yeah, he would." The table went quiet with the comfortable weight of someone's memory being held in it. George refilled cups. Fred made a toast, a simple one, without the usual performance, "To doing the thing," he said. "To doing the thing," everyone echoed, and drank. The Grindelwald question came up in the second week of September, unexpectedly, in the middle of a working group session. One of the Wizengamot members, a woman named Beatrice Walsh, 3rd tier, one of the 50 who'd passed the ring's judgment and who had turned out to be sharp and practically minded and exactly the kind of person Bones had wanted in the restructuring conversations, raised it during a discussion of the new judicial body's appointment criteria. "One thing we haven't addressed," Walsh said, looking at her notes. "The precedent set by the ring's use. Specifically, the international community is aware that a functional iudicium ring exists and has been used. We've had 3 inquiries from Confederation member nations in the past week asking about the constitutional implications for their own governance structures." The room was quiet. "That's not a problem we solved today," Bones said. "No," Walsh agreed. "But it's a problem on the horizon. The ring exists. Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor is known to hold it. There will be, eventually, pressure, political or otherwise, to consider its use in other contexts." Harry looked at the table. "The ring was made for magical Britain's governance," he said. "For this specific institutional failure. Merlin built it for here, for this. I don't think it can be applied universally. The blood seal, the connection to the founding houses, all of that is specific to this jurisdiction." He paused. "But the precedent, the idea that a governance system can be constitutionally challenged and judicially assessed, that's available to everyone. That's what the ICC framework is for." He looked at Walsh. "Britain's constitutional review can be the model. The ring doesn't have to leave this country to be instructive." Walsh wrote something down. "That's a defensible position," she said. "I wanted it on the record." "It should be," Harry said. After the session, Dumbledore found Harry in the corridor. He'd been attending the sessions as an observer, quietly, taking notes and occasionally being asked for historical context, which suited him. "The Confederation inquiries," he said. "I know," Harry said. "Grindelwald's imprisonment," Dumbledore started. "Separate," Harry said. "That's a criminal matter, not a governance one. The ring has nothing to do with Grindelwald." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "There are people who will try to conflate the two. There are people who will try to conflate anything useful with whatever they want it to mean," Harry said. "That's not a reason to refuse to be useful." He paused. "I'll deal with Grindelwald conversations as they come. Right now I have a judicial appointment committee to staff and a reparations framework to review." Dumbledore almost smiled. "Priorities," he said. "Always," Harry said. The Lucius Malfoy conversation happened on a Wednesday, which Harry had not planned and had been somewhat inevitable. He was leaving the ministry after a working group session when Malfoy appeared in the level 2 corridor, not blocking his path, not positioning himself in any confrontational way. Simply standing there with the specific quality of a man who has arranged to be somewhere without technically arranging anything, which was Lucius Malfoy at his most genuine. He looked different. Not diminished, exactly. Malfoy's composure was too fundamental to his identity to disappear with his magic. But the specific edge of him that had always been predicated on the authority his magic represented was gone, and what remained was interesting. Older. More human in the sense that stripped back things are more human, when the performance falls away. "Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor," he said. "Malfoy," Harry said, and stopped. "I won't take much of your time," Malfoy said. "I wanted to say 2 things. The first is that the evidence connecting my name to the Preserver's activity is accurate. I don't intend to contest the Ring's judgment or the ICC's process. Both were conducted correctly." He paused. "I understand that the difference between a decade and permanence was a function of degree rather than exoneration." "I am not exonerated." "No," Harry said. "The second thing is about Draco," Malfoy said, and his voice was different when he said his son's name, not softer exactly, but stripped of the layer that his voice usually carried, the layer that said my family is my authority and my authority is my identity. He made his own choices in this. I want it noted, officially, in whatever record is appropriate, that his cooperation was not compelled and was not known to me in advance." "It's noted," Harry said. It was always going to be noted. Malfoy held his gaze. "He's better than I taught him to be," he said, and what was in his voice when he said it was something Harry had never expected to hear from Lucius Malfoy, unqualified pride, without the ownership that usually accompanied his references to Draco. Just pride. "I'd like to think that's not entirely my fault, but I'm aware it's mostly not my credit." Harry looked at him for a long moment. "What happens to you now?" he said. Not challenging, genuinely asking. Malfoy considered the question. "I'll spend the next 10 years managing the family estate's affairs without magic, which will be tedious and instructive. Draco will handle the family's magical interests, with appropriate support." A pause. "I have a great deal of time to think." "Use it well," Harry said. Malfoy looked at him with an expression that was neither grateful nor resentful but something more complicated, the expression of a man confronting a person who has beaten him cleanly and is not gloating about it and is not pretending the beating didn't happen either. "You are very different from what I expected you to be," he said. "When you were 11 and Draco came home talking about the Potter boy, I assumed, I know what you assumed," Harry said. "Yes." A pause. "I was wrong." He turned and walked away, and Harry watched him go, and what he felt was not satisfaction and not pity and not forgiveness exactly, something more neutral than all of those, the specific equilibrium that comes from seeing someone as they actually are rather than as the role they've played. October arrived with the specific quality of early autumn in London, the light changing, the mornings colder, the evenings drawing in with the comfortable inevitability of a season that knows its job. Hogwarts term had started. Hermione was there for the school weekend in London, at Grimmauld Place, at the ICC liaison office, at working group sessions when the schedule allowed, at weekends, which had become the established rhythm of the autumn without anyone formally deciding it. The reparations framework was done. Hermione had presented it to the working group in the third week of September and it had been adopted almost in full, with minor adjustments that she'd accepted because they were genuinely improvements rather than political compromises. The framework covered magical restoration, employment reintegration, financial compensation for years of lost professional income, and a formal public acknowledgement by the newly restructured Wizengamot of the wrongful nature of each prosecution. The magical restorations had begun. Ilara Finns had been the first. The ICC medical team had found the binding relatively clean, as imposed magical bindings went, and the restoration process had taken 4 hours and had been conducted in a quiet room at St. Mungo's with only 2 witnesses present, which was how Ilara had asked for it. Harry had been one of them. She'd asked, and he'd gone, and he'd sat in the corner of the room and watched a woman recover something she'd been told she'd lost forever, and it had been one of the most important things he'd ever witnessed and also one of the least dramatic in the superficial sense. When it was over, Ilara had sat very still for about 3 minutes. Then she'd looked at her hands and done something small with them, a tiny piece of wandless magic, barely more than making the light in the room shift slightly, and she'd exhaled and said, "Oh." Just that. Oh. It was the smallest word Harry had ever heard carry that much. He'd told Hermione about it that evening, and she'd listened without saying anything for a while, and then she'd said, "That's why it's worth doing properly." All the procedural framework, all the 40-page submissions and working groups and reparations frameworks. They exist so that one person in a room can say, "Oh," and mean that much. "Yes," he said. "Exactly." She was sitting beside him on the sitting room sofa. They'd been doing that more, the two of them in the evenings, in the space that wasn't quite work and wasn't quite rest but was the specific easy proximity of people discovering what they're like in each other's company outside of crisis. She was reading something for school. He was going through the working group agenda for the following week. He set the agenda down. "What?" she said, without looking up from her book. "Nothing," he said. "You're looking at me," she said. "I am," he said. She looked up then, with the particular expression she used when she was pretending she wasn't pleased about something. She almost held it. Then, "Stop it," she said. "I'm not doing anything," he said. "You're being," she stopped. "Soppy," she said, which was not quite the word she'd been reaching for and both of them knew it. I'm sitting on a sofa, he said. Soppily, she said. He smiled. She looked back at her book and didn't quite manage to look like she was reading it. After a minute she put a bookmark in, set it aside, and turned to face him properly. All right, she said. What? I'm happy, he said. That's all. I noticed I was happy and I was looking at you because you're a large part of why, and I thought you should know. She held his gaze. Something in her expression went through several things quickly and settled on something honest and direct and slightly undone. That's very unfair of you to just say, she said. Sorry, he said, not sorry. No you're not, she said. No, he agreed. She looked at him for another moment, and then, with the specific decisive quality she brought to things she'd decided about, she leaned over and kissed him, brief, warm, and so completely natural that it landed without ceremony or awkwardness, the way things arrive when they've been coming for a long time and both people have been honest enough about it. She pulled back. They looked at each other at close range. That was overdue, she said. Somewhat, he said. 6 years, arguably, she said. We were children for most of that, he pointed out. We grew up fast, she said. Fair, he said. She looked like herself, warm and direct and slightly flustered and not hiding any of it, which was the version of her that he had come to understand was the most real. He put his hand over hers on the sofa cushion between them. Outside, the October evening was coming on, the street lamps firing up in their sequence, London moving through its evening rhythms with the complete indifference that great cities have to the small important things happening inside them. Creature appeared in the doorway, regarded them with the specific expression of someone who has seen a development they have opinions about and has been told their opinions were not required, and departed with the tea tray. The new Wizengamot Charter was ratified in the 3rd week of October. It was a document that Hermione described as structurally correct and emotionally proportionate, which was the highest praise she gave institutional instruments. It restored the advisory function, separated the judicial appointment structure, established ICC oversight for a 5-year transitional period, mandated transparent evidence standards, and included a founding preamble that Harry had written himself, in a single draft, late at night, and which he'd read to Hermione the following morning over breakfast and which she'd listened to without interrupting, which was how he knew it was right. The preamble was not long. It said, among other things, this charter is founded on the understanding that law exists to protect people, not to organize power in the service of those who already have it. Where the law has been used to harm rather than protect, the harm is acknowledged, the instrument corrected, and the acknowledgement made permanent in the record so that the correction cannot be undone by the forgetting of inconvenient history. Bones signed it first. Then the 50 clean members. Then the 3 ICC observers, as witnesses. Then Harry, in the capacity he'd worked in all autumn, not as Lord Governing, but as heir vouching, which was a different kind of responsibility and the correct one. He signed it with the Potter ring on his right hand and the black ring on his left, and the Gryffindor-Merlin ring between them, warm and quiet. Done. Hermione, sitting beside him at the signing table, put her pen down after completing her own signature as official legal consultant to the process, and looked at the document, and then looked at him. What does it feel like? She asked. He considered it honestly. Like finishing something I didn't start, he said. Like completing something someone else built the first part of and trusted someone to finish. He paused. Like all the people whose names are in the founding documents and the reparations files, like they're all in it somehow. Not as metaphor. Actually in it. He looked at the Gryffindor-Merlin ring. Merlin didn't make the ring for himself. He made it for a person who would need it. 600 years later, I needed it. He turned the ring slightly in the light. I made the charter for the 11 people the ring was used to help. And for whoever needs it in 100 years. And whoever needs it after that. Hermione looked at the charter. They'll learn about this in Hogwarts in 50 years, she said. In History of Magic. Which will finally be interesting, because Binns will not be teaching it by then, Harry said. One hopes, she said. Bones was across the room talking to the ICC observers, her expression containing something that was not quite peace but was its adjacent quality, the expression of someone who has done a difficult job well and is now in the specific moment of understanding that the difficult job is done. Crown was beside her. Walsh was talking to one of the other newly appointed working group members. The room had the quality of a celebration that was too tired to be celebratory and too genuine to be formal. Neville appeared at Harry's shoulder in his quiet way. "Gran wants to come to the next working group session," he said. "Your Gran," Harry said. "She has opinions," Neville said. "About the appointment criteria for the new judicial body. Specifically, she thinks the experience requirements are too narrow and favor people who've spent their careers inside existing institutions rather than people who've," he paused. "She put it as, people who haven't had their vision narrowed by the system they're being asked to fix." Harry looked at him. "She's right." "She's always right," Neville said. "It's exhausting." "Tell her she's welcome at the November session," Harry said. Neville smiled the specific Neville smile. "She'll be there at 7 in the morning." "Good," Harry said. "The session starts at 9. She can read everything before anyone else." Ron came over with a glass of whatever the ICC observers had produced from somewhere, handed it to Harry, looked at the signed charter on the table with the expression of someone who has witnessed a great deal in a short time and is allowing himself the moment of understanding that it was worth it. "Job done," he said. "Job started," Harry said. "The hard part begins now." "Obviously," Ron said. "When is the hard part not now, with you?" "It used to be worse," Harry said. "The bar was very low," Ron said. "The bar was in a trench," Harry agreed. Ron grinned, his real grin, the one that hadn't changed since they were 11 and had somehow survived everything. "Mate," he said, and clinked his glass against Harry's, and there was enough in that one word that nothing else needed to be said. Hermione slipped her hand into Harry's, and he held it, and across the room the new charter lay signed and witnessed and permanent on the table, and outside the windows of the ministry conference room the October afternoon was fading into evening, and the work of repair was beginning in earnest, and the 3 rings on Harry's hand were warm and quiet and present. Exactly as they were supposed to be. Chapter 8, What Heirs Are for the first sitting of the restructured Wizengamot was called for the 14th of November. It was a Tuesday, which Harry had not planned but found appropriate. November had come in cold and direct, the kind of weather that makes everything feel more serious than it did in October, and the morning of the 14th had a quality of clear grey light that was neither dramatic nor ordinary but something in between, the light of a day that knows it matters and is not making a performance of it. Harry woke at 6 and lay in the dark for a few minutes, listening to the house. Grimmauld Place was different in November than it had been in August, warmer, somehow, in the bones of it. Creature had taken to managing the fires in a way that felt like genuine care rather than compelled service, and the rooms had lost the cold, shut-in quality they'd had when Harry first started using the house properly. It had become, over the course of the autumn, something he had not entirely expected a house to become, his. Not as property. As place. He got up, dressed, came downstairs, and found the kitchen already occupied. Hermione was at the table with tea and her notes, which was the standard November morning in Grimmauld Place. She looked up when he came in, and the specific quality of her looking up, warm, direct, the expression of someone who is glad to see you without making a ceremony of it, had become one of the fixed points of his days in the way that fixed points become fixed points, quietly and completely. "Morning," he said. "The agenda came through late last night," she said, sliding a parchment toward him. Bones made 2 additions. He sat, read the agenda while she poured him tea without asking, and thought about the day. The agenda was clean. The formal inaugural session of the restructured body, the reading of the new charter into the permanent record, the seating of the newly appointed members, the announcement of the independent judicial panel's first appointments. 2 hours of formal procedure followed by the first actual legislative work of the reconstituted Wizengamot, which was a set of proposals on evidence standards that Augusta Park had drafted and which were exactly the kind of unglamorous, foundational, necessary work that distinguished functional institutions from decorative ones. Nothing on the agenda about Harry. That was deliberate. The prophet sent another request for comment, Hermione said. Third one this week, he said. They want to know what seat you'll be taking, she said. The black seat, presumably, or the Gryffindor seat if it's reconstituted, or both, or, I know what they want to know, he said. She looked at him over her cup. She had, over the course of the autumn, developed the specific skill of reading his silences that only came from genuine attention, not presuming to know what they meant, but reading their quality. This one she read correctly. You've decided, she said. Yes, he said. She waited. Not today, he said. The session needs to be about itself. About the charter and the new members and the work. If I take a seat today it becomes about me, and that's the wrong start. You could take the seat without it becoming about you, she said. No, he said. Not this week. Not yet. He paused. Maybe not at all, in the formal sense. She set her cup down. Explain that. The black seat is real and I hold it and I'll use it when it's the right tool, he said. When a specific vote or specific presence is what the situation needs. But sitting in it as a permanent member of an ongoing legislative body, he stopped organizing. The restructuring was built on the principle that the Wizengamot is an advisory body, not a governing one. If Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor is in a permanent seat, the optics of that are, Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor is exactly the kind of person the reformed body needs, she said. The reformed body needs Amelia Bones and Elias Crown and Beatrice Walsh and Augusta Park, he said. People who understand the institution and are committed to making it the thing it should be. I'm better placed outside of it, as an independent check. If I'm in it, I become part of the machinery, and the machinery works better if there's someone who can assess it from outside. She was quiet for a moment, which was not disagreement but thought. He watched her work through it, the specific quality of her thinking that he'd learned to read over the autumn, the slight movement in her expression as she tested the argument from different angles. You're right, she said, at last. I know, he said. Don't be smug about it, she said. I wasn't, he said. I'm honestly a little surprised I'm right. It took me weeks to get here. She almost smiled. The other thing is that you're 17 years old and this would be the rest of your life before you'd had any of it, she said. I'm allowed to consider that relevant. You are, he said. Good. She picked up the agenda again. What about Neville? His grandmother has been in every working group session for 3 weeks. Augusta Longbottom has more institutional insight than half the permanent members, Harry said. If she wants a seat she should have one. She's been offered one, Hermione said. She hasn't accepted. Neville thinks she's deciding. Tell him to tell her the evidence standards work is going to need someone with her specific sort of stubbornness, Harry said. Hermione made a note with the quiet satisfaction of someone who has been thinking the same thing and is pleased to have it confirmed. Ron came down at 7 in pajamas, registered the nature of the morning, went back upstairs, came down again at 7:15 in actual clothes with his hair doing its usual independent work, and poured tea without ceremony. Big day, he said. Medium day, Harry said. First sitting of the new Wizengamot, Ron said. Yes. 14 years in the making if you count from when Voldemort first rose, Ron said, with the specific Weasley talent for framing things historically. 40 years if you count from when the Preservers started. 700 years if you count from the first illegal power expansion in 1287. He drank his tea. I'd call that big. Fine, Harry said. Big. Thank you, Ron said. They arrived at the ministry at 8:30, which was early enough to miss the main wave of arrivals and late enough to have eaten breakfast properly, which Harry had insisted on as a general principle of important mornings. The atrium was different again. Harry had been coming here regularly for 3 months and the atrium had had several different qualities over the course of those months: anxious, charged, aftermath quiet, working day normal, and today it had something new. Not festive. More like the quality of an institution that is aware something has changed about itself and is taking stock. The golden fountain was different. Not physically, same gilded figures, same configuration. But the quality of how people moved around it had changed in the way that people's relationship to a symbol changes when the thing it symbolizes has changed. Some people walked past it the way they always had. Some people walked past it with the specific self-consciousness of people who have decided they feel differently about it and haven't quite decided what to do with that. A few had stopped entirely, looking at it, which was new. Harry walked past it without stopping, but he looked. The house elf at the base of the fountain, small, gilded, bowed, looked back in the flat way of metal objects, and Harry thought about creature and about what the elf in the fountain was representing and about the distance between the representation and the reality, which was the specific distance that reform actually operated in. Not the symbol. The distance between the symbol and the thing. Dobby, he thought, with the specific ache that the thought carried. Who had died in the distance between what the fountain said magic was and what it actually was. Who had understood something fundamental about that gap and had lived in it every day of his life and had chosen, when the moment came, to act across it. He kept walking. The lifts took them down to level 10. The corridor outside courtroom 10 was more peopled than Harry had ever seen it, not crowded, but populated with the full range of people who were part of the day. Wizengamot members arriving. Ministry officials. ICC observers, 3 of them today rather than 2. Journalists from the Prophet and the Wireless. And in a specific cluster near the far wall, the people Harry's eye went to first, Elara Finn, David Okafor, William Park. 3 more whose names he knew from the reparations files. And beside them, standing close with the specific quality of someone who has organized something and is quietly pleased with how it's turned out, Neville. He'd brought them. All of them who were in London for their restoration processes. 7 people whose magical ability had been restored in the past 3 weeks, or was in the process of being restored, or was scheduled for the coming month. 7 people who had received letters from a 17-year-old boy and had chosen to come and witness the beginning of the thing that had started with those letters. Harry crossed the corridor to them. Elara Finn was exactly as he'd expected from the letters, practical-looking, with careful eyes and the specific bearing of someone who has rebuilt themselves from a significant point and is inhabiting the rebuilt self with full commitment. She was in her early 40s, with dark hair going silver at the edges, and she looked at Harry without ceremony. "Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor," she said. "Harry," he said. "Please." She studied him for a moment with the expression of someone making an honest assessment. "You're younger than I pictured," she said. "People keep saying that," he said. "You're taller than I pictured too," said David Okafor, who was a tall man himself and was apparently finding the comparison interesting. He put out his hand and Harry shook it, and the handshake had the quality of the one in the Grimmauld Place archive chamber, not ceremonial, just real. "We're here because we should be," Okafor said. "Whatever today is." "The beginning," Harry said. "That's all." William Park, who had been quiet so far, said from the edge of the group, "My daughter is in her 2nd year at Hogwarts." He said it without apparent context, then added, "I missed her 1st year. And the year before that. I missed 6 years of her magical education because," he stopped. "She doesn't know I'm here today. I'm going to tell her tonight." A pause. "I wanted you to know that. That there's a specific child who is going to have a conversation tonight that she wouldn't have had otherwise." Harry looked at him. "I'm glad you're here," he said. The corridor was filling further now, and people were beginning to move toward the courtroom doors. Harry turned to Neville. "Good work," he said. Neville shook his head slightly. "They wanted to come," he said. "I just made it possible." He paused. "Gran is inside already. Front gallery." "Obviously," Harry said. "Front row," Neville confirmed. Courtroom 10 looked the same and felt entirely different. The tiered benches were occupied by the new body, 50 remaining original members and 11 new appointees who had been through the selection process Bones and the working group had designed. The new appointees were a varied group, deliberately and carefully varied, different blood statuses, different professional backgrounds, different ages, one member who was the first magical person from a traveler family to hold a Wizengamot seat in recorded history. The composition was not perfectly representative of magical Britain's full diversity, that was a decade's work, not a month's, but it was the first Wizengamot in 7 centuries that had been chosen through a process that had transparency as a design criterion rather than an accidental feature. The chain chair in the center of the floor was gone. Harry noticed it immediately. The floor was clear, the chair absent, the space it had occupied simply space. He looked at Bones, who was at the presiding position for the first time in her own capacity rather than Fudge's adjacent one. She caught his eye. "Removed last week," she said, as he took his position in the gallery, observer, witness, not member. By unanimous vote of the working group, which felt like the right way to do it. The chains have been in this room since the 15th century. They can stay in storage indefinitely. "Good," he said. Augusta Longbottom seconded the motion, Bones said, with a slight quality in her voice that was not quite a smile but was adjacent to one. Harry looked to the front gallery, where Augusta Longbottom sat in the front row with her vulture hat and the expression of someone who has been waiting for the right moment for a very long time and has correctly identified that it has arrived. She gave him a single, crisp nod. He nodded back. The session opened at 9 o'clock exactly. Bones called it to order with a straightforwardness that suited her, no unnecessary ceremony, no extended preamble. "The first session of the restructured Wizengamot of Magical Britain is called to order," she said. Acting Minister Bones presiding. A pause. "The new charter will be read into the permanent record." Crown read it. He had a good voice for reading, clear and measured, with the quality of someone who understood what they were reading rather than simply conveying it, and the charter sounded different read aloud in the chamber than it had looked on paper in the conference room. Not more formal, more alive. Language was a different thing when it was spoken in the place it was made for. Harry listened to the preamble he'd written and heard it land in the room the way it was supposed to. "This charter is founded on the understanding that law exists to protect people, not to organize power in the service of those who already have it." The chamber was attentive. Not performatively attentive, genuinely listening, the specific quality of people in the presence of something they understand to be important. In the gallery, David Okafor had his hands clasped in his lap and was very still. Ilara Finn was watching the presiding bench with the focused attention of someone memorizing something. William Park was watching the chamber at large with the expression of a man calculating the distance between what it was and what it had been and finding the distance significant. When the reading concluded, the room was quiet for a moment in the way that rooms are quiet when something has been completed. Then Bones moved on. The new member seating took 40 minutes and was the procedural heart of the session. Each new member brought forward, credentials confirmed in open session, the specific process that made the transparency real rather than symbolic. Harry watched each appointment with the attention he'd brought to the cases in the reparations files, each person as themselves, not as a category. A woman named Priya Shah, Muggle-born, Berithmancer, sharp-eyed and clearly determined. An older wizard named Cormac Ashby who had spent 20 years in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures and had opinions about representation that had emerged during his selection interview as both controversial and entirely correct. The traveler community's representative, a young woman named Siobhan Connolly who had come to the process through a nomination from her community's elders and who sat in her new seat with the specific dignity of someone carrying a significance larger than herself and knowing it. Harry watched and thought about all the versions of this room that had existed before today, the room that had held Sirius's trial without a trial, the room that had tried to strip his own magic through fabricated evidence, the room that Crouch and Thorn and 31 others had used as a mechanism for sustained harm. The same stone walls, the same acoustic chamber, the same air. Different people. Different charter. Different purpose. The room was not innocent. It would not become innocent by being used well. But it could be redeemed, which was different from innocence and in some ways more valuable because it contained the acknowledgement of what it had been as well as the commitment to what it would be. He thought Merlin would have found this satisfactory. Not triumphant. Satisfactory, which was the correct register for the work of repair. At 11 o'clock, Bones called a brief recess before the evidence standards proposals were tabled. Harry went to the corridor and found a quiet section of wall and stood with his hands in his pockets, the rings warm on his fingers, and let the morning settle around him. Dumbledore materialized from the direction of the gallery stairs with the quiet, careful movement of a man who has learned to approach people rather than appear before them. He stood beside Harry with his own hands folded, looking at the corridor's stone walls with the thoughtful expression of someone in a long conversation with history. "Well," Dumbledore said. "Well," Harry agreed. "How does it feel?" "You asked me that before," Harry said. "In October, after the charter signing." "You gave me a good answer then," Dumbledore said. "I wondered if it had changed." Harry thought about it. "It feels more specific now," he said. "In October it felt like completing something. Today it feels like," he paused. "Being in a room where the right thing is happening and not being the reason it's happening." Which sounds like it should feel smaller but actually feels larger. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "That is the definition of having done it correctly," he said. "Building something that runs without you." "It doesn't run without me entirely," Harry said. "I'm still involved. I'll be involved for years. But I'm not the engine." He paused. "Bones is the engine. The new members are the engine. The charter is the engine." He looked at the rings. "I'm more like," he searched for the word. "The founder's guarantee," Dumbledore said. "The assurance that the founding instruments are honored. That the thing doesn't drift again into something it wasn't meant to be." "Yes," Harry said. "That's exactly it." Dumbledore looked at him with the specific quality of attention that Harry had come to understand as genuine rather than performed, the attention of a man who was not calculating an advantage or managing an outcome but simply looking, honestly, at what was in front of him. "I have been doing this for a long time," Dumbledore said. "Teaching, building, fighting, protecting. I have had many students. Several of them have gone on to do significant things." A pause. "None of them have done what you have done in the way you have done it, which is to take something that was given to you in crisis and turn it into something that outlasts the crisis." He paused again. "Your parents would be, there are no words adequate to what your parents would be." Harry looked at the corridor wall. Something moved in him that was not grief in the acute sense but the older, settled version of it, the grief that has found its place and lives there honestly rather than painfully. "I know," he said. "I think I've always known. It's one of the things that made it possible to keep going." He turned to look at Dumbledore. "You knew them well. Better than anyone alive, now," Dumbledore said quietly. "Then you already know," Harry said, "that they didn't fight for a clean outcome. They fought because it was right. Because you do what's right even when the outcome is uncertain and the cost is real." He paused. "That's the inheritance they left me. Not the rings. Not the bloodline. That." Dumbledore's expression was very still. "Yes," he said. "That is exactly it." The recess was ending. People were beginning to move back toward the courtroom doors. "Albus," Harry said, using the name deliberately, the first time he had without it feeling like a performance of familiarity. It came out naturally, which was how he knew it was right. "Thank you. For the archive. For the conversation in October. For being honest when I asked you to be, which I know wasn't easy." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. When he spoke his voice had something in it that Harry thought was the emotional equivalent of the expression that had been on Malfoy's face in the corridor, the exposure of the thing beneath the composed surface. "Thank you," Dumbledore said, "for not writing me off when you had every reason to." He paused. "And for letting me be in the room." "You always had the right to be in the room," Harry said. You just needed to be in it honestly. Dumbledore nodded. They walked back to the courtroom together, and for the first time in Harry's experience of him, the headmaster walked beside him rather than ahead. The evidence standards proposals were tabled at 11:30 and debated through the lunch hour, which was the correct way for a legislative body to spend its first working session, not on ceremony but on the specific, necessary work of making the Charter's principles operational. The debate was genuine. People disagreed about specific provisions in ways that were productive rather than obstructive. Augusta Longbottom, from the gallery, submitted 2 written amendments through the formal amendment process and both were considered seriously, one adopted and one referred to a subcommittee. Harry watched all of it from the gallery with Hermione beside him and Ron on her other side, and the quality of the watching was different from everything that had preceded it. It was the watching of someone who has done the work required to produce a thing and is now observing the thing function, the specific satisfaction that is not complacency but completion. At one point during a heated exchange about evidentiary chain of custody requirements, Ron leaned across Hermione and said quietly to Harry, "This is going to sound strange, but it's almost boring." "Good," Harry said. "That's what good governance looks like," Hermione said, without looking up from her notes. Productive disagreement about evidence standards is infinitely preferable to fabricated evidence and corrupt proceedings. "I know," Ron said. "I said almost." She made a sound that conceded the point. At 1:30, the session moved to its final agenda item, the announcement of the independent judicial panel's first 3 appointments. This was the thing Harry had spent the most time on in the working group over October, because the judicial appointments were the structural centerpiece of the whole reform. The Wizengamot was now advisory. The judicial function was now separate, independent, appointed through a process that had no direct connection to the legislative or ministerial branches. The first 3 members of the panel were announced by Bones with the specific care she brought to consequential things. Harry listened to the names. He knew 2 of them, a retired magical law professor who had spent 20 years writing papers about the unconstitutional drift of Wizengamot judicial power that nobody in authority had been willing to read, and a witch from Scotland who had been a Muggle magistrate before coming into her magic late, which gave her an unusual and valuable perspective on what courts were for. The third name he didn't know, a young man of 26 who had come through the selection process as the highest-ranked candidate with no prior institutional connections, chosen because his answers to the selection committee's questions had been the most honest of any applicant. Hermione had been on the selection committee for the 3rd appointment. She'd told Harry about this candidate 3 weeks ago with the specific quality of someone who has found something exactly right. He said, when they asked him about the relationship between law and justice, he said law is the mechanism, justice is the purpose, and they diverge more often than most practitioners admit, which is why the practitioner's primary loyalty has to be to the purpose rather than the mechanism. She'd looked at Harry when she told him that. "Sound familiar?" "Slightly," he'd said. The announcement was met with the attentive silence of a chamber that understood what it was hearing. 3 people who had never held institutional power over anyone's magic, appointed to an independent judicial body through a transparent process, with a charter that defined their authority clearly and their accountability concretely. First time in 700 years. Harry sat with the weight of that for a moment and then, deliberately, let it go. Because the point was not the historical significance, which was real. The point was that it would become ordinary. That in 10 years it would be how things simply worked, and the working would not feel significant because it would feel normal, and normal was the destination. You built the extraordinary so that it could become ordinary. That was the whole project. The session concluded at 2:15. People filtered out through the courtroom doors into the corridor, and the corridor filled with the specific social energy of people at the end of a significant shared experience, some in conversation, some moving with purpose toward other commitments, some standing in the still processing quality of people who are going to think about today for a long time. Harry stood near the doors and was approached by about a dozen people in 20 minutes, new members who wanted to introduce themselves, a few journalists who he deflected politely, Crown with a question about the working group schedule, Beatrice Walsh with a note about the subcommittee amendment process. He moved through all of it with the easy efficiency of someone who has found their footing in a social environment, not performing it, simply managing the human logistics of a moment with actual people in it. Priya Shah found him near the end of the corridor, just before the stream of departures thinned out. She was one of the new appointees, the arithmancer, and she'd been watching the morning from inside the chamber with the specific attention of someone counting things. She stopped in front of Harry with the direct quality of a person who has decided to say something and has planned how to say it. "I have a question," she said. "Go ahead," Harry said. "Why aren't you in the chamber?" she said. "You hold 2 seats. The Potter seat is fully restored, the Black seat has been active since August. You could have taken both this morning." She looked at him with the evaluating attention of someone doing actual arithmetic. "I've been trying to understand the calculation." "The calculation," Harry said, "is that the body is better without me in it than with me." She considered this. "That assumes your presence would distort the function." "It would," he said. "Not because of anything I do deliberately. Because of what I represent at the moment. The restructuring was built by and associated with Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor. If he takes a permanent seat, the body's independence, the perception of its independence, is compromised before it establishes itself." He paused. "Bones needs to be the face of this. The new members need to be the working substance. I need to be available when needed and absent when not." Shah studied him. "That's surprisingly unself-interested for someone in your position." "I have everything I need," Harry said simply. She was quiet for a moment. Then, "My mother was flagged 3 times under Statute 94 before they managed to make one of them stick," she said, in the specific tone of someone stating a fact that has been carried for a long time. "She lost her magic when I was 14. She died when I was 22, Muggle, without it. She never saw, she stopped. She would have been here today," she said. "She would have been in this corridor and she would have had opinions about the evidence standards debate that were better than most of the ones made in the chamber." "What was her name?" Harry asked. "Meena Shah," she said. "Tell me about her," he said. And she did, briefly, a brisk, warm description of a woman who had been a brilliant magical medic and had spent her last 8 years working in Muggle hospitals instead, who had adapted and continued and never stopped missing magic and never let the missing make her smaller, and Harry listened the way he'd listened to the cases, which was as if this was the most important thing being said anywhere right now, which it was. When she finished, he said, "She's part of why the Charter exists." Shah looked at him. "I know," she said. "That's why I asked." At 3:30, the corridor was mostly clear. Harry was standing with Ron and Hermione and Neville and the group from the reparations files, and the quality of the afternoon was the specific quality of a significant day winding toward its conclusion, a sense of having been somewhere important and now returning to the ordinary world with something changed. Ilara Finn was talking to Priya Shah, which Harry noted with interest. The two of them had the quick, absorbed quality of people discovering a shared frequency of thought. David Okafor was in conversation with Crown about something that appeared to involve a great deal of specific data, which sounded about right for both of them. William Park was quiet, standing a little apart with his hands in his pockets, and Harry thought about the conversation he was going to have with his daughter tonight and didn't say anything about it because it didn't need saying. Neville appeared at his shoulder. "Gran wants a word," he said. Harry found Augusta Longbottom where Neville had indicated, standing at the far end of the corridor with the absolute composure of someone who has assessed the entire morning and has arrived at her verdict. She looked at Harry when he approached with the specific look she had, direct, unornamental, the look of a woman who has been running on accurate assessment of situations her entire life and has no interest in adjusting it for sentiment. "You didn't take the seat," she said. "No," he said. "Correct decision," she said. "I wanted you to know I agree with it." "Thank you," he said. "Don't thank me," she said. "It's just accurate. The body needs to stand on its own. You'll be more useful as the person who can walk in when required than as someone who attends every session and becomes furniture." She paused. "My husband was on the Wizengamot for 12 years before the First War. He used to say that the danger of any institution was that eventually you stopped seeing it and just moved through it. She looked at the courtroom doors. The people in there today can still see it. That's what matters. When they stop seeing it, you'll need to remind them. Yes, Harry said. She looked at him directly. The ring, she said. You'll keep it. Yes. Good, she said. Not to use. Just to have. She paused. The existence of a check on power is itself a moderating force. They don't have to be afraid of you. They should just know you're there. She looked at him with the sharp, clear attention that he'd come to understand as her version of warmth. Neville has grown into something remarkable this year. You gave him room to be in it properly. That's not nothing. He was always remarkable, Harry said. He needed to know that, she said. And he needed to be in the right situation to find it out. She held his gaze. I wanted you to know that I see it. Not just the charter and the ring and the Wizengamot. The other things. The letters to the reparations cases. The working group sessions where you brought the right people in and let them do the work rather than doing it yourself. She paused. That's harder than the rest. Most people who can do the rest can't do that part. Hermione showed me how, Harry said honestly. Augusta almost smiled, which on Augusta was a significant event. She showed you that she was worth watching, she said. You made the choice to watch. Don't discount that. She turned away in the manner of someone who has said what they came to say and considers the conversation complete. I'll see you in the working group Thursday morning. 8 o'clock, he asked. 7:30, she said, and walked back toward the staircase without looking back. Harry stood in the corridor and let the afternoon settle around him. They left the ministry at 4, which was later than expected and earlier than it felt, the way days that are full of significant things have an odd relationship with clock time. The 5 of them, Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Lupin, who had spent the afternoon in the gallery and fallen into step with them on the way out with the ease of someone who knows he belongs in the group, came out of the ministry's side entrance into the late November afternoon. The air was cold and direct, the sky the pale gray-white of a clear winter day, the city moving around them with its Tuesday at 4 energy. They walked for a while without particular destination, which was the specific freedom of an afternoon that has completed its work and is now simply available. Ron bought hot drinks from a muggle vendor, inexpertly navigating the transaction in a way that was endearing rather than smooth, and handed them around, and they walked along the embankment in the cold air with the Thames moving grey-green beside them and the city on both banks doing its city thing. So, Ron said, after they'd walked in companionable silence for a while. What happens now? 7th year, Neville said. Right, Ron said. That. He looked at Harry. You're coming back to Hogwarts. Yes, Harry said. And Voldemort is still there, Harry said. Still coming. Yes. And everything we've done, is the world worth coming back to afterward, Harry said. Yes. Ron absorbed this. He'd always done this, the specific Weasley processing of large things through their practical implications, arriving at position through a route that looked like simplicity and was actually clarity. Right, he said. Well. We've done harder things. Have we? Neville said. We've done more immediately dangerous things, Hermione amended. Today was harder in the structural sense. Today was harder in the structural sense, Ron agreed, as if he'd meant this all along. Lupin walked beside them and said nothing, which was its own form of presence and the correct one for this specific stretch of embankment. He had the expression of someone who is precisely where he should be and knows it and is not going to disrupt it by commenting on it. They reached a bench overlooking the river and stopped there without discussing it, the way you stop at places that are right for stopping, and stood for a while looking at the Thames in the late afternoon light. Harry thought about what came next with the same quality of attention he'd been giving to things all year, the slow, honest kind. Hogwarts. The Horcruxes. Whatever form Voldemort's return took when it took form. The specific terrible arithmetic of what was still coming and what it would cost and who might not be on the other side of it. He held all of that clearly and without flinching, because flinching from it didn't reduce it, and had never reduced it, and the only useful thing had always been to look at it directly and prepare accordingly. But he also held, in the same hands, in the same honest reckoning, what else was true. The charter, signed and operational. 11 people with their magic restored or in the process of restoration. The restructured Wizengamot in its first session, genuinely functioning. Priya Shah in her seat. Siobhan Connolly in hers. An independent judicial panel with a charter that meant something. A working group that would continue the architecture for years. And beside him, these people. Ron, who had never once asked to be elsewhere. Neville, who had found himself in the difficulty and was inhabiting the self he'd found with complete commitment. Lupin, who had stood in corridors and attended sessions and been present in every sense of the word. Hermione, who had built the legal framework and the ICC submission and the reparations brief and had sat beside him at kitchen tables and told him the truth when he needed it and let him tell it back. The city moved around them. The Thames moved, grey-green in the cold light. Somewhere across the water a clock tower marked 4:30 with the calm authority of something that has been marking time for a very long time and intends to continue. Harry turned the rings on his fingers, Potter and Black, warm and familiar, the weight of inheritance in its honest form. And the Gryffindor-Merlin ring, settled and quiet, the color in its stone moving slowly through its impossible spectrum in the low afternoon light, patient in the deep way of something that has done what it was made for and is content to simply be. He thought of Merlin's letter. I am sorry about the weight of it. I carried similar weight, once. It does not get lighter. But it does become more familiar. He thought that was true. He thought Merlin had been honest about it in the way that only someone who has carried something for a long time can be honest, not offering comfort, just accuracy, which was more useful in the end. The weight was real. The work that remained was real. What was coming with Voldemort was real and would be terrible, and the cost was going to be what it was going to be, and he had never been able to change that arithmetic and still couldn't. But the world on the other side of it would be different from the world that had been there before. He had helped make it different. Bones and Walsh and Crown and Shaw and Connolly and Augusta Longbottom and Alara Finn and David Okafor and William Park and his daughter, and everyone whose name was in the founding documents and the reparations files and the new charter. That was what heirs were for. Not to carry the weight forever. To carry it long enough to put it somewhere useful, and then step back, and let what they'd built do the carrying from there. Ready? Hermione said, looking at him with the specific directness that he'd been looking at all autumn. He looked back. For which part? All of it, she said. He considered the full truth of that question: Hogwarts, Voldemort, the work still ahead, the reparations and the restructuring and the long institutional years of making the charter real in practice rather than just in principle, and whatever came after all of that, which he couldn't see yet but which had the quality of being worth arriving at. Yes, he said. She nodded, once, with the clean simplicity of someone who believes you. Ron straightened up from the railing. Then let's go, he said. I'm cold and Mum's cooking tonight and Fred and George have done something to the garden that apparently requires our attention. Neville stood. What have they done to the garden? Nobody will say specifically, Ron said, which was its own kind of answer. They turned away from the river, and the city moved around them in the cold November air, and the world they'd helped make was beginning its ordinary work, which was the best thing a world could do. The 3 rings were warm on Harry's fingers, and the weight was familiar, and he walked forward into the rest of it. 3 months later, in a hearing room at St. Mungo's, a 44-year-old man named David Okafor performed his first spell in 8 years. It was a simple lumos, the first spell most wizarding children learn. The room was bright enough that the light didn't show much. He stood there for a moment with his wand lit, and then he laughed, a sudden, involuntary laugh that carried everything, all 8 years of the wrong world, the right world returning, and the healers who had been professional and measured throughout the restoration process had to do something complicated with their own expressions for a moment. He went home to Leeds that evening and taught a class the following morning and wrote a letter to Lord Potter-Black-Gryffindor that evening that said, in full, "Thank you for knowing my name." Harry read it at the kitchen table at Grimmauld Place and held it for a moment and then put it in the drawer where he kept things that mattered. It was a full drawer.